Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order on this Tuesday, January 14, 2025. Before we commence, I'll ask Christina to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. To access the meeting agenda, please visit our website at www.cccco.edu and go to the About Us tab drop-down menu. Select Board of Governors, then Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agenda, and click on the blue Agenda hyperlink. Members of the public wishing to comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum may do so one of two ways. In-person attendees can complete and submit a comment request card, which is available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees shall use the raise hand feature. If you are calling into the meeting, press *9. Following each item, individuals will have the opportunity to address the board in the order in which they were received. We will begin with in-person public comments, followed by virtual public comments. As a reminder, closed caption is available. Click the CC icon at the bottom of the screen labeled Closed Captions to read live captionings. Handouts are available at the meeting entrance table. Additional copies are available upon request. Please email ccastro@cccco.edu for additional details. This concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Please call the roll.
Love Adu.
Here.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Present.
Adrian C. Brown. Casey Chang.
Present.
Amy Costa.
Here.
Ricardo de la Fuente. Tom Epstein.
Here.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Nan Gomez Heitzberg. Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Present.
Jennifer Perry. Bill Rawlings.
Present.
Mary Salas.
Here.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Here.
Joseph Williams.
Present.
Thank you. A quorum is established.
Thank you very much, Christina. It is at this time I'd like to request that Board Member Chang lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise.
LeGrand's present.
Oh, 1 second. Christina, could you amend the record to show that Board Member LeGrand is here as well?
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks. Floor is yours.
Please rise. Please place your right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Member Chang. It's at this time that we're going to transition to closed session. We expect the closed session to last for about 30 minutes, so we'll see everyone back at 9:35 a.m. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We just returned back from closed session where we have nothing to report. We will now enter the standing orders of business. The first agenda item here is my president's report, so I will hop into that. First and foremost, our hearts are with LA and everyone affected by the ongoing infernos. To date, and from the information we have gathered, over 100 students and employees in our community college family have lost their homes and the things they cherish. And this is just a fraction of what our larger Los Angeles community has faced. Amidst the devastation, our campuses have rallied to provide support to those who are affected, and many have established relief funds and are providing critical resources to those in need. Our Foundation for the California Community Colleges and the Student Senate have done the same. As a lifelong Angelino, I can tell you that we are a uniquely tough and determined bunch. And while we'll approach the hard work to rebuild our community with resolve, for now we focus on extinguishing the danger. Infinite thank you to our firefighters for their tireless efforts. We cannot wait to get past this. This meeting marks my first one as your board president, and I couldn't be more excited to embark on this journey with you. I'm honored to have Vice President Bill Rawlings by my side, serving as my partner in this important work. His expertise, collaboration, and characteristic optimism will undoubtedly come in handy as we move forward together. Dare I say that he and Chancellor Christian make this work fun. I also want to extend a hearty congratulations to our newly appointed and reappointed board members, Adrian Brown, Ricardo De La Fuente, and our new student board member, Love Adu. I learned from Member Adu that she plays the geography game GeoGuessr competitively and ranks in the top 50 in the United States. Whoa. Love, we must hear more about this. With a full panel of board members, we are excited to hit the ground running. Bill and I have been meeting with Chancellor Christian since November, laying the foundation for the work that lies ahead of us in 2025. Together, we are committed to making meaningful strides that benefit our community and the students we serve. Our conversations identified 4 areas of immediate focus. First, continuing the infrastructure build-out outlined in Vision 2030 remains a cornerstone of our efforts. This work will strengthen our capacity to meet long-term goals and ensuring sustainable growth and enhanced service delivery. Second, increasing our presence and impact at both federal and state levels continues to be critical. We will double down on these efforts to align policies and resources to our mission. At the federal level, we will expand partnerships and secure resources to advance strategic initiatives. Our federal advocacy team of board members and staff are already hard at work preparing to be on the Hill in February. At the state level, we will work to shape legislation and foster collaboration for statewide progress. Simultaneously, our state advocacy team is hard at work, preparing to be at the Capitol in April. Third, empowering our current and future workforce through education and training to achieve economic mobility remains a core commitment. This includes partnerships with industry to ensure alignment with workforce needs and opportunities. And fourth, addressing healthcare and behavioral health challenges will be vital to supporting the well-being of our communities. We will focus on innovative solutions and partnerships to enhance access and equity in these critical areas. The work of our board in these upcoming months is absolutely crucial to advancing these priorities timely and effectively. In February, we will have our board retreat. We have invited federal and state officials along with thought leaders to join us for a series of fireside chat sessions with our board. This retreat is a vital step to ensuring that Vision 2030 continues to reflect our collective vision and remains a dynamic guide for our work. Over the course of the next several months, we will hold new topic-specific training, and over upcoming board meetings, we will continue our longstanding tradition of having educational series, as with today's session on AI, to continue deepening our board knowledge. And at our July meeting, we will be iterating on Vision 2030, ensuring that our goals and strategies remain aligned with evolving needs and opportunities. Finally, the agenda today is no exception, and it continues to build on key components of Vision 2030. And for an overview of where we are in our very deep dive, I turn it over to Chancellor Christian for her Chancellor's report.
Well, good morning. Happy New Year. It's been fun. I like that Hildy used the word fun. It's been fun teaming up with Hildy and Bill and planning for 2025. So welcome to our newest board member, Love Adu, from the Chancellor's Office. And welcome back, Ricardo De La Fuente and Adrian Brown. So Hildy started with the fires, and so am I. So the slide that Andrea will pull up shows an image that I captured from the cover of the LA Times on January 9th. These are images that we've been seeing in newspapers all over the world. I got pictures from my family who are back in India showing Los Angeles ablaze. On social media, on our personal news feeds, photos, videos that have been texted or emailed to us from friends, colleagues in the LA area. Raymond Chandler, in his 1938 book, Red Winds, famously describes the Santa Ana winds as a force that can curl your hair and make your nerves jump. That was my experience when I came to USC as a foreign graduate student many decades ago, except the wind speeds were typically supposed to be 30 miles an hour or 40 miles an hour. Last week, these winds were clocked at times over 100 miles an hour, combined with the fires, the devastation at a scale we have not seen before. 25 confirmed deaths and more than 12,000 structures damaged or destroyed, 23,000 acres by the Palisades fires and 14,000 by the Eaton fires. Nahildi covered, President Aguinaldo covered very well that our colleges have been really stepping in. So I'll skip over that part of my report to point out LA Pierce College is an official evacuation center for animals, and was great seeing pictures from LA Pierce College taking care of the animals from the community. And this really goes to the climate agenda that we've had, calling on community colleges and their centers really building out the microgrid infrastructure, because they turn out to be where the community goes during emergency times. Sorry about that. So last week, the Chancellor's Office mobilized to grant emergency conditions allowances to impacted districts, ensuring apportionment funding is maintained at pre-emergency student levels. And our staff reached out to affected chief business officers to colleges, the chief business officers of colleges that were impacted by the fires. The Foundation for the California Community Colleges, as President Aguinaldo pointed out, and I see two colleagues here in the audience from our foundation, Melissa and Sandy. In fact, Sandy, when I see you here, I need to announce to the Board of Governors that Sandy has announced her retirement, and my text to her was, what are your post-retirement plans? Maybe continuing in some capacity to support the California community colleges. President Aguinaldo also mentioned the Student Senate, so thank you for your efforts in providing resources for our colleges and our students. I do want to point out that the Chancellor's Office communications team was extremely active, providing updates for the Board of Governors as well as the Governor's Office. And thank you, members of the Board of Governors, who dropped me a text appreciating the communication team's information flow. So following the wildfires, I imagine the topic top on everyone's mind is the governor's budget. But I'm going to save that for last, because I want to quickly give an update on events that happened since our November Board of Governors meeting. The hallmark event was the 2024 League Conference. I do see, is Larry Galizio here? Okay, I thought I saw him. This is the League's signature event, and Larry and his team really did a remarkable job in putting together a conference that was well attended, very energizing, and with an engaging series of discussions. And I see President Roger Schultz, who's here for a different agenda item, but is also the president of the CEO board. As the tradition goes, the Chancellor does the State of the System report. My remarks at the conference was really pretty much the same as the State of the System report that I gave to you in November. And that is, the state of the system is strong. And some of the data that you saw in November was shared with all of our colleges. So let me kind of go through it pretty quickly so we can remind ourselves, starting in 2025, what a remarkable job our colleges are doing. So in the next slide, you're going to see our enrollment data, which is off the charts. So Andrea, if we can move to the next slide. You can see we are now above 2.1 million students, showing a 9.6% growth, which is the largest of our systems of higher education. Moving to the next slide, dual enrollment is a population that, okay. So I think maybe those slides may be hidden again, I'm not sure. But let's stick with this slide, but I'll mention dual enrollment populations. Our enrollments are over 25% growth. Our veteran students enrollment growth is significant. Justice impacted students, foster youth, and our working learners. So that brings me then to the next slide that Andrea just pulled up, which is, okay, let's skip through. Okay, the veterans. Okay, let's move to our rising scholars. Perfect. That's our justice-involved students. You can see the enrollment uptick in the line graph. And then moving to the next slide, our foster youth, again, tremendous uptick. And we have two agenda items. One is a regulation and a demonstration project on foster youth. Next slide. Okay. So now we come to just a few photographs. I did want to take a moment to thank Pam Haynes, who talked about credit for prior learning at the League conference, which has been a priority for us for several years now. Tom Epstein gave an update on our climate work, which is significant, and Bill Rawlings gave an update on our work with technology and generative AI. You see a picture of Nan Gomez-Heitzberg there, and Nan's responsibility at the League conference was representing the League as the president of the CCCT board. So your board of governors were out there in full strength. Moving to the next slide, there was an event where our governor gave a preview of some of the features of the Career Education Master Plan at Shasta College on December 16th. For one, I was happy that a community college was selected for this event. And I was also very pleased that the governor recognized the work of the California community colleges and called out credit for prior learning specifically with its focus on veterans. Unfortunately, I was not able to be there. Chris Ferguson represented us very well. Chris has been familiar with the work of the community colleges in his role at the Department of Finance, so he didn't skip a beat in being able to represent our work in the roundtable discussion with the governor and later on a one-on-one conversation with the governor. So with that, let me move to the governor's January budget. You're going to hear the details in a different agenda item, so I'm going to be hitting the highlights. Governor Newsom released his proposed state budget for 2025-26 fiscal year last Friday. It is a very, very good budget for the California community colleges, for our students, and our state economic and workforce development agenda. Before I get into the significant investments to advance the Career Education Master Plan, let me take a moment to make one observation as we continue our advocacy work to increase funding for growth of enrollments within the California community colleges. Let me put this in perspective. A year and a half ago, when I was starting my new role, the big issue was that community college enrollments had plummeted with the pandemic. We heard over and over again from political leaders, from the business and industry communities and community organization, that we needed to focus on enrollment growth. It was no coincidence that we put access and access with equity back as a priority for the colleges in Vision 2030. We did an urgent call to action to our presidents and chancellors across our system. Our colleges responded. They stretched and stretched some more to they really made the largest enrollment recovery and recovery with equity happen. Now our colleges have unfunded FTES, and the growth for the coming year is minimal compared to what our colleges are striving to do. We must continue to support and fund our colleges to keep their doors open wide and support the Californians who are flocking to our physical campuses and our virtual campuses. So with that note, let me move on to historic investments in the California community colleges. So let me call out and celebrate the governor's proposed increase of $30 million to the budget of Rising Scholars. Vision 2030 calls on us to take learning to students wherever they are and to recognize and fully embrace the power of higher education and workforce training. Those of you who've had a chance to visit some of our programs for justice-involved students, and I would invite all of you to look at the next opportunity and sign up for it, because we all need to experience it firsthand. So you understand how necessary it is for us to really invest in these Californians. The state of California has been a leader for years with innovative approaches to criminal justice reform and rehabilitation. And we are so glad that Governor Newsom has proposed this substantive investment. The governor's budget also focuses heavily on the master plan for career education. I mentioned that the governor announced this in December. And in fact, when I started as chancellor in 2023, the governor's office had announced that they were launching the work for the career education master plan. So within the construct of advancing the career education master plan, the governor's budget is invested in the technology infrastructure development for the California community colleges, proposing to fully fund both phases of our technology transformation, the Common Cloud Data Platform and our system-wide technology platform. He is proposing one-time funding of about $330 million. $330 million for these two projects, as well as $29 million ongoing. You've heard me say many times before, but having a streamlined, modernized, and secure data infrastructure will make a world's worth of difference to the community colleges as we look to achieve our ambitious Vision 2030 goals. In addition to the transformative power of technology, the governor's budget also proposes a major scaling up of our credit for prior learning efforts. $50 million one-time funding and $7 million ongoing. This project, as you know, started at Norco College at Riverside and was initially focused on student veterans in ensuring that they receive proper college credit for their professional learning and training that they received in the military. As we have widened the scope of CPL, we have incorporated it into our Mapping Articulated Pathways, that's the MAP technology platform, and it is now widening to include not just military veterans, but students with prior experience in everything from IT to healthcare fields. By creating clear pathways for recognizing prior training and experience, the California community colleges will establish a learner-centered, competency-based framework aligned with employer needs, supporting the transition from education to earning through fast-tracked student completion. A component of the Career Education Master Plan is the Career Passport, which includes the skills and abilities accrued by the learner over time. Keying off the word passport, that is portable and gives us entry to other countries, the Career Passport is learner-centered, learner-owned, and moves with the learner as they move between various educational and work-based segments. What the community colleges and the community college faculty bring to the discussion is the articulation of skills and abilities to college courses, thereby integrating the world of education and the world of work. The governor's budget has invested $50 million one time to develop this system for California, and we at the California Community Colleges are up for the challenge. The Chancellor's Office has been preparing to take on this massive data and technology project. Being a small office that is still regrouping from the 8% reduction to all state agencies, we have been drawing on the talent from our districts and partnering with our state agencies like the Cradle to Career Department in GovOps and the Labor and Workforce Development Agency, and of course, the Governor's Office. To the core talented leadership at the Chancellor's Office, that's John Hetz, Valerie Lundy Wagner, and Eric Cooper, we have built out the bench to take on this work. You have already met Craig Hayward, who has been leading our AI portfolio. You have already met Don Daves Rougeau, who has been growing our strategic partnerships, particularly in the realm of technology and workforce. Then we have also brought on Ernest Shi to take on our technology portfolio with a focus on data security. Last month, we had Terence Willett, a researcher from Cabrillo College, join the Chancellor's Office. And the plan is also to add Jory Hadsell, Vice Chancellor of Information Technology from Fidel de Anza, to the team. The Board of Governors identified upgrading our technology infrastructure as a critical state investment for several years. It was even before my time as Chancellor. This has been a priority during Amy's tenure as board president, and from my conversations with Hildy and Bill, and you heard from President Aguinaldo, this will continue to be a priority for the Board of Governors. Then last year, in 2024, the board authorized the establishment of the Digital Center for Innovation, Transformation, and Equity in order to provide a structure and process for us to innovate with equity in a fast-moving world of technology. This bold vision and the regular and consistent engagement with our political leaders in the state through our government relations team has brought us to this moment in time when we have resources to implement at scale, to implement with equity, and to implement with fidelity to support our 2.1 million students and our future learners, particularly those who have historically eluded us. That is Vision 2030. This is a daunting task, and we are absolutely up for it. Together, and with the backing of our state leaders, we will make progress by leaps and bounds to serve Californians as the workforce and economic engine for our nation's largest and now the fourth largest economy in the world. It is a good time, it's a great time to be in the California community colleges, and our time is absolutely now. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Christian, for sharing the exciting news. Christina, if you could allow the record to reflect that Board Member Brown and Board Member Perry have joined us.
Noted. Thank you, President Aguinaldo.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will move to item 5.2 and welcome guests for the 2024 to 2025 Exemplary Program Awards. And helping us to present will be Deputy Chancellor Tomaning, as well as President of the ASCCC, Cheryl Aschenbach.
Good morning, Board President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and Board of Governors. I'm Dr. Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor, and my co-presenter.
Good morning, Cheryl Aschenbach, President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges.
Great, and we are excited this morning to present item 5.2, the Exemplary Program Awards for 2024 and 2025. Before I hand over the presentation and slides to President Aschenbach, I want to provide some background. The Exemplary Award was established by the Board of Governors in 1991 to recognize outstanding community college programs. As many as 2 California community college programs receive cash awards of $4,000, and up to 4 programs receive honorable mention plaques. The awards are sponsored by the Foundation for the California Community Colleges and provide an excellent opportunity to showcase exceptional programs in our system. As critical partners to advancing the mission of the California Community Colleges, the Academic Senate selects annual themes related to the award's traditions and statewide trends. The theme for the 2024-2025 Exemplary Program Award is Integrating, Advancing, and Sustaining Open Educational Resources for Access and Equity. Strong nominees demonstrated how their program serves as a sustainable and comprehensive model for other colleges' open educational resources, aka OER, efforts in one or more of the following areas: broadening access and awareness of OER among faculty, making OER accessible using universal design for learning principles, developing OER with culturally relevant content grounded in inclusive, diversity-focused, equitable, and anti-racist principles, developing resources to support professional development that broadens the creation and use of OER content, and finding ongoing support for reviewing OER content. So at this time, I will hand it over to President Aschenbach to announce our recipients.
Thank you, Deputy Chancellor Tulmanang. And again, good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, I like saying that, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. Thank you for the introduction, and I think before we honor faculty-led programs that are impacting students in incredible ways, I want to acknowledge that you said this was instituted or established by the Board of Governors, and so thank you to your predecessors for establishing this opportunity to honor faculty-led programs, and then to the foundation for the fiscal support to make the awarding amount possible for this. So thank you all. We have 2 winners and 2 honorable mentions that we'd like to highlight today. And so if I could go to the next slide. Our first college program to highlight is at Coalinga College, and you can go next slide. And I will note this is the first time Coalinga College has been honored in any of the awards processes that the Academic Senate facilitates. So that is exciting. This program with the Coalinga College Library, led by librarian Heather Evans, was really developed to address both the need to lower textbook costs and have access for students, as well as to address the recognition that only 10% of faculty were adopting OER currently. And so their efforts, and this theme was selected in concert with the ongoing Academic Senate efforts for open educational resources and the system's efforts in zero textbook cost degrees. I think Coalinga College has done a fantastic job of expanding the use of OER to support ZTC. The state average when they started for adoption of OER was 29%. They were 10%, so significantly below, and that in a relatively short amount of time, they increased and achieved an 85% adoption rate amongst their full-time faculty. We know that is key to the effort. And then over 50% of their transfer sections. And again, access to textbooks is a leader in success, and so making that difference. They did this a number of ways. One is an information blitz. We have seen that across colleges, the need to help folks, faculty, students, folks on campus understand what open educational resources are. So an information blitz, easy on-ramps to OER, really supporting the faculty exploration and adoption and adaption of OER, partnering with LibreText for part of that, project management through integrated support, really being crucial in the launching of this and something that can be replicated across our colleges. And Heather is involved in some of our statewide efforts, and so what they've been able to achieve at Coalinga, we know is being shared with colleagues across the state. And so through collaborations, they've eliminated delays in textbook acquisition. Joseph Williams, or Member Williams, I'm looking at you knowing how important it is to have those textbooks quickly, no delays, and so they were able to address that, especially for non-traditional students when you look at populations like rising scholars and dual enrollment, so students can start off on the right foot. And then focusing on degree and certificate pathways, such as plant science, child development, that really would impact their community. What was our community looking for? So incredible work at one of our smaller colleges to significantly impact students, their pathways, and ultimately the community around them. So at this point, I'd like to recognize Heather Evans for her leadership of this project and invite her to join us at the table.
Thank you for having me, and I just want to express my gratitude at receiving this award. Coalinga College has worked very hard to, as a really small community, to harness the support network and the relationships that a small community allows to really get us to jump forward. And so I would be remiss if I didn't also mention we have an incredible faculty who understand our students, who are connected to our students, who are interested in advancing the communities that we serve. We cover over 2,000 square miles of towns of approximately 1,000 people, and so the ability to offer distance education. We also, part of the project management approach is student worker support, and so my main student worker has been Paige Ortiz, and she does an incredible job. I also benefited from my predecessor, Rachel Fleming, who helped get some of the initial groundwork laid that I've been able to build upon. And we are honored, and we look forward to carrying out this work and sharing everything that we've learned.
Thank you, Heather, and on behalf of everybody, congratulations. Our next program to honor, and actually this next slide shows a selection of some of the gateways to course OER that's available at Coalinga. Let's go to the next slide and recognize Diablo Valley College and their program OER at DVC. This is led by Andrea Swartz and Lindsay Shively. It aims to reduce and eliminate textbook costs as expected to be inclusive and equitable in our student excellence. They are they have used not just some of the ZTC grants from the Chancellor's Office, but also funding through a LibreText grant to drive some of their work and ultimately expand ZTC sections and make that zero textbook cost option available to students. They have leveraged their resources to remove financial barriers, support financial growth, really explore open pedagogy, and adopt and customize free high-quality educational materials. They have focused on anti-racist principles and have a district-wide collaboration with the district-wide OER Council, so kudos to all of the Contra Costa District. And this really establishes a collaborative and scalable model for institutionalizing OER adoption. So I want to give credit to and acknowledge our folks at Diablo Valley College and our Andrea and Lindsay here. Is there a chance they're online?
I do not see them online at this time.
Okay. So if we could please acknowledge their work and the work at Diablo Valley College. We have two honorable mentions. One, I think appropriately enough, is a district partner with Coalinga, so Lemoore College. And they had their own OER Revolution program to really drive the need for first generation and financially disadvantaged students to have access to course materials. And so they, since they launched that program in 2017, it has expanded to include 24 zero textbook cost degree and certificate pathways. That's incredible, especially for a smaller college, and have saved students over $9 million. Our investments escalate when we look at the financial benefit to students, and that's incredible. And again, small college, small communities. So if we could please acknowledge the work that Lemoore College has done as well. They also use this dashboard to kind of track where they are, which I think is a great visual to be able to communicate as well as kind of track and create some motivation to move some of those indicators. And then MiraCosta is our second honorable mention college. They have and specifically the sociology department and their ZTC OER efforts in sociology. And so they were recognizing the rising costs, of course, of textbooks and going back to 16, 17, implemented OER to save students at that point, just within their department, over $250,000, increasing that usage of OER in their sociology department sections from just over 21% to 77%. So really making sure that with 110,000 enrollments, students have access to free textbooks, free high-quality textbooks developed by other faculty, and they've saved over $11 million. So again, kudos to MiraCosta College and their sociology OER ZTC program. Thank you.
Wonderful. Congratulations to the winners and also to the honorable mentions. It's such a pleasure for the Board of Governors to be able to elevate your work on this timely and relevant theme. Before we welcome our guests up for a photo opportunity, I am going to welcome any board comments, and Member Haynes looks like she has one at the ready.
I'm so excited. So I congratulate everyone, and for those districts and colleges that are doing this and didn't get recognition. This is just so important work, and it's taken us a long time to sort of get off the ground relative to working and expanding OER. So the question I'm going to ask of the Chancellor's office would be, are we pulling the data on all of the colleges that are doing this? So that we know sort of where it, I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars, and the numbers belie just how this impacts our students. And so I'm hoping that we're keeping that data, that we're sharing it, that it's expanding beyond departments and going college-wide, because it makes such a difference. And what the data is telling us is if this is part of the package, part of what they can expect, that they get in our classes, they have the materials, they don't get behind, and there is a connection with the actual materials and the student, and the other part of the data says, and they continue to persist. And that's so critically important for so many of our students. And so I'm hoping that we can gather that information and then really help all of our colleges just thrive relative to this. It makes such a difference.
So I appreciate that for those comments, and also really amazing to hear about the awards and the pressing forward on several campuses of expanding OER use and OER-based ZTC pathways.
That's James Todd,
Oh,
our
I'm sorry.
Associate
I
Vice
just walked
Chancellor.
in as everybody knows. Thank you for having me, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and thank you very much, Dr. Haynes, for your comments as well. A few things that we are doing in terms of tracking our data. We do have a system called NOVA in which we are watching our grants that have been pushed out. We had $115 million come to our system, and we are starting to get the first reports of what has been produced. We're also at a point in which we're moving all of our funding across our system, across all colleges, to ensure that they have the foundational support needed to build ZTC OER pathways for our students. But there are a few things that are happening right now that are really helping us leverage those funds across the system. One is the significant investment in the ASCCC OERI, who has done a fantastic job of cataloging what we have across CalGETC courses, across ADT pathways, and we continue to build those so that colleges can look to see what has been produced and then adopt them for their courses. What the funding is doing right now is allowing colleges also to expand their pathways by not just merely creating from scratch materials, but now having funding to be able to adopt and adapt OER inside the classroom. So we're starting to see more exponential uses of OER across our system. So that partnership is really, really important. And we're also at the cusp of developing an RFP for a statewide repository that will also have data usage for our OER for the system. Right now, a lot of this is at the college and the district level, but our efforts over the next few months are to get that out and also adopt a system so that everybody has a platform to use that will also give us the data and the insights that you're asking for. So everything is starting to kind of merge into that direction. I think we'll have a great year for OER and ZTC.
Thank you. Member Williams.
So first, thank you for the presentation and congratulations. I think Member Haynes's point is really important. But my question is like, how do we tell the story? Like, how do we get mayors and economic development directors of counties talking about, oh, I have this college in my community? Because when they're going out and bringing businesses in, they have a marketing package, but you never really hear, like community college being a part of that outreach team to try to do employer retention or stopping employers from going away. And so it always just feel like in education, we're insular. We're talking to ourselves about our story, and we're always on campus talking about our story, but it's hard to get the message beyond campus. And so as you think about how to respond to the data, it's just the audience that you want to communicate that it's really not community college people. It's got to be, we need our mayor being able to say, hey, did you know in my city, blah, blah, and whatever the story is that you want to tell. So if you can just think about that, I think it really would be helpful for folks on the ground.
Wonderful. And Member Chang?
First off, congratulations to the amazing programs. It's always great to hear of OER and seeing what different colleges are doing. And then also thank you for bringing up collaboration and seeing that it's going to become a more statewide thing rather than specific colleges and districts. My question was with the 29%, how often is that number updated? Is it like every single time a class switches, or how is that updated, maybe semesterly, annually? Yeah.
I can't answer for the colleges. That's the information they provided on their application, so I think that was a point in time. But as evidenced by the dashboard that DVC has, or Lemoore had rather, I think that is something that's likely being tracked along so that as faculty make decisions to move to OER, how many sections is that impacting? That number will continue to increase.
Thank you. Member Gomez-Heitzberg.
Well, congratulations. I remember visiting your college, your campus, and being so impressed with the enthusiasm that people were demonstrating about OER, and now we see the end result and how pervasive your efforts were, and it's always a good thing to see. So I'm going to go from the large down to the micro, but I first want to say, the State Academic Senate, thank you for taking this out and the legitimacy of sharing that knowledge across all 116 campuses. What I am thinking about is the individual classroom faculty member and the lift that it takes, the support that is needed to actually switch over so that students can benefit and have those materials on the first day of classes, and what an impact that has in terms of equity. Because I can remember those students who 2 weeks in, 3 weeks in, 4 weeks in, still did not have access to books. So this is a real game changer in terms of Vision 2030 and the equity goals that we all have for the 2.1 or 2 million students across California. So thank you so much for everybody's collaboration.
Yeah, one of the things that we've been working on, we found that one of the big challenges with adopting OER is that it tends to lack the ancillary materials that for-profit publishing provides. And so, and for those who aren't in, that's presentation materials, test banks, quizzes, project ideas, discussion questions, essay prompts. that professors, the faculty may or may not have grown to rely on when they mandate that the students purchase the book. And then that's all material that they've sort of been responsible for generating on their own when they make the switch to a book that that's more focused on just the content. So one of the things we've been doing with my program is really encouraging when people adopt an existing OER textbook, that they create a master Canvas shell where they develop the ancillary materials themselves, and then those are being posted to Canvas Commons shared throughout the state. And so that somebody, especially, like, there's the need for full-time faculty to adopt, but adjuncts teach a lot of our classes, and adjuncts can be assigned last minute. And so the idea is that these shells are ready to go. They're adoptable, they are adaptable in their own right, but then that eases the transition for an instructor who is covering 23 units this semester and wants to take over OER, but just literally does not have the time or the energy to do so. And so the more that we can smooth the on-ramps for that, the more students are protected from the, having somebody who got the class like sometimes the second day of the semester, or 2 days before the class started. It shields the students. It allows the instructors to do what they do best, which is to teach, and they have the freedom to go on to customize that shell on their own and to continue to share. So, very good.
Thank you. Member Epstein.
So first, congratulations. But this may be heresy, but when you talked about the ancillary materials, it seems like it's a great job for a first draft by ChatGPT or some other generative AI. Is that, have you heard of people doing that, or have anybody thought about that?
We do speak with staff, especially about using ChatGPT as just like an idea prompt. A lot of our instructors are very used to grading, and they're very used to correcting and revising, but the terror of the blank page is sort of universal. And so being able to use some of the AI tools as just let's get something on the board so that you have something to work with. And that is some faculty who are comfortable with technology find that to be a great help. Faculty who are less confident with technology will, either try and do some education, and if that is resulting in terror, then we just, switch gears to a more traditional mode. So.
Thank you very much. Any other board members? Hearing none, let's move to public comment.
The public comment period on item 5.2 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. If you are calling in, press star 9. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will be given 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Wonderful. We will start the choreography of taking our photos. Please be patient with us for a second. All right, team, we are gathering again. Christina, are we ready to get started? Wonderful. Congratulations again to all of the winners. I could. We're bopping around the agenda a bit, and we're going to go to items 4.3 and 4.4, which we will be taking together. And for those, I welcome Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson up to introduce those items.
And as Chris is walking up, I want to make a few quick comments here. As a past president of a college, center status is a huge deal. And I think board member Nan Gomez Heitzberg was in fact a director of the Delano Center of Bakersfield College. So it is a big agenda item, and I'm super pleased that both presidents are actually here in person. And with that, I'll turn it over. Executive Vice Chancellor will take it as one item, but the vote, Kathy informed me, needs to happen one at a time. The public comment and the vote will happen for each item at a time. Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson. So before you, we have two center approval status items, one for the Mount San Jacinto Community College District for their Temecula Valley campus, and the other for the Palomar Community College District for their Rancho Bernardo Education Center. Both of these campuses have met the 10 criteria that we have in regulation and via statute to establish these centers. The 10 criteria I could list out, but rather than doing that, I'll keep my remarks rather short. We do recommend at a staff level approving both of these centers because they have met the criteria, and I'd like to give an opportunity to each one of the districts to present their application and their a few remarks around their center.
Well, good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, Board of Governors. My name is Roger Schultz, the Superintendent President of Mount San Jacinto Community College District, often confused with Mount SAC, and you'll hear a moment about that. I'm also serve as the CEO Board Chair and the Community College League Board Chair this year, but that's not why I'm here today. I'm very excited to talk about our Temecula Center that actually has been in the works for some time, relatively not a long period of time for this actual site. But we had outreach centers in the Temecula area, which is the population center of our district, for years. However, the feedback we were getting was that students were not getting a true college experience. They felt like they were attending a strip mall. They wanted a true comprehensive campus experience. In fact, we were losing 3,000 students a year, ironically, to my sister college, Palomar, just down the 15 freeway. You're welcome for helping your center. But Anyway, as fortune would have it, the city of Temecula came forward with an underutilized asset in the community, this giant 365,000 square foot complex owned by Abbott Industries. It was not fully occupied, and they felt it needed to be repurposed, and they needed higher education. So next slide, please. There is a picture of this giant complex. A little bit about us. I'm serious that we do get confused with Mount SAC quite frequently just because of the name, but we are quite different. We are much smaller, but we are growing at a tremendous trajectory. We're an average-sized community college on the spectrum of the community college system. We enroll last year just under total students, just under 29,000. We are on track this year to be over 30,000 students when all are factored in. We serve a diverse region across over 1,700 square miles, and you can see the communities we serve. However, as I mentioned, the Temecula Center, we were seeing demand in our area. And in fact, Mount San Jacinto College, just to tell you, since COVID, this year we're on track to be well over 20% pre-COVID levels with over 1,500 unfunded FTE, our commitment to our community, because we do have a low college going rate in our region. But the story goes on with us working with the city of Temecula to identify this property in 2017. As I said, 365,000 square feet. That is approximately the entire building size of our large Menifee Valley campus, which is our primary campus. In 2018-19, we secured it. 2017, we secured it for $55 million. We did DSA improvements for another $55 million. And so that brought us up to about a total cost of $110 million. I'll take the slide a little bit out of order here. That was a total cost investment of $110 million. When we walked through it upon opening with our architect, they said the value was more like $425 million if we were to try and build something like that. An immediate $325 million equity increase based on the repurposing of an underutilized commercial asset. Classes opened in 2020. Remember what was 2020? Yeah, I'm not going to go into that, but again, great strategic planning on my part. And honestly, we did take some hits. But again, when you plan something like this, it does take time. Next slide, please. But in speaking how this aligns with the vision for success, equity, and access, this truly demonstrates the commitment of our district and the community college system to providing enrollment opportunities where students are. And you can see the slow progression and that inkling of, and that 2019 number was really pre-COVID in the strip malls, students we were losing. Then we came on and started to open up the facility, and then boom, you can see the 2022 numbers. Now this brings into account face-to-face, hybrid, and online all together. But you can see the dramatic increases. And in fact, with us not being able to add many sections because of us being so far over our cap, we are repurposing underutilized sections at other sites and moving them to the Temecula Center to meet demand. But again, even this growth has had the naysayers kind of say, you were actually right. On the next slide, please. You know, people think I am brilliant. I'm good at what I do, but I am a product of my environment. We truly are a community college. We serve Southwest Riverside County, and if you're familiar with that area, the growth is tremendous. You're not going to see billboards. We don't do direct marketing. In fact, my PIO is very upset that I have cut her marketing budget because we have so many students coming to us. I didn't even touch on the 5,000 students I have on wait lists right now. So this is a product of our environment. You can see why people are moving here. It's the affordable housing. It is the quality of life. We may not be Napa, but we have an award-winning wine region, outdoor activities, and affordable, quality, safe lifestyle. But you can see where the enrollment growth comes from correlation to our population growth for our district. Next slide, please. Equity and support. We had to take a different approach. We actually went and studied community colleges that were more in an urban setting. These are 2 5-story towers. So we had to redesign from a sprawling campus to an urban campus. And these 2 sites, or this site is comprehensive in that it has veteran centers, it has EOPS, all the admissions records, but state-of-the-art facilities. The UCR chancellor came through and said, wow, your facilities are just as good as ours, only you have a view. And so it really is a testament. And the other thing that we did was, it's subtle, but if you look at that top corner right picture, There is a lot of intentional design to find space for students to congregate within the building so that they're not going into a quad, because we do have a quad, but we didn't want to lose them. We wanted to make sure they hung out. Faculty offices are just down the hall so that there's a spatial relationship for them to interact with faculty. Next slide, please. And equity and success. Chancellor Christian may remember Joseph Awad, our student trustee from last year. He is a product, an immigrant. I'm not going to read his story, but an immigrant who was in the Temecula area, took advantage of our center, actually became a Jack Kent Cook Scholarship Award winner last year at graduation, and is now proudly at UCLA. But he often says he had other choices. He reminds me that he could have gone to Cal or UC San Diego. But again, I think this illustrates our commitment as a system to trying to create equity and success for all of our students. Next slide. And although it's not part of the mission, we are a community. And this past Christmas Day, we opened up our campus for the last 3 years. And you'll notice there's a culinary room in the back there. This building came with a commercial kitchen that allowed us to implement our culinary program. But with such a large facility, the local Rotary feeds 1,000 people on Christmas Day. And so we opened that facility up. And again, I'll let you read later, but I got this voicemail message from this elderly member of the community with this very faint voice, but she was so appreciative of the impact that it had on her life and the meaning that it had to create a sense of community, and thanked us for opening up our campus working with Rotary. So again, we may be touching non-students as well, but I think it is a testament to the impact of community colleges on our communities. And then our last slide is really trying to give you a visual. Next slide. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. This picture, again, 2 5-story towers. That only shows you about half of it. It is an impressive facility. Vice Chancellor Ferguson, in a prior role, came down and looked at it. We currently are trying to work with Cal State San Marcos on trying to bring them in as a partner on some of the excess square footage we have on the other side to really make transfer even easier for our students. So thank you. If you have any questions, I'll take them.
It's absolutely beautiful. Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Dr. Star Rivera-Lacey, and I have the privilege of being the superintendent president at Palomar College. And with me today is also our senior director of institutional research, Michelle Barton. Thank you for being here. I believe we have a PowerPoint slide as well. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So, we are proud to represent Palomar today and excited to share with you more about our district. Palomar College is a large and diverse district. In fact, Palomar is one of the largest single college districts with a service area that spans more than 2,500 square miles. A service area that I like to point out is larger than the state of Delaware. Mind you, Delaware is small, but I'm very excited about that. Our student population is approximately 29,000 students, and we are designated as a Hispanic serving institution, with over 50% of our students identifying as Latino, Latina. And specifically, at our Rancho Bernardo Center in 23-24, it served over 2,500 students, of which 54% hailed from traditionally underrepresented student groups. And as such, receiving formal center status would align with our commitment to meeting the educational needs of this large, diverse district. And we're excited to expand educational access to our communities. Next slide, please. In 2024, Palomar completed its 2035 Educational Facilities Vision Plan, which established the direction and priority for the district. Through this process, Rancho Bernardo consistently surfaced as a priority for both internal and external stakeholders. Rancho Bernardo, which was established in 2018 and funded through Prop M, is seen as a unique opportunity to expand educational access to our district's most southern region, far from Temecula Valley, by decreasing long commutes and taking education to our students. Since its establishment, Rancho Bernardo has shown great promise and was growing steadily until the pandemic hit. However, post-pandemic, it is once again our fastest growing educational site. At Rancho Bernardo, we have invested, next slide please, we've invested in programs and services that strategically align with the California Community College 2030 Vision Plan. We are being intentional about focusing on equity and success, equity and access, and equity and support. Rancho Bernardo has been established as a center of excellence for design and technology. Programs currently offered focus on STEM pathways, including math ADT and STEM preparation for transfer. It is home to architectural drafting, interior design, and fashion design with programs in these areas and a proposed Bachelor's of Science degree in building performance and environmental design. Next slide, please. We also recognize that we cannot do this work alone and have been purposeful in establishing and expanding key partnerships. One example of this is our established Palomar Middle College program, offered in partnership with the Poway Unified School District. I'd also like to point out that we are pleased that the center provides comprehensive student services to foster and support student success. Next slide. These efforts have resulted in strong enrollment numbers and are even outpacing our own projections. It's important to note the center is designed to be financially self-sustaining with fiscal oversight integrated into the district's existing operations. Next slide, please. So once again, on behalf of the entire Palomar Community College District, we thank you for your consideration today. Because transitioning Palomar's Rancho Bernardo status to a Chancellor's Office approved education center would represent a significant milestone in Palomar's mission to serve our expansive and diverse district, and it would establish it as a cornerstone of educational opportunity within our community. Thank you, and go Comets.
Thank you very much to the two of you. The fact that the both of you talked about bringing college to where the students are aligns perfectly with Vision 2030 and the comments that Chancellor Christian made at the outset of our meeting. So thank you very much. At this time, I'll take any board comments. Member Costa.
I have a question for Ms. Sorry?
Do you want to separate the board comments too, or just the vote? Okay. All right. At this time, we will take board comments solely as to Mount San Jacinto.
My comment's actually going to be about the Chancellor's Office process. So it's relevant to both of these and any that come before. So I know as part of it, and both of these districts have shown that they have a population that can sustain this over the next 10 years through their enrollment. But how do we think about it at a statewide level when state population is basically flat? And so we're growing in these areas, and we should, to accommodate those new students, but clearly we have other areas of the state that are not growing and could be declining in their overall population.
Yeah, I think from the Chancellor's Office perspective, we do see demographic shifts in the state, and we have to meet the students where they're at. So we can't move a college from an area that might be declining to an area that may be seeing that population growth. But what we can do is work with our existing community colleges to see that they're establishing outreach centers that then become full status learning centers that then serve those students in terms of the overall within the funding formula. As they grow in FTES, they would also grow within the student-centered funding formula based upon whatever is budgeted by the state. The state's formulas do not allow for shifting of FTES from one college district to another in that baseline. But within growth, we do have opportunities wherever that growth is occurring, should it not be used by another district, to then reallocate that growth funding to other districts in the state that may be growing.
Thank you. This question would go to both of you, if you will. So curriculum sounds like it's key, and so and in some explanations, it sounds like it was very specifically designed for the populations that are in these your communities. So can you speak to would you speak again to what that curriculum is for each of you, And yeah, because that would be helpful for me.
For Mount San Jacinto, thank you for the question. We, for the most part, is general education preparation transfer is primary. However, we are expanding nursing. We are working with our local hospitals. We added just this fall the radiologic technology program, and that is based in the Temecula Center. We're looking at partnering with Cal State San Marcos. We have an aviation program. There is the French Valley Airport that is nearby, so we do have an aviation program. I mentioned the wineries in the region. We do have a viticulture program, but those are really small in comparison. The real heavy lifting is with general education. Access to STEM major preparation is primary at that site right now, in addition to those programs that I mentioned.
Dr. Rivera-Lacey, do you have Pam's question in mind? Because our general counsel is looking at me like I'm going to get in a lot of trouble if we don't divide these comments up.
I can speak to it when we divide it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
I didn't make note. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other board members? Yeah, I think Member Williams.
And I apologize because I don't even know who my comment is for, but when Member Acosta was speaking, it just gave me a thought about we're always, as a trustee, trying to balance facility costs. And so when we talk about growth, the difference between are we growing for in-person students or online students? Because, I know in my district, we're growing, but a lot of those students are going to school online, and then we're, in some instances, expanding our physical footprint, but it's not necessarily keeping up with the students that are taking classes online. And so I just wondered, how does that get factored in when we're thinking about these things? Because in some instances, folks are expanding their physical footprint, and when you got to think about deferred maintenance and all of those things. But if your growth is happening online, how does that get considered into new facilities? That was just my thought when Member Costa asked her.
Yeah, certainly the Chancellor's Office would look at that as part of our review process. But I would assume that most individual colleges in the state would not establish a learning center if the goal was to expand digital offerings because they could do that through their home campus without incurring that additional cost. In this case, luckily, I was able to travel to Mount San Jacinto's Temecula Valley Center campus post-pandemic. And while I was there, you could see a number of students on the campus, so it is well utilized and certainly just an outstanding campus and just a great value, as President Schultz mentioned.
Thank you very much, Member Brown.
Yes, I have a Mount San Jacinto question. So I was thinking about your viniculture wine programs, and I was thinking about connections to transfer to places like UC Davis. Then I started thinking about how colleges that have these programs tend to have a strong community connection into the industry, and not just with one particular program, because when I'm thinking of Davis, I actually think about how they sell ice cream in the community, and they're known for that because, it's a dairy area. Allen Hancock College has their own wine. When you go to their viniculture website, you can click buy wine. When I visited that college, going through the hotel lobby, ran into a local couple who didn't know who I was at all, and they highly recommended the local community college wine that I should try while I was in town. So I'm just thinking about that impact that can be had, and I'm wondering if the Temecula Valley campus is going to tap into either wine or any other local industries to the point of actually having that sort of front-facing community industry connection to be selling something directly to the community. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I have worked with Allen Hancock's president, got their lawyer's information, and to be honest, our winemaking is not up to the level of Allen Hancock at this time. And so I don't think it has market value, but it's something that we aspire to. As I mentioned, there is that other tower that is open, and trying to bring a convergence of culinary along with viticulture, having an operational experiential lab that would be open on the weekends. We've actually had discussions with the wineries. They do not see us as a competitor if that were to happen. They very much support it. In fact, all of our faculty, we have no full-time faculty in that program. It is all the winemakers from the local industry. And although we always think about just winemaking, there is the aspect of this next generation of growing grapes and how to do it in an environmentally friendly way. And actually, one of our faculty members is a national leader in that effort. So we're trying to see that convergence come together as well. So we're working there, but it's aspirational to get to that level to put our name on a label, but we don't want to do it if we don't have the quality.
Thank you. First, I wanted to say those labs look very amazing. That view, being a STEM student myself, I remember taking all my prerequisites at community college and spending many, many hours in labs. But I was more so curious about student support programs, and also if students who are taking classes on that in that center, in that building, will have stuff like counselors, MESA, and stuff like that to make sure that they're really able to succeed, tutoring, and so on.
So it is a comprehensive center, and on the ground floor we have an LRC that if you walk into, you will not see any books. It is primarily small breakout rooms. If you were to walk by there at the end of the semester, it is packed with a lot of tutoring going on, a lot of small group interaction. There's a number of small group rooms up on the fourth floor where the STEM classes are. We actually encourage students to write on the walls and make it a completely immersive learning environment. So we have all of those, and of course, yes, counseling. We did just add financial aid down there because the numbers of our staff were stretched, but we've added financial aid, admissions records, the Veterans Center, Health Center, all of the other EOPS, all of those programs were there, but that was the last piece that just dropped in this past year.
Member Gomez-Heitzberg.
Yes, a comment and a question. First, I appreciate the design element that you talked about, President Schultz. Keeping students on campus and encouraging them to stay and to participate with each other is certainly, we know, is critical to them sustaining and completing their goals. Curious about what happens when you inherit a building, so to speak. In your renovations, how did you incorporate, or how have you incorporated our goals for sustainability and climate?
So we did not have the additional dollars to go for the LEED certification, but all of those aspects were designed in. In fact, this wasn't that old of a building. This building was built in 2010 by Abbott Industries, a leading biotech firm. There are the shades inside that help cool. They're automated. I don't know all of the aspects of that which went into it, but our architectural firm, 196 out of Santa Barbara, has worked on many projects, and we tried to ask them to incorporate all of that we could. You can't open windows. I mean, it is a sealed environment, and like I said, with the shading and such, and having just everything in one or two towers as compared to spread out all over campus, it is naturally very efficient. So it was there, but I do not have all the facts on that because we were trying to save a buck. So,
Member Villavicencio.
Thank you so much, President Aguinaldo. I just want to commend both districts for building these centers. As a faculty member who started teaching at the California Community College in a center, it is wonderful that we are actually meeting our students where they are. We know that it's challenging for some students to even get to the physical location because of transportation issues and whether it be financial or whatnot. We also know that certain students definitely need that face-to-face, in-person learning. And so I'm so grateful that you've gone through this process. I've had a briefing, in fact, to sort of understand what this process looks like at the Chancellor's office level, but I know there's a lot of work that needs to happen at the local level, at the district level, and I'm grateful for your leadership and your individual boards as well, who are champions themselves in moving this forward. So I guess I do have one question in terms of making sure that, and I'm sure you're already doing this, but if you could share with us, with the board, of what you're doing to sort of publicize, right, the openings of these wonderful spaces to the community, to make sure that members of your districts know that this is going to be a wonderful opportunity for them to attend your wonderful colleges. Thank you.
Well, for us, coming out of COVID, we did a number of events, including foundation rooftop. There is a lovely rooftop fifth floor veranda that allowed us to entertain chambers of commerce and such. The physical location is right next to the Temecula Valley Mall. When I get gas in the morning at the Costco, you look up and see a giant Mount San Jacinto sign. We have done mailers throughout the community. We're doing outreach to local high schools. We do not have in place any type of a middle college yet. Our primary concern is working, as I've mentioned several times, to get Cal State San Marcos into the region, because as you illustrated, if you're not familiar, everybody thinks San Diego and Temecula is this great place, and it is, but we have one of the 10 worst freeways in the United States with congestion. So as you pointed out, students do have difficulty trying to get to Cal State San Marcos. So we're trying to bring them in, and we're constantly working with the local school districts to advocate for that. There's a local coalition. We're going to be doing a gala. So there's a lot of social media. There has been actually direct mail marketing on the opening of the center. But I think it's an ongoing effort, because we have so many people moving into the community from the coastal regions that don't realize that site is there.
Member Adu.
Hi, thank you. As a community college student that lives in Riverside, really excited to have you guys here. My question is, aside from location, because you guys have established that the location is one of the main benefits of having that Temecula campus, how does the Temecula campus differ from the main campus in terms of what it offers students?
So we're a multi-campus single college district. San Jacinto is the original site from the 1960s, very sprawling general education, some career education such as automotive and some other construction-related non-credit classes. Moving to the Menifee campus, our largest campus, that looks more like a traditional comprehensive with athletics, performing arts also at San Jacinto. The one thing that sets us apart in Temecula is really a STEM focus, working on the northern San Diego County area and the economic development plans for the Temecula area, trying to support the workers that need the STEM-related degrees. And although we haven't embarked formally on it yet, we're looking at our bachelor's degree to be along those lines of some type of a lab technician that will support biotech. And so that campus is very much STEM-oriented. We don't have the capacity for athletics. We do not have the capacity for theater, so those you'd have to go back up. So we really have balanced across the region. We do hope to introduce more allied health, because that area is also continuing to expand in those areas. But it is really probably the dominant STEM-related campus.
All right, Kathy's going to have to bear with me here, because I'm going to try to build off of the momentum created by Superintendent Schultz and transfer the opportunity to Dr. Rivera Lacey to synthesize and consolidate all of the board questions. So I want to hand it over to you to respond to all of those. Thank you so much. Doctor, is your microphone on?
Got it. So thank you. Starting with the questions around how do we select programs and curriculum, as far as what it is that we offer, we were very fortunate that Palomar in 2024, we worked on our educational and facilities vision plan. So we had an opportunity to not only ask our internal stakeholders, but ask our community members. We had 67 listening sessions. Yes, you heard it, 67 listening sessions that included folks in the community, business partnership, other educational institutions, because we really wanted to hear what was the need, and we were really setting forth our vision for the next 12 years. And as such, what we learned is that it was really important to have those conversations. So where the Rancho Bernardo is located, there are also some other institutions. So we really making sure that myself, I'm working with the other CEOs, and we see each other as partners and really bringing educational opportunities to our communities instead of competing with each other. But at the same time, too, we have to know what we are good at and what we can offer so that we're providing different opportunities for students as such. So for us, the general education is vital for folks to have there. But because of our local businesses, our architectural firms, and some other business opportunities where we can provide apprenticeships for our students, it was really important to have that focus on STEM. So that was one of the main reasons. And so I wanted to speak to that piece, but again, I do think it's important when you're talking about centers and what it is that you're going to offer, making sure that you have the voice of the community in that community college aspect. Moving on to as far as online versus in person, I think it's really important to understand that we're finding that our students are not one size fits all. A lot of our students are doing a mix of some online and some in person. We also recognize that there are students that are high touch and some that are low touch. And folks, for them, in order for the folks to be successful, I know as you notice here, you'll notice I'm a pen and paper type of person because my brain just processes that way. So what we're trying to do is create opportunities both in brick and mortar and online. But again, we're really finding this interesting mix where students are not just one type of student. They may take an online course for this, but perhaps math, they need that face-to-face interaction. So what we're trying to do is create a place for a community, for them to be able to be there with good Wi-Fi. I know when I was going through my own, as a first-generation low-income student, that thank goodness for a community college, because if it wasn't for that community college, my PhD would not be a reality today. And I remembered that my home wasn't necessarily conducive for learning. So I would go to school, right? Not when I had necessary, besides when I had classes, just so I could find space to study. So I'm always really kind of keeping that in mind, recognizing, keeping that community and community college. And as far as student services, we have extensive student services, and that's something that we recognize that in order for our students to be successful, they need both the support in the classroom and outside of the classroom. So Rancho Bernardo does have that. And one of the things too, as far as marketing for ourselves, one of the things that we have is we have our community room, and that where we bring the community onto campus and hold events there so that they can have exposure to Rancho Bernardo. And I'll tell you this much, our success of our students, that is the best marketing tool that we have. They go out into the community and they really speak to what it is that we're doing. But at the same time, we do have outreach. We have the side of buses has Palomar College on there. And when we speak about Palomar College in our district, we are always recognizing the centers and naming them all. And how the center really differs from the main campus, interestingly enough, our athletics really is what is housed at our flagship San Marcos campus. But we are seeing that Students are, just like they're taking both online courses and in-person courses, we have students that are at our flagship at the San Marcos campus, but they're also taking classes at the Rancho Bernardo, depending on what it is, for the convenience and time. So it also gives them another opportunity to do that. And so at the same time, we have the general education, and we have like our Poway to Palomar Middle College at Rancho Bernardo. So we do have some specific things at Rancho Bernardo, but we are trying to give folks a comprehensive experience. And I think I got all the questions.
I am very glad you took excellent notes. That was very impressive. Do any of the board members have any other questions for Dr. Rivera-Lacey? Okay, excellent. At this time, we're going to move on to public comment. I'll let Christina go through her spiel before I advise on how to handle this.
The public comment period on item 5.3 is now open. We will start with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. At this point, I can hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right. For item 4.3, we have Larry Galizio, and Larry also has public comment for item 4.4.
But totally separate.
That's right. Exactly right.
Should I just, I don't, there we go. Thanks. Madam President, Larry Galizio.
Oh, over there by Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson, please, Larry.
It's good. I need the stretching. So, Larry Galizio, President of the League. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. I think you've heard so much, so this has been a great discussion, and just in strong support. I think both of all the work that's already occurred and that will continue to occur in these areas that are growing and serving so many students will advance Vision 2030 and then the local community constructed missions as well. So, and I also wanted to thank Member Brown. Any meeting that mentions ice cream and wine in the same is certainly somewhere where I would like to be. But I think you see here the leadership and serving students. And at the end of the day, Member Costa, all the data still shows that place matters and that students generally, more often than not, will attend institutions of higher education within, a close geographical area. And I've had the opportunity, I haven't been at the Rancho Bernardo Center, or soon-to-be center, I hope, but I have been at Mount San Jacinto, and it's really spectacular.
30 seconds.
Just urge your support. Do I have to stay here?
Yeah. Do you want to move on to your second batch of comments, Larry?
That's okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's the end of our public comments. This is the serious part that we have to keep separate, everyone. So I'm going to take a motion on item 4.3.
Move approval.
Second.
Excellent. Thank you, Board Member Williams and Board Member Haynes. Christina, if we could take a vote.
Thank you. And just confirming there are no virtual hands raised.
Thank you.
Yes. Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Excuse me. Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Congratulations. At this time, I'll take a motion as to action item 4.4.
Moves to approve.
Second.
Thank you very much, Member Chang and Member Villavicencio. At this time, I'll take the vote. Christina?
Yes, and for this item, I do not also see virtual comments.
Thank you.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein. Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Congratulations to the both of you. It's great to see your partnership and collegiality up on the dais as well. So thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we're going to bounce back up to our consent calendar for item 3.1, and I welcome Deputy Chancellor Tomaning to handle our November 2024 board meeting minutes. Or perhaps we should just take the motion since
I move
everybody.
the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you, Member Costa and Member LeGrand. Christina, may I entertain public comments?
The consent calendar is now open for public comment. We will begin with public remarks in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands are raised.
Excellent. We have our motion and second. Now we'll take the roll call.
Love Adu.
Here.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph William.
Aye.
The motion
Christina,
is
if we
carried.
could bounce back over to Member Adu to take her vote again, please.
Yes. Love Adu?
Aye.
Thank you. It's noted. And the motion is carried.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, we will move to item 4.1, approval of contracts and grants, and I welcome Interim General Counsel Lynch to the dais.
Board members, Chancellor Christian, I will attempt to sit. My name's Kathy Lynch. I'm your general counsel, and I'm introducing the contracts and grants item. You should have it in front of you. Are there any questions?
Shocker. Member Epstein.
Me.
Hi, I just have a quick question. On contract number 3, the Rising Scholars, which a program I really think is terrific and very important. There's a paragraph that I will read, and I was just wondering if there's any data to support this claim. It's on page 5 of the agenda item attachment. These accomplishments advance educational opportunities, reduced recidivism, improved employment prospects, and post-release incomes, creating better outcomes for justice-involved individuals and society at large. That's a pretty sweeping statement. I was wondering if there was any data to back that up.
I think the data is in the bullets before that.
No.
On page 4 of 5, but no specific data to that. I'm unaware of it, but I would ask one of my colleagues that runs the program. They might have more knowledge than I do.
And I can try to take that question, not that I know the answer. What I do know, Board Member Epstein, is that when originally we were funded for the Rising Scholars Program, it took a while for us to really launch the program. But in the last few years, we have seen significant outcomes. I mean, one of the slides on my slide deck shows the increase in our enrollments. We also see increased outcomes in our Californians who are incarcerated completing programs of study. So we have some data in the last few years that are starting to accumulate, and we do believe that the growth that you will see in the future is going to be exponential, both in enrollment numbers as well as certificate and degree completion numbers. My last comment would be with the investment from the governor's January budget of the $30 million. We are in the process of really looking at even expanding credit for prior learning and other strategies into taking it to the students, to the Californians who are incarcerated. So even if that language sounds a little bit enthusiastic in the description, and maybe in the years right after the investment, we have not seen outcomes. We are seeing outcomes as we speak, and we are confident that with the structures we have in place, that we're going to be able to realize those outcomes. But thank you for that question.
Member Haynes?
So I don't expect a response at this time, but what I can say, and I'm gung-ho in support of Rising Scholars, and all of the things that they say about the success rates are absolutely true. And one of those elements is that these are once graduating from these programs and moving on to one's education, there's the possibility of employment. But one of the places where there's not always the possibility of employment is within our own educational systems. Depending on what the infraction was, what someone was convicted of, which belies, and I'm sorry this is taking so long, which belies that folks can change and that they can be a committed person. And so there's evidently law, not sure if it's state law or whether it's federal law, that basically says that our colleges, depending on what comes back in a search relative to what the infractions were, that we cannot hire full-time. And so I would like the Chancellor's office to clarify what that is, because I know that for Los Rios, there have been a number of folks who were employed by error, evidently, and can no longer. And so, and the reason why some of this is important is because in many cases, many of our students benefit from someone who's been on that pathway before and has come back and has become a thriving citizen, resident of the community. And so, since I don't know the why of it, and it may be logical and reasonable, I think we really need to find out, are there any prohibitions and what are they? And at least we know that up front, as opposed to later on when someone says, no, we can no longer, you can no longer have this particular job in counseling or whatever that job would be relative to students.
Member Brown.
So this comment, after I read through both items 3 and 5, connecting to what you both brought up about the Rising Scholars, I was thinking about our upcoming retreat and looking for more opportunities for intersections. And so when I see this workforce and economic development happening in Pasadena area, and coming from the Los Angeles area and knowing how many people are suffering because of the fires, I'm thinking about connections between our Rising Scholars and the efforts to expand our programming in regards to fire. So a lot of our fire prevention or mitigation efforts are actually being done by incarcerated individuals. So I'm wondering, what can we do in the area of credit for prior learning for those people? Are any of the existing Rising Scholar programs working on building, or do they already have programs in fire? I'm also thinking about, so that's one piece. And then the other piece is mental health. I know someone personally who lost a home in the Camp Fire near Chico. And it took 4 years, I would say, to really reestablish themselves. So thinking about 32,500 people in just one of our LA area fires who are now not only looking for housing, but are going to have to deal with this emotionally. Thinking about our post-quarantine students that I've been seeing in the classroom who are already traumatized from being too much locked up in the house and now maybe dealing with being unhoused. So the big intersection is how can we provide more mental health and psychoeducational support to our students system-wide. So those are the two big intersections I see, and I hope that we can do some more work around collaborating across these different efforts that we have. So it's more of a comment and something for us to consider. Thank you.
Just a quick reflection on both Member Haynes and Member Brown's comments. I think as we get engaged with developing our plans for the new investments, you know, the post-educational opportunities, the workforce, and Member Haynes specifically brought up the community college employment. I was actually at Los Rios district board meeting. Chris and I had gone over because that was Board Member Haynes's last Board of Trustees meeting, and we were there and we saw all these faculty and staff, you know, waiting to make public comments. So we experienced that firsthand. The item number 5, in fact, our Vice Chancellor for Workforce, Tony Cordova, was briefing me the other day that he is specifically going to be utilizing the individual that we're bringing on with an IJE to focus on some of these, you know, the strategies that you're talking about, including the CPL strategy. Ironically, we have another item where we are expanding our workforce for first responders and fire academies as well. So, Board Member Brown, you always help us connect dots way more deeply than in our preliminary conversations, and you give us more connections to be made. So I thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Member Costa.
Hello. I'm going to align myself with Board Member Epstein's comments, and I really do like this program. I think the board has consistently asked for more detail on these contract outcomes. And my observation in the write-up is the accomplishments from prior years are not outcomes, they're tactics. And I think really what we'd like to see is, you know, hard numbers on, you know, how many students were served, what the recidivism reduction was, and it just helps us as we get these in a bulk to understand what the student-focused outcome was, not kind of how the contract was executed. Thanks.
All right. Any public comments?
The public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Thank you very much. We will at this time take a motion.
So move.
Second.
Member Legrand, thank you. Member Gomez-Heitzberg, thank you. We will take the vote.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente,
Aye.
Tom Epstein,
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg,
Aye.
Pamela Haynes,
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis,
Aye.
Harry Legrand,
Aye.
Jennifer Perry,
Aye.
Bill Rawlings,
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Christina, please keep going. You can come back. Oh, there we go.
Blas Villalobos,
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio,
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Christina. Let's move to action item 4.2, the Foundation for California Community Colleges Board reappointment, and I welcome Deputy Chancellor Tomaning back up to the podium.
As a Deputy Chancellor and Foundation colleague, Melissa, getting settled, this is a fun item and I look forward to it every year. So happy to see you, Melissa.
All right, so good morning again, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and Board of Governors. I'm Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor, and I am here to present item 4.2 with our foundation partner, Melissa Connor, and it is for reappointment of our foundation board member, Kwesi Edwards. So with that, I will go ahead and hand over for further comments to Melissa.
Thank you, Deputy Chancellor Tomaning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, member of the board. I wanted to take a moment to highlight the significant contributions of Kwesi Edwards, who has been a dedicated member of the Foundation Board of Directors since 2021. He's currently serving as our Secretary Treasurer and is scheduled to complete his second four-year term in January 2029. Kwesi has been a driving force behind our efforts to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. He served as the past chair and a current member of our board DEI advisory committee, and played a huge role in shaping the foundation's DEI priorities. He's been instrumental in launching employee resource groups at the foundation to support our foundation staff. He's also co-moderated our leadership speaker series, which brings diverse perspectives and stories of leadership to our organization. Beyond DEI, Kwesi has made significant contributions to our commitment to innovation. So with his background in technology and leadership, he has led innovation workshops for our leadership team, helped us think strategically about the future and how we can always continue to adapt to the evolving needs of our colleges and communities. Kwesi also champions the mission of the California Community Colleges in tangible ways, including his support for our fundraising efforts. So I want to thank Kwesi personally for earlier this year participating in key fundraising events with a Tri-Counties Bank campaign that we're currently in the midst of to support our Student Ambassador program. Thank you to many of you who also have given donations to support that program. It's in honor of Tri-County's 50th anniversary. They selected our nonprofit and the Student Ambassador program to support and celebrate their anniversary, and Kwesi has played a big role in showing up and providing leadership for key events in that initiative. Overall, his dedication and leadership for our students, our colleges, and our communities has helped us make a stronger impact, and we are so grateful for his ongoing partnership and look forward to continuing to work with him during his second term on our board. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments highlighting Kwesi Edwards' accomplishments and contributions to the foundation and also to the Chancellor's Office. So with that, I'll go ahead and close and ask our Board of Governors for approval of Kwesi Edwards' reappointment to the Foundation Board.
Before we move to the vote, I see a hand up, and it's from Member Perry. Member Perry?
Yes, I'm speaking from the void. I just want to, I think Melissa so beautifully laid out all of the really substantive contributions Kwesi has made to the foundation. And I want to underscore that with just talking about how thoughtful and insightful his comments and participation is. And he's really an incredible asset to the foundation. And just recently, he made us rethink of our board processes in the kind of way he approaches everything, which is looking at the big picture and thinking what is additive and what can make the foundation more effective. So I want to say just how much I support his nomination to continue on the board and what a tremendous asset he has been. And
Thank
can
you,
I make a motion?
Yes.
There you go. And I would like to move that we approve.
Wonderful. Thank you, Member Perry. We're not quite there yet, but we'll get there. Member LeGrand.
Thank you for acknowledging that. I just want to add my thanks to Kwesi as well, because one of the things we just did was we kind of changed the process for reappointment, where you have to take an opportunity to share your experiences and why you want to continue as a board member. That hadn't happened before. And so he willingly was a volunteer to kind of test that out for us, which actually made it really kind of interesting when we got to the discussion process for this. So having been a person who presented at the leadership workshop series where he was the co-moderator, he grilled me quite effectively. So I would just say that I too would echo his reappointment. It's of great benefit to the foundation. So thank you. And I second Jennifer's motion.
You guys are making this work easy. Any other board comments? Great, we'll move to public comment.
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Thank you very much. We have a motion from Member Perry, a second from Member LeGrand. We can move to the roll call.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrienne Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas. Oh, I didn't hear you, Member Salas.
She's muted.
She's muted. I'll ask her to unmute. I see I also skipped Member Gomez Heitzberg. Nan Gomez Heitzberg?
Aye.
Thank you.
Salas, aye.
Thank you. Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Kwesi. Melissa, if you could stay up here, we're going to tackle item 5.3, the Foundation for California Community Colleges Annual Report. And I'm going to pass it to Chancellor Christian for opening.
The comments I made previously was for item 5.3, so Melissa, take it away.
Great. Thank you. And we have some slides for this, but I'm happy to be here today on behalf of the foundation to present our fiscal year 23-24 annual report. We can go to the next slide. To give a little background, the foundation is the official nonprofit auxiliary supporting the Board of Governors, the Chancellor's Office, the system as a whole. We were established in 1998, so we're celebrating just over 26 years of service to the system. This year, we have over 150 funders, donors, and partners that come together to make all of the work possible. And we have 70 active programs, and these touch all 116 colleges and over 2 million students across our campuses. And next slide. Our mission is as broad as the mission of the California Community Colleges. It's to benefit, support, and enhance the California Community Colleges. Our vision is to really serve as that hub for innovation and intermediary for transformative change at scale. And what that means for us is being the right hand to the Board of Governors, right hand to the Chancellor's Office, here to try things out, test things out, bring in new partnerships, bring in new resources to help make things possible. Next slide. This is what we call our operational model. Sometimes it's confusing, all the things that we do and how we do our work. And so this is something that we use to kind of share who we are and how we operate. So in the top left there, you have sort of our vision of operating, innovating, incubating across the raise. There are 5 goal areas of how we work, but it's about being mission-driven, building strong partnerships, being ready to implement and scale with excellence, being able to innovate, and being that model for sustainability for a nonprofit. Everything we do, if you go down to the bottom there, is grounded in our core values. And our work is through the guiding framework of the system, which is right now our Vision 2030 Action Roadmap. And all of our work goes through 6 areas of impact. So student success, workforce development, equity, community impact, climate action, system support. And all of this work goes to support our students, our community colleges, and then on into our greater community. We can't do this alone. Every single thing we do involves partnership. So you can see there how the partnerships are helping to feed all of this work. And if we go to the next slide, I'll share the types of partnerships that we're making. We're constantly reaching out to philanthropy. We're building partnerships with corporations. This is everything from employer partnerships, programs to do internships, and then procurement services that benefit the system as a whole. We're also partnering with educational institutions and systems, and we're constantly looking for those government partnerships that make a critical difference, both at federal, state, and local level. And next slide. In terms of what we do, there's quite a bit that we're doing in terms of capacity and capabilities. I'm not going to go through this whole slide, but you can see it ranges everything from program incubation, development, and management, all the way to training, technical assistance, endowment management, cooperative purchasing, relief aid, scholarship distribution, and student-centered design, technology development, on into communications. And next slide. So this is our actual annual report, which I'm really pleased to share today. Board members LeGrand and Perry, who also serve on our board, and both deeply supportive of this work, have already had a preview, so some of this will seem familiar. But if we go to the next slide. So our themes this year were around highlighting the lasting impact across those 6 areas of impact I just mentioned. This year, there was a really intentional focus on aligning our work and showing how we're helping to advance the new Vision 2030. And also, I would say tied to this was a real focus on the future. There's a lot of excitement in the system. There's a lot of things moving under Chancellor Christian's leadership, and so that's really front and center in this annual report. And then finally, this is an opportunity for us to recognize those collaborations that help make all this work possible. Next slide. The strategic focus of the plan this year, Vision 2030, front and center. A lot of focus on sort of the innovative solutions across these different areas of impact. As I mentioned, there's a real future focus. Like, we're doing the work that matters on the ground today, but it has ripple effects into the future, and that's a theme throughout the report. You'll also see our current strategic plan is called our Double Impact Strategic Plan. It's an 8-year plan. We just hit our midpoint in that plan, so that's a milestone that we're celebrating throughout our annual report this year. And then community impact at scale. We know community colleges are the heart and hubs of communities throughout California, and when we leverage the community colleges as a network, we can have tremendous impact across California, and so that's another key theme across the report. Next slide. So this year, these are the important metrics that we share in our report. These are all very important for a nonprofit. This is a tool that we use for funders and partners as well. But we were able to achieve $186 million in annual impact delivered across those 6 areas of impact. And for us, this is just, this $186 million is proxy for impact. It's what we're able to do. 85% here of every dollar was invested directly into programs. So that's a very important number for nonprofits. It shows we're running lean, and we're really proud of that number. And we were able to bring in, this was a milestone year, $259 million in new contributions from donors, foundation, public partners, corporations across the gamut to support the work. And next slide. This shows our growth over the last, since 2019. So we kickstarted our strategic plan in 2020. We were at 73 million in annual impact. And you can see there the growth for this fiscal year to 186 million. So there's some momentum. It's really exciting to see. And then the chart next to it shows that this is really kind of spread out across our areas. So we're seeing growth all across the board. Next slide. We also oversee 147 million in endowment funds. Almost all of this is restricted for particular programs. The one you may be most familiar with is our California Community Colleges Scholarship Endowment, which is made possible by the Osher Foundation. That provides scholarships at every campus across the system. And we have a number of other funds as well that we use to provide this type of support. And next slide. So I will quickly run through these. I wanted to give a few highlights from each of our areas of impact. Student success. This year, our student success efforts have been laser focused on helping to advance Vision 2030 with a real focus on community college access, improving systems, strengthening our capacity of community colleges to create pathways to success. Much of this work has been done in close collaboration between our Success Center, Policy and Research Shop, and the Chancellor's Office. You'll see here that we also help support Vision 2030 strategic events throughout the system. We had 115 events this year that we helped support. And continued development expansion of key student supporting technologies, such as Program Pathways Mapper, to help students stay on path and transfer. So also in close partnership with the Chancellor's Office. Next slide. In workforce development, we've been building employment pathways that align with industry demands and community needs. There's a real focus, continued focus on paid internship programs. You'll see 118.8 million in wages paid through work-based learning opportunities for our students. And support for the Apprenticeship Pathways Demonstration Project. Another key example is our expansion of the Nursing Student Clinical Placement Matching Technology. It's called CCPS for short. CCPS has been working closely with Vice Chancellor Anthony Cordova to explore further increasing opportunities, but you can see here the 227,000 clinical experiences coordinated through this matching tool this year. Next slide. Our equity area of focus focuses on supporting every student's journey to success, providing support for things like hunger, mental health challenges, support for veterans, programs that help students historically underserved by higher education. Our student ambassadors is a great example of our equity portfolio, and this creates student leaders on campuses who continue to have a strong impact by connecting their peers to resources, including resources for food, housing, mental health support. You can see this year they had 189,000 students connected to basic resources through the Student Ambassador Program. Another great tool here, Find Your Ally, is a tool helping historically underserved students access free legal services and other resources to help them find connections and a sense of belonging on campus. You can see here the critical 6,600 plus free legal service appointments this year. And again, I want to express appreciation for the support of the Chancellor's Office staff on this. I know our team works really closely with Dr. Vasquez, Gina Brown, Mia Keeley to make this work possible. On our next slide is our community impact area of impact. This aligns with Vision 2030's equitable access to and resilience goals by providing California families with access to community-focused programs and benefits. You'll see these partnerships primarily with mission-aligned state agency initiatives. We were able to facilitate the distribution of over $5.4 billion in benefits for Californians for needs like childcare, food security, essential services. We also have a community impact call center that provides support for all these initiatives. This is something that we've had housed at the foundation almost since inception, and it's continued to grow and provide service to the communities in all kinds of new and broadened ways. Next slide is our newest area of impact that we announced last year. This is our climate action area of impact. This work is this year really supporting initiatives in clean tech, climate-focused education, workforce development, infrastructure initiatives. We are also continuing to build partnerships in this space, providing support for key convenings because convenings are so important in this area, such as the Vision 2030 climate events. This slide highlights a photo from the inaugural climate-focused C3 Converge event. That's Jeffrey Cleary, our Senior Director of Climate Strategies. We're excited to be working closely with the recent established Chancellor's Climate Fellows on programs to benefit colleges and the planning for future events. And then finally, our last area of impact here is our system support. These initiatives focus on system-wide initiatives such as our Osher Scholarship Program that I mentioned earlier, Finish Line Scholars Program made possible by the Jay Pritzker Foundation. This is also our enterprise and procurement services. You're probably familiar with College Buys. This year, we celebrate awarding over $10 million through both the Osher Scholarship Endowment and the Finish Line Scholars Program. Also, $165 million in savings for our colleges and other partners through procurement offerings. And then I wanted to take just a moment to kind of show you what the report looks like. I hope you'll take time to kind of look through it yourself. But on the next slide, you'll see this is just a little bit of a snapshot. So the report is actually a microsite. It's very shareable, so feel free to forward it to networks, post it on social media. But it begins with grounding all of the work here in the vision. So we have a intro from Chancellor Christian. We have some comments from our President and CEO, Keitha Mills. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see here is where we sort of brought the stories to life. So you'll see photos, you'll see stories, you'll see impact numbers from specific programs. And then if you go to the next slide, the last one I'll share here, but I wanted to point this out. This is a section that details all the funders, donors, and partners that help make this work possible this year. This is a great list to look at to see who we're working with. It's also a great list to look at to see who we're not working with, who we should be working with, and we're always looking for connections to bring people into our community college family, our ecosystem, to partner to make this work possible. And next slide. QR code. If you'd like to visit the report, you can also go to our website. It's in the top banner and click through to visit the report. And finally, I did want to mention, Chancellor Christian mentioned at the beginning of the meeting our efforts to raise dollars to support wildfire relief. I want to thank members of this board who, as many of you gave generously to the Student Ambassador campaign at the end of the year, and you've given again to support wildlife relief. What we really need is also spreading the word. And so we've sent out emails. We've sent out emails to listservs. We've got social media on both Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, any of those things that you can share. It's really important. We were fortunate that we got some really generous gifts at the end of the year that were designated for emergency relief. So we were able to start with $70,000 ready to go to the colleges. We've since raised almost another $30,000, so we're getting close to that $100,000 mark. And it's a drop in the bucket, but it means a lot to these colleges when they can get it out really quickly to students, faculty, and staff. So really appreciate all the support we've gotten so far in anything. If you have connections, we're happy to follow up on leads. Feel free to send it my way or send it Keitha's way. And we're happy to follow up on any leads that you have. But I just want to say thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. What an incredible, timely, and impactful work. Board member comments. Member LeGrand.
Melissa, thank you for presenting this morning. I know Keitha says she's not feeling well, so she sent a note. I just want to say on the 7 months that I've served on this foundation board, I have been thoroughly impressed at how aligned they are with the work at the community college and the chancellor's office. I mean, Vision 2030 really is reflected in almost every action that we take on that foundation board, and I'm really glad to be able to represent this group there. I actually have been asked to serve on a panel in March at the CASE conference in San Francisco. And CASE is the Association of Development People, I guess. And so they want me, they want trustees from UC, CSU, independent colleges, and they're trying to get community colleges more engaged with CASE. So the person from Berkeley reached out to me because he knew I was on the board, and so I'm going to be a part of that panel for that conference on a Monday morning. So I'll be in touch with you as I need more data to share for that. But I just want to say I'm just really impressed with the work of the foundation and their commitment to the students of California.
Thank you. Member Perry.
I want to echo what Member Legrand said. The degree of coordination with the chancellor and the foundation enhances both sides' work, and they've really braided together the mission and the foundation. It's such an incredible partner. And then, as always, hats off to Melissa, Keitha, and the rest of the team for the continuing growth of the foundation. We're getting very accustomed to an arrow on an upward trajectory, and it's an extraordinary team they've put together. And I also want to echo Melissa's call for support for the wildfires, because what the foundation is able to do is sort of have this aerial view of what all the colleges' needs are, and they're very good at directing resources to where they're needed. And as you've seen from the very thoughtful summaries that the chancellor and staff have put together, there's any number of both broader colleges that are impacted and then individual faculty and students that are in profound need right now. So if any of you can help Melissa in that effort and broadcast what they're doing, you're asking people for support of an institution that will very effectively utilize those dollars to help the community colleges. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Villavicencio.
I also want to just commend the work of the foundation, what they're doing, and I know intimately one piece of the work that you're doing at the equity side of the work that you do, and that is housing the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Student Achievement Program, which I helped advocate for during my time with the California Commission on Asian and Pacific Islander American Affairs, along with the Deputy Chancellor Rowena Tomanang. And so we're grateful for the awesome work that the foundation is doing to house that program, because it serves not only our system, and I believe don't quote me, but I believe there's now 60 California community colleges that program serves, but it also serves Anesthesia-eligible institutions at the California State University side. And so this work is moving forward. So I just want to sort of publicly thank not just the foundation, but the team that's leading that, and Director Amboy and his team is doing a marvelous job. And so grateful for, obviously, not just that piece, but all the work that you do to support our system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Epstein.
I just want to join in the accolades for the foundation. I've been here 11 years, and that trajectory that Member Perry talked about is really remarkable from when I first joined. And I'm glad how nimbly they're addressing the fire situation. I just had one question in my obsession with numbers. The community impact number of $5.4 billion in benefits distributed, that's a very big number. Can you explain how that was calculated, what the foundation's role is in distributing that much money?
Yeah, and at a very high level, but those are through partnerships with primarily CDSS. And these are programs, some of them began during the pandemic, so they're pandemic era related relief. But then I think we've forged a partnership that the foundation's able to distribute these dollars really quickly, like dramatically cutting the amount of time it takes to get relief dollars from various programs into communities. So it's things like support for lunches, childcare providers. There's a number of different programs that all add up. But these are dollars that, through the mechanisms that we put in place, we're able to facilitate the distribution directly to the recipients to streamline the process.
These are government agencies that give the foundation the money to distribute to the colleges, very constituencies inside the colleges?
Yes, exactly.
Member Chang, then Member Adu.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's always wonderful to see all the wonderful things that the foundation is working on. I want to especially highlight the climate action because I did go to the conference in Sacramento, and it's just so great to see how forward thinking and how willing you are to push the boundaries of like what we can do and in student support, climate action, and all the things aligning with Vision 2030. My question is, because you mentioned opportunities for paid internships for students, and as a student myself, those are always like the first things that I'm applying for and interested, especially during the summer. And I was wondering how those worked and if there was opportunities for students to get paid for unpaid internships that they were interested in with like specific companies, and get funding. That way they didn't have to like let go of the opportunity if they were unable to do it unpaid, if that makes sense.
Yeah, just to give a little background, so our paid internship program is called Career Catalyst, and it's something we've done almost since inception. The program originally started primarily with public agency partnerships, so students gained the opportunity to do sort of public service, and we know that a paid internship is much more likely to lead to job outcomes for students. And so that's something that we're big proponents of, like how to make internships more meaningful and to make sure students are paid for the experiences. We have been, over the years, sort of expanding into the private sector. What we want to do more of, there have been program-specific partnerships with particular industries. But they've been sort of, I would say, pilots that we've been exploring. I think there's a lot of opportunity, even in the climate space, as we're training students on new technologies or even, best practices and wildfire prevention and forest cleanup, all of these different activities. There's a lot of opportunity to continue to figure out how to get students into paid internships, whether it's through grants or it's through employer partnerships. I don't know about existing internships, like getting those paid, but I mean, I could see a grant project that could do, test out something like that. That's a really interesting concept. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to really highlight the foundation's work on economic advancement of students, in particular, how they're integrating students into that, the CCC Student Ambassador Program, and how they're focused on having students be that voice on campuses and in their communities to bridge basic economic gaps, which definitely aligns with Vision 2030. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Member Brown?
So I have a habit of sitting near strangers at conferences, especially during meal times, because I never know who I might meet. At the 4CPD conference, which is for professional development folks across the system, I happened to meet Emily Eckenstam.
Yes.
And she is the Executive Director of Technology Solutions for the foundation. And I was very impressed with her efforts specifically with the Find Your Ally program for undocumented students, the thoughtfulness that went into the creation of that software solution, and also thinking ahead to possibilities and how to make sure to protect students. It was all at the very beginning of the design. So I just think it's another example to echo the sentiments of Board Member Perry and Board Member Legrand that this team, every single aspect of it is in alignment with Vision 2030 and being very much interested in building trust in anything that we're offering to the community and keeping a connectedness to what's really happening on the ground so that anything that you all are doing is actually really impacting our system in a positive way. So I wanted to give specifically kudos to Emily Eckenstam and the rest of her tech team that I had the opportunity to meet, but also to the foundation as a whole. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Wonderful. Member Haynes.
So thank you so much for the presentation. It's really clear that the foundation is very much in alignment with what we're doing, not just as a Board of Governors, but what's happening on our campuses. And so that's critically important, and thank you for that. And so all of these things sort of bounced out. I have a couple of check marks all through the presentation. But one of them in particular was the $1.2 million, 1.2 million students served through the program Pathways Mapper. And it's really to sort of align what our students think they're supposed to be taking along with all of the different possibilities of their transfer. And it is so incredibly complicated, even though lots of people are working on it. So I really appreciate this. And in the present, in what I read was that so were the CSUs and the UCs relative to how beneficial it was on their end. And so I'm hoping that we continue to monitor that at the Chancellor's office, because I've been known to say that time is a killer of dreams and for our students. And so this is something that sort of fast tracks the ability of a student to really transfer without something coming back to them saying, you've missed it because something was wrong with whatever it was that what you were taking. So I'm hoping that we continue to look at that and see how well it's being accepted by our students, how much they know about it, and then also by our transfer partners. So thank you.
Thank you. And I know it's being driven hard by Chancellor Christian, Vice Chancellor Hayward. We're just here to support. And so, I know that a lot of great new things are coming with Program Pathway Mapper.
Wonderful. Any public comment?
The public comment period on item 5.3 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Melissa and the foundation.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to break for lunch. Please eat quickly. You have a half an hour. We'll see you back very soon. Great. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. We are in the thick of our action calendar, so we're going to resume at item 4.6, proposed regulatory action for course outline of record. And I welcome Deputy Chancellor Tomaning to discuss.
All righty, good afternoon. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and Board of Governors, I hope you had a great lunch. You're seeing me a lot here on the podium today. So I'm Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor of the California Community Colleges, and I'm here to present item 4.6, regulatory action amending course outline of record, which is a second reading of the course outline of record regulations presented for the first reading at the November Board of Governors meeting. To recap, the proposed amendments encourage colleges to continue to develop and build upon innovative approaches to curricular design and program creation with a focus on diversifying curriculum and eliminating pedagogical equity gaps. Additional revisions were made to align with Assembly Bill 1705 in 2022 and Assembly Bill 1111, 2021, which requires the development of a common course numbering system. During the 45-day public comment period, the Chancellor's Office received several comments from system stakeholders expressing concerns about curriculum committees being transformed into enforcement bodies. However, these regulations merely require curriculum committees to have a process for considering and addressing issues of accessibility in their course review and approval process. As these concerns will be addressed in the Chancellor's Office upcoming guidance that will be issued after adoption of the regulations, no further changes have been made to the regulatory text at this time since the November first reading. So in closing, I ask the Board of Governors to adopt these regulatory changes to the course outline of record.
Thank you, Deputy Chancellor. Any board comment? Seeing none, any public comment?
The public comment period for item 4.6 is now open. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Thank you very much, Christina. If you can go ahead and take the roll. We probably need a motion before we take roll.
Move approval.
Yeah.
Second.
It's cold in here. I've forgotten our process. Thank you, Member Haynes.
Second. Oh,
Member Brown. I'm going to give it to Member Brown there. Oh, that was Gomez Heitzberg. All right. Thank you both. Now we could do the vote.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
aye.
Amy Costa. Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Christina. We are moving swiftly to item 4.7, 2025 to 2026, shared advocacy request and proposed state budget updates. For that, we will be hearing from Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson and Vice Chancellor O'Brien.
Paging Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson. Good afternoon, board members. I think I can get us started while we wait for Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, David O'Brien, Vice Chancellor for Government Relations. And as Chancellor Christian detailed, last week, Governor Newsom released his proposed state budget for the 2025-26 fiscal year. And there were a lot of key highlights for California community colleges that we wanted to share updates with you on. So we have a brief presentation. We've also attached to the item, and it's been shared with you via email, the joint analysis. I've got a copy here, hard copy, that we prepare every year following the release of the January budget, as well as the May revise and the enacted budget each summer. I want to just publicly thank our partners at ACBO, ACA, and the Community College League of California for their support in reviewing and preparing the joint analysis. All right, we can move to the next slide.
David, I want to make sure we're on the right item. So this one is the action item on the addendum. Okay. For the
It is included in these. So in the interest of time, we chose to combine these. Let me actually back up for a minute and just explain why this is on your action calendar, board members. That would probably be helpful context for you. So we have two budget-related items here today, one of which is a summary of Governor Newsom's budget proposal. But we also have, that we're bringing before you, an addendum to the system budget and legislative request, also known as the shared advocacy request, that the board previously adopted in September. Because we have some additional items that we are requesting, I don't know why Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson is sitting down. Because we have some additional items in that request that we will be pursuing this spring and as part of the May revise, we are required to bring those before the board. So that's why this is on your action calendar. But in the interest of saving time, we decided to merge these into a single item. And the first part of the item is a summary of the governor's state budget proposal, following which we'll discuss the shared advocacy request addendum and request a vote from the board on that.
Sure. So on the shared advocacy front, David just walked through that. In terms of what the governor's budget reflects, we have a quick slide deck to walk through some of the highlights. So the budget has roughly $16.5 billion in new revenues. As a result of those new revenues, it does mean that the Proposition 98 guarantee is higher in both the 24-25 fiscal year and the 25-26 fiscal year, which enables some significant investments to be made in our California community colleges. The budget also reflects a very significant focus on the Career Education Master Plan, which, as you may recall, reflected 6 core priorities and was released as a structural outline in early December. Next slide, please. In terms of the Career Education Master Plan, we do have a number of investments that are intended to support the development of the master plan. Specifically, there's roughly $100 million that was noted in December that supports both the board's request for credit for prior learning. Inclusive of that 50 million is 7 million ongoing. An additional 50 million is there to support the implementation of a career passport application that would better enable students and employers to take a skills-based approach. And then we also have significant investments in our infrastructure technology approaches, specifically around Common Cloud Data Platform, as well as our statewide Common Technology Platform approach. So very, very aligned to the board's September request for the system. Next slide, please. So within the overall investments around the Career Education Master Plan, roughly 394.2 million are one-time, and roughly 358.6 million is ongoing. So of those one-time funds, roughly 300 million are in the statewide common technology portfolio, as well as the Common Cloud data system. Additionally, the one-time investments around the credit for prior learning, the 43 million would be listed under that one time. On ongoing, of the amounts allocated of the 330 million that the Chancellor mentioned earlier, 29 million is ongoing in support of the statewide common technology platform. 7 million is ongoing to support the credit for prior learning proposal. Additionally, there's 30 million ongoing to support the Rising Scholars Program. There's an additional 230 million to support cost of living adjustments for the student-centered funding formula, a little over 30 million for select categorical program cost of living adjustments, including the adult education program. And then there is 30.4 million for a 0.5% enrollment growth for the student-centered funding formula. So certainly our board request showed that we would have greater growth than a 0.5%. So there are certain items in there that we will be looking forward to pursuing throughout the spring with the administration and the legislature. But in large part, next slide. But in large part, I want to highlight those technology investments because they are going to be absolutely critical for our system. And moving forward, we'll have the benefit of helping the system produce real-time data that we don't necessarily get today, as well as help support a collaborative enterprise resource program across the system. So this should help with both efficiencies and additional data points, as well as a greater ability to provide professional development around common systems, as well as provide greater ability to provide assistance to the system and across colleges. So within the Common Cloud Data Platform, there are some key programs that we're pursuing: eTranscript, Program Pathways Mapper, and Mapping Articulated Pathways, all linked together in support of the Career Education Master Plan, which really is a student-focused approach towards skill building. And then there's 168 million one-time for the statewide common technology transformation platform. Both of these investments are reflected in the system request. The difference being that second year 168 million was phase 2 of what was in the board's request in September. Next slide, please. So within the other piece that I'd re-highlight is just credit for prior learning and support for the creation of a career passport. While the career passport is not specifically in our request from September, it is very consistent with the overall intent of our investments in credit for prior learning. So we'll just highlight that connection. And then next slide. And then, of course, there's the 30 million for Rising Scholars that I just mentioned. Next slide, please. The one thing we would highlight here is that there isn't final trailer bill language around any of these investments, including the Rising Scholars investment. So the rollout plan is still a little bit of a to be determined in that regard. A few things that we would highlight that are within the existing budget and been pre-planned. There is 60 million being carved out of the 290 million that supports the Strong Workforce Program to support the Rebuilding Nursing Infrastructure Grant Program. There is still 10 million one time to support LGBTQ student support centers that is in the budget. And the budget does repay the deferrals from the 24-25 year of roughly 243 million. So that is repaid and restored in the final budget. I would just say, I'll leave it at this slide, but I would just say, overall, this is a phenomenal budget for the California community colleges. It is incredibly well aligned with our system request. And, you know, in terms of office next steps, certainly we will be supportive and working with the legislature throughout the spring to determine what the final community college budget would ultimately look like. But I would say that our office is well prepared to look at these investments should they be maintained in the final budget and do all that we can to deliver on the promise that is this governor's budget.
And I'll just touch briefly, board members, on the addendum part, which is the action part of why this is in the action calendar. It was included as a 3-page written item here, which is there are 3 items that we are requesting the board approve as additional requests on top of our existing system budget and legislative request that the board approved in September. So briefly, expanding career pathways through apprenticeships. This is one that we've been in a lot of discussions with the administration about. You're probably aware Governor Newsom has set a statewide goal of 500,000 registered apprentices by the end of this decade. A key part of that runs through a program called the California Apprenticeship Initiative, or CAI, that our office funds as a grant program to community colleges as well as other schools and workforce providers. We are requesting a $60 million increase. That would roughly triple the size of the current program. But if you see in the item, it is significantly oversubscribed. So in the most recent grant cycle, we received almost $115 million worth of applications for these. This program is critical to reaching that statewide apprenticeship goal, which is a very popular bipartisan method of earn and learn education that we see a lot of focus on at the national as well as at the state level. The second component of this relates to affordable student housing. So pursuant to discussions at the last board meeting, we are issuing a request for an additional round of state-issued lease revenue bonds to fund up to 35 affordable student housing projects. We found that that was a successful model wherein the state was able to provide that guarantee so that our colleges could move forward with the affordable housing projects that had been funded back in 2021-22. So we're requesting to do that again, thus contributing, further to California's affordable housing stock and our students' housing insecurity crisis. Lastly, there's a piece in here that's going to look a little bit new to you on page 3, a legislative request. This came up pursuant to discussions with our research team, which is it's come to our attention there are multiple other state agencies that have the ability, when they possess large amounts of data and they receive requests, as they often do, for very resource and staff time-intensive analysis of that data, they have the ability to charge a reasonable fee to outside entities, typically non-public entities, who may want, the staff to do that. This is not for routine data requests, like if, somebody emails us and asks, how many students does the California Community Colleges serve, that sort of thing. It's for requests that are really outside the typical scope of the agency's work. And again, some of our partners in the education space, as well as higher education, have the ability to do this. It's simply to sort of, for the agency to seek reimbursement for some of that staff time and energy that goes into the really resource and time-intensive data requests. And so we're requesting legislative authorization for the Chancellor's office to do that, and we would work out what a reasonable fee is, at that time. But it's simply intended to support some of our operating costs moving forward. And so in addition to the governor's budget summary, we also have the request for board vote approval, these 3 items as an addendum to our system budget and legislative request.
And for those that are interested, the rough total of year-over-year increases when we include the deferral repayment, the restoration of that deferral, and the new investments is a little over 1.3 billion, give or take.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for board member comments or questions. Member Villavicencio?
Thank you for the report. Vice Chancellor O'Brien, I was just curious in terms of the those time-intensive data requests. Who would that be coming from? Would that be coming from our system, outside agencies who would be trying to find data for us? If you could provide some context, that would be great. Thank you.
Typically, it's often external entities, research organizations. They may be nonprofit or for-profit organizations that we work with that often have an interest in the higher education or workforce space.
And if I could add, it's really designed around very much patterned after the Public Record Request Act statutes, where the state or a state entity can charge if they're creating something that's above and beyond what's traditionally available.
Thank you. Member Haynes?
So I've heard through the grapevine, I'm not going to reveal any sources, but I've heard through that sometimes I really applaud that we are going to move for apprenticeships. But for our colleges and other entities going through the Department of Labor, and I believe that there's a division of apprenticeship for approvals, that there are some glitches in that process that slows down and limits the agility to move quickly. And so what I would ask is, one, to make a determination of whether that is true or not. I've heard that it is. But if we are to be, we're asking our colleges to be efficient, we're asking them to be timely, but we also are dependent upon the state to do its due diligence. And so if there's issues with that, then the governor's goals will not be met, not because of us not trying, but because there's some kind of glitches. So I would ask that we make a determination and then see what we can do on that end, please.
Certainly, I'll work with Vice Chancellor Cordova to see what options are out there, and we can certainly work with our partners at the Labor and Workforce Development Agency, who oversee the Department of Industrial Relations that has the Division of Apprenticeship Standards. On that front, I would add, we are seeing trending reimbursement request hours trending upward in the apprenticeship program, so we are seeing uptake by apprentices through our colleges.
Great. Thank you very much. Hearing no other board member comments, let's go to public comment.
Item 4.7 is now open for public comment. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
Let's take former President Costa's. I almost called her Member Costa. Go ahead.
So for the apprenticeship request, I mean, I notice in the request that some of the dollars would be used for instruction materials, some authority for us to have flexibility in the use of funds. But at the end of the day, what does $60 million buy us in terms of how many apprenticeships?
Thousands. I don't have a number offhand. We will say candidly that it does not get us to the 500,000 that the governor has envisioned, but also there are other sources of apprenticeships. And so we can produce a number. We have numbers on what the current $30 million has bought. I believe it's 1,700 registered apprentices, 1,900 pre-apprentices. Don't quote me on that. I will look at my phone in a moment and double check that.
Yeah, and if you want to get back to me, that's
Okay.
fine, but it helps me understand the scale of what we're asking for and what it translates into as far as actual apprenticeships.
Great. Thank you. Now we'll go to public comment.
All right. Item 4.7, we have Larry Glazio.
Got a chair. Ooh, low. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, Larry Glizio at the League. And these comments are not specific to those particular three items. It's just the larger budget. So three issues that I've heard from primarily from college presidents and chancellors. Pardon me. One is, and this has been mentioned several times already, dollars to address the substantial unfunded growth. If you want to advance Vision 2030 and provide equitable opportunity and accessibility, and as Chancellor Christian articulated earlier, we have to meet the needs of places such as the Inland Empire, where fortunately, because of the efforts and because of the need and the recognition of California community colleges and all the great works and programs, we have probably $50–60 million in unfunded growth. So you have a state superintendent coming to one of our chancellors and saying, hey, we want to do more dual enrollment with you. And they say, you know what, I've already got $7 million that's I'm out because it's not being covered by the state. So that's something that's omitted in the budget and that we're going to be advocating strongly for. Secondly is deferred or scheduled maintenance and instructional equipment. There's billions of dollars in need. Every district needs, I mean, we're talking basic things like HVAC and heating and things. So I think everyone understands it's not just sophisticated equipment for our career technical programs. It's also just basic needs. So there needs to be one-time deferred maintenance monies. And last, and this is a little unusual, but considering the incoming federal administration, we know that the legislature is acting to prepare for, some of the realities. Our colleges have, and our sector has the largest percentage of undocumented students and AB 540 students. And I'm going to go over a little bit, if you don't mind. So what I've heard from presidents is they want to be prepared for contingencies. If the campaign rhetoric is accurate, these students are going to be threatened. And we want students to understand that they're being protected and supported. So we would ask for something like a block grant with a lot of flexibility that would allow colleges to expend monies to protect the students and support the students. We also think this would be a really strong message that this board and the state could send to students, that the California community colleges are a place that are welcoming. So we would ask for a flexible block grant of one-time dollars. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any virtual hands raised.
Thank you very much, Christina. This is an action item, so I'm looking for a motion and a second.
Move approval.
Thank you, Member Haynes and Member Villalobos. Let's go to the vote.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Christina. And thank you, presenters. Welcome Deputy Chancellor Tomaning up to the hot seat, where I ask that she get very comfortable because she will be presenting on the next 5 items. Starting with 4.8. So that's proposed regulatory action on baccalaureate degree program.
My armchair is my
baccalaureate degree program regulation changes that were presented for a first read at the November Board of Governors meeting. To recap, community college baccalaureate degree programs close equity gaps and create pathways for economic mobility. The expansion of these programs in California began with a pilot initiative launched to address critical workforce shortages and provide affordable, accessible pathways to higher education for underrepresented students, communities. The BDP programs have demonstrated success in lowering costs, reducing debt, and preparing well-prepared graduates in high-demand fields. We now have 47 fully approved baccalaureate degree programs at 38 California community colleges throughout the state. This regulatory change formally codifies community college baccalaureate degree programs within the California Code of Regulations, thereby creating a standardized framework for program delivery and quality assurance. The proposed Title V regulatory changes introduces new sections that codify key components of the baccalaureate degree programs. Section 55090 requires program policies aligned with the broader California Community College's mission. Section 55091 defines upper division course requirements, ensuring consistency across the system. Section 55092 provides clarity on criteria for awarding degrees, including unit, GPA, and credit for prior learning. Section 55093 aims to ensure transparent and equitable admissions process. Revisions to existing sections also aim to ensure consistency and transparency. Section 58501 clarifies fees for baccalaureate programs. Section 53410 distinguishes qualifications for teaching lower and upper division courses, aligning with accreditation requirements. The subsection in Section 53410 restricts equivalency for upper division teaching qualifications. The repeals remove outdated sections that were initially part of the pilot program. Section 55009, the pilot program handbook, is now redundant due to the formalization of the BDP. Similarly, Section 58520, which previously covered program fees, has been integrated into the updated structure outline in Section 58501. During the 45-day public comment period, one letter of support was received and no additional revisions were made since the November Board of Governors meeting. I would like to thank the California Colleges Baccalaureate Association for their supportive feedback. So in closing, I request that the board adopt the proposed regulatory action for our baccalaureate degree programs.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chancellor. Any board comment? Seeing none, any public comment? Oh, just kidding. Member Haynes.
Sorry, I'm very talkative. I've missed everyone here. This really goes to the Chancellor's office, but you obviously can speak to it. So we now have what, 42? 42?
47.
47. Okay, good. 47 programs. Some of the baccalaureate degree programs are older than others. And so what I'm really interested in finding out, and I'm sure that everybody is collecting this information, but for those programs that have been successful, I'd like, because when it started, there were like 15 to 30 graduates. And I'm wondering to know whether or not the numbers have been able to expand per cycle. In other words, there are now 60 graduations relative to these special programs, or whether they've stayed small due to whatever reasons that might be. So are we collecting that? And if you don't have to necessarily share it, it doesn't have to be an action item, but I think that my colleagues on the board would just be interested. This is, as we all know, these are programs in which, for many of our students, by virtue of being landlocked and career-oriented, would never have been able to get these programs had it not been for our community colleges stepping up, stepping in, and doing this. And so I want to see what kind of growth there has been over these several years, is really. And that growth has brought on a huge success for not only the students, but for the communities at large.
Hi. Hello. My name is Erin Larson, Dean in Ed Services in the Community College's Chancellor's Office. Yes, I think we do collect this data. We collect the program awards through our MIS data, and I haven't checked recently, but they are in excess of the hundreds annually. So I want to say 300 for certain ones. Definitely more than 60. So yes, we are starting to see that growth. But as our programs get approved, they still have, in some cases, need to be set up. They still have to enroll students. So we may not see the kinds of numbers you would, expect exponentially until maybe a couple of years from now.
But we have so many. We started off with 15.
Oh yes.
And so I'm sort of looking at the elders of this group and seeing this.
Someone mute Member Haynes's microphone. Thank you very much. Member Brown.
Just a follow-up to Member Haynes' request. When that information is brought to the board, it would be helpful to sort of drill down and disaggregate it a little bit to compare the total cost to those graduates compared to what opportunities they would have had in that particular community prior to the implementation of the California Community College Baccalaureate degree. So basically sort of include that same information that people had to put on their application in order to get that program there in telling that story so that it could help all of us in different spaces to continue to advocate for growth of something that's still conceptually not, I don't think statewide people have really wrapped their heads around this change and what's possible. So please include that in the future reports that we get that Member Haynes requests. Thanks.
Member Adu.
Hi, thank you. In regards to Section 55093 Admissions B, it is said that district governing boards may apply criteria for admission to baccalaureate degree programs when enrollment must be restricted due to limitations on funding, facilities. Okay, yeah. And that permissible admissions criteria shall be established and maintained by the Chancellor's Office. I just wanted to ask if there's any existing programs that have set those admissions criteria, and if so, what they are.
Thank you for the question. I think that for some of those programs that would require the lower division courses be met, then they would have some limitations for other folks who are applying to that community college to be able to have access to that program. So, you have to do the 2-year before you do the 4-year. So those kinds of requirements, yes, they do.
Hello, my name is Cherie Fortin. I'm on the IDD team, and I just want to follow up and say that there are programs that do require an additional multi-criteria screening application for admission into BDP programs, and we do collect that data.
Within that, can I ask about the multi-screening criteria? Like, would it be what you would typically expect from, let's say, applying to a UC where they intake your extracurriculars, essays? Would it be anything of that sort?
Your microphone.
I think it's a little less comprehensive than that, and it's dependent upon the program and how they determine the criteria in the multi-criteria screening application.
Member Brown.
I wanted to respond to Member Adu's question, and also it made me think of something else to include in the future report. I can give an example from Los Angeles Harbor College that has a nursing program with a multi-criteria screening process. And our entering freshmen, like 70% of them say they're interested in that program. So it's like 1,000 students. But at the end of the day, only 50 are going to get in. Many of those students will change their mind along the way, but it's still extremely high demand. So I think it would be, and then the process itself, it depends on each individual college. Our students are, of course, applying widely, and they have to learn all these varying criteria from all of these varying programs. Some are doing a very straightforward ranked process based on GPA. Others, for the purposes of equity, will set aside a portion for ranked GPA and then a portion that's actually a lottery for anyone who's eligible, so that students who don't have the highest GPA still have an opportunity. So that's how it's handled in my district, but it's wildly different. And then there's also county programs and all this kind of thing. So students are trying to adhere to like a million different criteria as they apply. Of course, I'm sure you've experienced that. So it's pretty similar to like applying to grad school, I would say, where you have to look up each individual program and see how's it going to work. So with that in mind, future reports, it would be helpful to know the demand for the different programs as well. If we're seeing a way higher amount of students interested in something than we're able to serve, I think that'd be valuable information to also help us advocate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now for public comment.
Item 4.8 is now open for public comment. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento. You will have 2 minutes. I will now hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks.
All right, we have one comment. Cheryl Oshback.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. I just want to express appreciation. As the Academic Senate, we partner closely with the Chancellor's Office in working on these regulations in the California Community Colleges Curriculum Committee 5C. That also included a partnership with the CIO group and their co-chair for 5C. The group that also supported or sent the letter of support, the baccalaureate work group or baccalaureate group, their collaboration really since the launching of the pilot programs has been instrumental in helping us get to where we are now. And I remember the early conversations that set the standards essentially that were in the handbook for the pilot programs, and then the conversations, and they were absolutely collaborative, and the 10+1 areas that were in there were collaboratively developed, but ultimately recommended by the Academic Senate and continued to be supported to this day. As there have needed to be adjustments, the Academic Senate and that group in particular have been in constant communication to really get the voice of the practitioners in the early programs, determine what's needed, and then use our avenues, resolutions, our connection to the Chancellor's Office, and ability to recommend in 10+1 to further what has now become an incredible set of regulations. I think, too, the fact that the set of regulations went to the field for a second read and for the first read and had no public comment tells you the care with which those were created, both based on previous work and collaborative recommendations, as well as the work of the legal team 5C. And I can't say enough about the partnership of Vice Chancellor John Stanskis in that effort as well. And so
30
just
seconds.
really a lot of appreciation for the broad collaboration and expertise that brought us to this point. And it is so exciting to be launching 5C regulations for baccalaureates because it really illustrates the intended permanence of those programs. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
We have no virtual hands raised for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Christina. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved. Second.
It was okay. We have Member Costa and Member Gomez Heitzberg. May I have the roll, please?
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo De La Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Christina. We are now at 4.9, still with Deputy Chancellor, 2025 Board of Governors campus visit.
I'll go ahead and take that item. So this is the traditional off-site visit to a college campus. And Andrea done some analysis to show you the different campuses we've been visiting over the last many, many years. We took a hiatus, it looks like from 2020 during COVID, and then resumed last year with San Bernardino. North Orange College of Continuing Ed was selected because it's one of the two colleges that supports working learners. And since that's a core part of Vision 2030, we thought it would be good to pay a campus visit. Did get a board member feedback that maybe next year we could consider a college in Northern California. So if you have a college you'd like to advocate for, go ahead and drop a note, and we'll collect those and bring it back for 2026. So requesting your approval for this item. Thank you.
Member Gomez-Heitzberg?
I would be remiss if I didn't say there was a central part of California. And if we only go northern and southern, we'll miss a big swath.
Okay. Any public comments?
Item 4.9 is now open for public comment. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Thank you very much, Christina. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
I heard Legrand and I heard Villavicencio. Christina, may we have the vote, please?
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Can I just ask a point of clarification on the action? Like, normally, when we've done this, we've directed towards a location. So is the action here that we're asking the Chancellor's Office to develop a list? Or, like, what is the action item we're voting on right now?
For the location.
Thank you for the clarification. Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez-Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Aye. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Christina. Action item 4.10, still with Deputy Chancellor. Equitable placement, approval of English as a second language assessment.
Thank you. Hello again, Rowena Tominang, Deputy Chancellor. I'm here to present on item 4.10, equitable placement, approval of English as a second language assessments. The approval of English as a second language placement assessments is mandated by California Education Code Section 78213 and supports the implementation of Assembly Bill 705 and 1705. These assessments must meet rigorous standards of validity, reliability, and fairness while adhering to established assessment criteria. The Assessment Advisory Committee, or AACC, which is comprised of a very large stakeholder group of partners, members of the Academic Senate, representation from our chief student service officers, chief instruction officers, members of the Chancellor's Office, Assessment Association, and other stakeholders, oversees the evaluation of assessment instruments, reviewed submissions from American River College, Los Angeles Pierce College, and the second-party publisher, CASAS, or the Comprehensive Adult Student Assessment Systems Group, during its November 14th meeting. Utilizing expertise from psychometric consultants, the AAC evaluated these instruments against comprehensive standards and developed recommendations for the board's consideration. The AACC's recommendations for approval include granting probationary approval to the ESL writing assessment from American River College and the ESL writing sample from Los Angeles Pierce College. Both instruments require further improvements and updates with a re-review scheduled for fall 2026. In contrast, the CASAS Reading Form 619R and Listening Form 619L were not approved due to the deficiencies in meeting critical standards of validity, fairness, and compliance with Title V. Use of these assessments is expected to cease for use in placement decisions for credit ESL courses by July 1st, 2025, unless a new proposal addressing the deficiencies is submitted and approved. The AACC's recommendations ensure alignment with legislative mandates and equitable placement practices for ESL students across California community colleges. By approving the AACC's recommendations, the board will uphold state regulations, promote transparent and fair assessments, and advance equitable placement for students. In closing, I'd like to thank again the partners that we have participating in AACC for their review and partnership with the Chancellor's Office. I ask the Board of Governors approve the recommended assessments that have been granted conditional approval for American River College and Los Angeles Pierce College.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chancellor. Just in the interest of getting further explanation on this, can you talk about CASAS a little more and give us some background on what CASAS is and does?
Yes, at this time, I'm going to invite our specialist, Sherry 14, to come up and help with the Q&A.
Good afternoon, Board. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Dr. Christian. My name is Sherry Fortin. I'm a specialist for ESL and Assessment Advisory. To answer the question, CASAS is a placement assessment for designed really for adult learners for placement into non-credit ESL courses.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comments? Looks like there is none, so let's move to public comment.
Item 4.10 is now open for public comment. You will have 2 minutes. We received written comment on this item, which is available at the meeting entrance table. Additional copies are available upon request. Please email ccastro@ccco.edu for additional details. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person comments, and I will hand it over to my colleague, Gary, for virtual remarks.
Good afternoon. We do have a few hands raised. We'll start with Orani Lumino Presert. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good afternoon, and President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rowling, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. My name is Oranit Limani Bersert, and I am the President-elect of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. As a side note, I apologize if you can't hear me very well. I'm speaking from Thailand, where I'm visiting family. On behalf of FAC and ESL faculty at American River College and at Pierce College, I would like to thank the Chancellor and the Chancellor's advisory team, AACC, for recommending probationary approval for the American River College ESL writing assessment and for the Los Angeles Pierce College ESL sample. To provide ESL students on these campuses an optimal initial step in their acquisition of English, I urge the board to approve the recommendation. As a non-native speaker of English, even though I was fluent in 5 languages before enrolling in my first college writing class in English, I believe I would not have acquired the writing skills necessary for college success in a timely manner had I not had accurate assessment. As an ESL professional with training in testing and measurements in my PhD program in educational psychology, and with over 30 years of experience teaching ESL in the US, I would like to share that studies have shown that there's a strong correlation between assessment and learning outcomes. Serving on the American River College ESL Writing Assessment Revalidation Team, I can attest to the rigor and the professional expertise and efforts in our writing assessment revalidation process. Further, I trust that my ESL colleagues at the Los Angeles Pierce College likely have a similar process. In short, FAC and ESL faculty and students will be grateful if you accept the recommendation to grant probationary approval for the American River College ESL Writing Assessment and the Los Angeles Pierce College ESL Writing Sample. Thank you very much for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, Ornit. It is a little after 4 o'clock in the morning in Thailand, according to our calculations. So thank you for your dedication in joining our call.
Next, we have Ariel Liang. You have control of your mic and can address the board. I will ask to unmute.
Gary, can we move? Oh, it looks like the hand went down, but if we need to move to the third one.
There isn't a third one. We can come back to that during public forum if she's available to make a comment then.
Okay, thank you. Board, this is an item for action, so I am looking for a motion and a second.
Move approve.
Thank you, Member Chang. Thank you, Member Adu. And Christina, if we could have the vote.
Who was the second, please?
Member Adu.
Oh, the first then?
Member Chang.
Thank you. Lovadu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrienne Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo De La Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Christina. We move swiftly to action item 4.11. Still with Deputy Chancellor Tomanang.
Yes, still Rowena Tomanang, Deputy Chancellor, so hello again. Before I transition to item 411, I do want to give incredible shout out to the Academic Affairs team for all of the work that they've done with the previous action items, you know, taking it to a first read and then also action and adoption. Today at this Board of Governors meeting, Vice Chancellor Stanskis has incredible team members supporting all of the efforts of our Chancellor's office and serving our 116 colleges. So thank you to them. So I am pleased here to be presenting item 411 along with Jessica Petras, Director of Education for the John Burton Advocates for Youth, or JBAY, who will be joining us virtually towards the end of the brief presentation. The slides that we'll be pulling up are fairly similar to the last presentation with the first read that we brought in November. So I will be briefly highlighting some key points from the slide deck. Christina's like, they're coming. Okay, great. So the proposed next step regulations are grounded in the principles of equity and support as highlighted in our Vision 2030. California community colleges currently serve approximately 30,000 current and former foster youth. This population, as we know, faces unique challenges in accessing and succeeding in higher education, underscoring the urgency for focused attention and prioritization in serving this population. Focusing resources on supporting foster youth is also a racially conscious approach that can help close racial equity gaps. Vision 2030 brings a renewed focus on ensuring success, access, and support for foster youth through the Next Up program, which is the Chancellor's Office primary vehicle to provide dedicated support for foster youth. Next slide. With tireless advocacy and support from the legislator, the program received an increase in funding from $20 million to $50 million back in 2023. The program is now able to support eligible and current foster youth at all of our colleges across the system, which before the expansion, Next Up Services was only available at 46 colleges. The biggest impact the program created for students is the legislative expansion on program eligibility, which lowered the minimum age from 16 to 13 years old. Because of the lower age minimum criteria for the program eligibility requirements, more students can apply for Next Up. In addition, the program provides flexibility regarding minimum credit enrollment requirements, and students with less than 9 units of a minimum requirement can be accepted in the program if they have an education plan to go above 9 units. The program also allows for continuity of services past the age of 26 if the student first enrolled in the program prior to the age of 26. Proposed regulation amendments. As we've discussed, because of recent changes in Ed Code, we're now in the process of aligning Title V Next Up regulations to Education Code legislation enacted to support eligible current and former foster youth students. Next slide. These are the sections on the left that have cleanup language we've made to be in alignment with the statute. The sections on the right are also included and listed on here because we also must clean up and update each of the sections where we've updated the program name from Cooperating Agencies Foster Youth Educational Support, or CAFES, to Next Up. We won't be going through all of these sections in detail. However, the proposed language changes have been shared in the digest along with your agenda materials. In response to public comments and feedback received at the Board of Governors meeting on November 18th, where these regulations were heard for the first reading, and during the 45-day public comment period, the Chancellor's Office made additional revisions to the language, including to Section 56405, Subdivision C, clarifying that program application and enrollment processes not impose barriers to entry for students, and 56415, Subdivision 7, to clarify that disallowed expenditures are those that do not advance the success of eligible students. And so now at this time, I think next slide, I'd like to invite Director Jessica Petras to add a few remarks on this item.
I do not currently see her online, so
Okay.
Apologies for that.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I'll go ahead and close now by asking the Board of Governors for their support to pass the Next Up regulations as they are in current proposed language. Additionally, I want to give a shout out to our EOP&S Association and thank Director Efren Rangel, EOP&S Association President, again thanking JBay for their partnership and support of our foster youth program and Next Up, and many thanks as well to our Next Up program staff for all of their efforts in developing and advancing the regulations and working on this program.
Thank you very much. I see a hand raised from Board Member Perry.
I want to thank everyone involved in this, the Chancellor for her focus in bringing this into Vision 2030, all the staff at the colleges, Jay Bay, everyone in the Chancellor's office for, I didn't think when I started I would see this program implemented at every single college. It is really a landmark moment. And as many of you know, 70% of former foster youth aspire to higher education and about 5 to 10% make it. So this is a game changer for these youth. So I'm really, really thankful and hopeful. And some of the changes really recognize specific challenges faced by foster youth. The expansion of services to youth beyond the age of 26 is fantastic, as under-resourced youth don't suddenly become imbued with thousands of resources when they turn 27. And so there's a number of pieces about this that are really, really important and significant. I'll let Jessica talk about some of the rest. And I had only one request in terms of the regulations, that we look at this in the future, in that we had looked toward some language making it very clear that FAFSA was not necessarily a criteria in the determination of student need. And I know that's going to be carefully watched and probably revised in the future. So appreciate that. And again, just huge commendations to everyone. And I hope at some point in time, next meeting, Jessica, let's bring some youth to talk about the difference this program has made, so that you all know what you're doing by full-scale implementation and the kind of recognition and support.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for allowing me to join today. Again, my name is Jessica Petros. I am our Director of Education at John Byrne Advocates for Youth, and we are a statewide advocacy organization advocating on behalf of California's youth in foster care and youth experiencing homelessness. And as part of our work, we are deeply committed to supporting youth with experience in foster care into post-secondary education, so they can get the degree or the certificate that they need to achieve economic mobility and thrive. And as part of our work and our advocacy efforts over the years, as many of you know, we've sponsored the legislation to develop the Next Step program and have partnered closely with the California Community College Chancellor's Office in this work to implement the program along the way. And I'm here today to say that we're in support of these regulations and believe that these regulations will be extremely valuable to inform the field and provide clarity. And we really appreciate your commitment to supporting students with experience in the foster care system. And also thank you for taking the time to hear our feedback on these regulations and integrating our feedback into the regulations that are being proposed today. And we definitely look forward to continuing to partner with all of you on supporting Next Step and supporting the implementation of these regulations and guidance to continue to provide further clarity to the field.
Do we also have another speaker who's joining us?
Oh, that's for the demonstration project.
Okay, excellent. Okay, great. Member Adu.
Ronaldo, I just wanted to, sorry.
Yes, no, please go ahead.
I just wanted to make one clarification for those of you who were at the last meeting. Some of you may know me better as Tom Epstein. So I just wanted to clarify, at this meeting, I'm actually Jennifer Perry.
Thank you for the clarification. We get that mixed up all the time. Member Adu.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to really commend the focus on lowering the minimum age. I think there's a lot of support needed for some of those younger students. I know because I was one of them that didn't meet that 16-year-old age criteria. So I think lowering that age is really, really important. And on the other side of that coin, I would also like to commend the part where, in addition, a student who enrolls in the Next Step program prior to age 26 disenrolls and subsequently returns after turning 26 may be readmitted to the program. I think that's really important because, especially for disenfranchised students like foster youth, education is not a linear path. And I think it's really important that we highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Haynes.
Thank you. I'm wondering, so at Los Rios, the board made it a goal to, relative to dual enrollment as we began to expand, we added a number of subgroups, and one of them were foster youth. And what we got from our presidents was that was not what, since it was dual enrollment, it was not captured. Is there a location where that information is captured at the K-12 level that one could grab onto when dual enrollment is one of the priorities? And you've included foster youth, but because they have not, enrolled at a community college, we don't have it. Do we have to go to that specific high school and get it from them, or is there a repository where that is kept and we can sort of pull that number out per school?
Thank you for that question. I am going to invite Dean Mia Kelly to join me to help with questions and responses.
Good afternoon, Mia Keeley here. Yes, we actually the next item that you're going to see is a demonstration project that is for dual enrollment and foster youth. But that information is kept at the K-12 district, but it is something that we could get MOUs to get that data. So we could figure out a way to track that.
Thank you.
Great. And now for public comment.
Item 4.11 is now open for public comment. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person comments, and I will hand it over to my colleague Gary for virtual remarks.
We have several hands raised. We'll start with Dr. Efren Rangel. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. My name is Efren Rangel. I am the EOPS Association President, and I'm calling in today to represent the EOPS programs and the Next Up programs across the state in supporting the proposed Next Up regulations. The Next Up Title V regulations are critical in empowering community college students, our foster youth students who are currently in our community colleges. These regulations target many of the barriers our foster youth students face within our system and provide the framework for providing guidance, resources, and support services for our foster youth students. Our Next Up programs, as you know, are offered critical resources such as financial assistance, academic, career, personal counseling, and housing support, improving our foster youth educational access, retention, and success. Approving the Title V regulations ensures a consistent, equitable, and comprehensive approach to addressing the systemic barriers our foster youth face in our community colleges. Moreover, it creates pathways for our foster youth students to succeed academically and personally within our systems. The EOPS Association supports the updates to the Next Up regulations. Thank you.
Next, we have Libby Cook. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, VP Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and Board of Governors. My name is Libby Cook, and I am the past EOPS Association President and the current Faculty Coordinator for EOPS Care and Next Up at Folsom Lake College. I want to express my appreciation for all of the hard work that's gone into establishing these Next Up Title V regulations. As a second generation Next Up program, we lacked the consistency and the structure needed to be able to effectively support our students. As a program coordinator, I utilize Title V regulations and California Education Code to ensure that our students are being served efficiently and effectively. The new proposed Title V regulation provides the structure and clarity to ensure our efforts are consistent in serving our foster youth students. Thank you again for your support of our Next Step programs and the students we continue to support.
Next, we have Candy Bridgers. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. My name is Candy Bridgers, and I am a coordinator at the Santa Rosa Junior College for the Next Step program. I'd like to appreciate all of the recent changes that have been made to the Next Step program. It has allowed a lot of our students to get access into support that they are needing here at the community colleges. One of our main concerns with this proposed changing of the removal of certain students. Well, some of these changes will remove some of the students from the EOPS program and make them simply Next Step eligible. So we are asking that you please take a look and potentially offer up more funding to support the changing of that, because with students losing their support from the EOPS program and just being Next Step eligible, there will be a significant change of how are we going to continuously support these students. Yes, I'm sorry, that is all. Thank you.
President Aguinaldo, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much, Gary. This is an item for action, so I'm looking for a motion and a second.
I'll move.
Second.
We expected that, Member Perry. Member Perry with the motion, Member Adu with the second. Christina, may we have the vote, please?
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Mary Salas.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Aye. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
I've lost all control. I'm really glad that we get to hear more about this and delve deeply into this work. So thank you, Deputy Chancellor, for sticking with us for item 5.1, Foster Youth College Access Demonstration Project.
All right. Hello again. I am Rowena Tominang, Deputy Chancellor. I am very excited to be presenting on item 5.1, our demonstration project for Foster Youth College Access, along with Jessica Petras, again, Director of Education, J-Bay, John Burton Advocates for Youth. And then also joining us will be Jessica Bohannon, Educational Resource Advisor for Foster Youth Support Network from Riverside City College. So we have the slides up, and we will go to the next slide. So again, we'll begin by discussing Vision 2030, which provides the framework for achieving long-term equity, access, and success for all of our students. The Chancellor's Office demonstration projects serve as key initiatives aligned with this vision, focusing on fostering innovative approaches to student support and engagement. Specifically, the Foster Youth College Access Demonstration Project aims to assist students in the principles highlighted under the equity and support, which will provide students with the academic, financial, and social supports necessary to thrive by taking educational opportunities and support to foster youth high school students by strengthening the high school to community college pipeline. Next. Vision, this slide. Vision 2030 spotlights certain categories of students and future learners who continue to need focused attention responsive to legislation that was enacted where the implementation is not yet at scale or where new state and federal investments have been made considering the pandemic impact on increasing income inequality and poverty. California community colleges, as stated earlier with the last item, serve approximately 30,000 current and former foster youth, and the population faces unique challenges in accessing and succeeding in higher education, underscoring the urgency for focused attention and prioritization. Focusing resources on supporting foster youth is also a racially conscious approach that can help to close equity gaps by increasing support for students of color who are most in need and will most benefit from additional resources. So Vision 2030 brings a renewed focus on ensuring success, access, and support for foster youth through the Next Up program, which is the Chancellor's Office primary vehicle to provide dedicated support for our foster youth population. So now the next slide, I will transition to Director Petras to take over to share additional information.
Hello again. We are thrilled to be partnering with the Chancellor's Office on this Next Step demonstration project. So if you want to go to the next slide. To give you a little bit of context about this pilot, we're really excited to be doing this work in collaboration with you all to ensure that our youth in foster care get the support that they need to enroll successfully to college and through college. And as many of you know, many of these students face a lot of unique challenges and barriers during their academic journey due to no fault of their own, and really benefit from additional targeted supports to assist them in reaching their college goals. What we've seen from the data is that while most youth in foster care, they aspire to go to college, they aspire to achieve a higher education, we've seen from the research that 50% of foster youth here in California, they report that they did not get enough support with college planning. And this is so critical because what we've also seen from the research is that when they do get that support, they succeed. And the research has shown that when foster youth said that they did get a lot of encouragement to pursue higher education, they were more likely not just to enroll in college, but to actually graduate from college. So this pilot is really designed at strategies to ensure that our youth in foster care get the support they need to be able to succeed in higher education. And many of them during their time in school, especially in high school, experience a lot of mobility during their academic journey. That impacts their academics. They get behind in their coursework, they're missing out on valuable class time, they lose those key and core relationships that they're building with their school staff, with their teachers, with their friends, with their community, that impacts them academically. And what we've seen is that 1/3 of students in foster care change schools at least once during the school year. And just for context, this is 4 times the rate of low socioeconomic status students or just the general population in general. So as they're experiencing these changes, often due to no fault of their own, having to change placements while in the foster care system and getting behind academically, experiencing the trauma that often leads them to being in the foster care system, we see that only about 84% of 12th graders who have experience in the foster care system actually graduate high school compared to 58% of students in foster care. So our students are needing support both to graduate college or graduate high school and to actually enroll into post-secondary education. And what we see is, again, while most of them want to go to college and aspire for that, only 52% that do graduate high school actually enroll in post-secondary education. And what's also critical is that we're supporting our youth not just to enroll in college, but to roll directly into higher education. And we've seen that foster youth who delay entrance into community college for 1 year or more, they're actually 40% less likely to persist compared to those who enroll directly after graduating from their 12th grade year. So keeping in mind some of these challenges that our youth experience that have been involved in the foster care system, this pilot is looking at strategies to better support our young people earlier on, more upstream in high school to successfully help them graduate high school and pursue higher education. So if we go to the next slide. What we have here are the core elements of this pilot, which will include partnerships for selected colleges to collaborate with their local high school feeder districts. both around how to support them in being successful in high school and also helping them successfully transition into higher education. So what we have are some of the core elements of what this pilot will entail. One of them is looking at, again, that high school success and making sure that youth are connected to the supports they need to be able to succeed academically, whether that's getting connected to credit recovery, academic counseling, tutoring, mentorship programs, to really wrap them with support during their high school journey. Another key element of this pilot will be supporting students to enroll and succeed in dual enrollment courses. We see that many youth in foster care aren't taking advantage of these dual enrollment opportunities, and we want to make sure that they're wrapped around with support to really be aware of these courses, helped to enroll in them, wrapped with support. So once they're in a dual enrollment course, they've got the supports in place to succeed and successfully complete that course. So that'll also be a key element, knowing the benefits of dual enrollment courses to help more youth in foster care take advantage of these opportunities at their local high schools. Elements of this project as well will be ensuring skill building activities so that youth are connected to supports with things like study skills and financial literacy, test taking, things of that nature. And additionally, making sure that youth are educated about their educational rights. There's a lot of educational rights and benefits to youth in the foster care system, both when they're in K-12 education, as well as many benefits like Next Step that they're eligible for once they're in higher education. So making sure that youth are educated and informed about their rights and resources that they're able to access is also another key element of supporting them in their academic journey. And lastly, we want to make sure that this work is done in coordination with all the systems that are touching our youth so that, elements of this project that the partners implementing and supporting these youth will be partnering with key stakeholders along the way, such as their high school counselors, the foster youth liaisons, their resource parents, their caregivers, the local child welfare agency, local CBOs, to really create a coordinated support network for that student as they're transitioning from high school into college. This pilot will also focus on college transition supports as well. So making sure that youth are aware about post-secondary education. What is it? What are the options? What are the pathways? What are the benefits? What types of financial aid is out there? How do they apply? What are the programs they could take advantage of? What are the career opportunities that they might be interested in? And then what are those post-secondary pathways that can support them in reaching those career goals? So making sure that youth are exposed to various college and career exploration activities, and also given the assistance they need when they're ready in their senior year to successfully matriculate into college. So making sure they get that one-on-one support with filling out those financial aid applications, filling out those college applications, enrolling in the courses they need, and all those many steps along the way that go with planning and preparing for college. Part of this work will also be making sure that youth are connected to any other additional supports that they need to be successful in supporting their overall well-being, whether that's getting connected to assistance with housing or mental health or food assistance, but really looking at the whole youth and thinking about what additional resources they need to be able to succeed as they transition into higher education. And lastly, making sure that they know about all the benefits and programs available to them once they're at a college campus, and doing that warm handoff to link them to support programs like Next Step at their college campus. Youth will be supported into any form of higher education. So of course, supporting them into enrollment into their local community college, but also supporting youth who might be interested in also pursuing a four-year degree pathway directly out of high school as well, and getting connected to those resources to support them in that smooth transition from high school to college, and really doing what is necessary to prevent summer melt, as we see many students might want to go and then they don't get that support that they need critically in that senior year and also that summer after they graduate their high school as well. So these are some of the core elements of what the pilot will be doing, again, in partnership with their local feeder high schools. The colleges will be working closely with them to implement these key elements of the pilot program. Next slide. What we have here are an overview of the outcomes that we're seeking to achieve through this demonstration project. So as mentioned before, the colleges selected will establish formal MOUs between their community colleges and their local high school districts so that there is really strong coordination and collaboration between these two entities to support that student and really create that holistic support. Of course, they'll be delivering the services that I just outlined above to eligible foster youth students at their high school. And by doing this, we're hoping to increase the rates of foster youth enrolled in dual enrollment courses, and not just those that enroll, but also they're increasing the rate of those that successfully complete those dual enrollment courses. We'll also be looking to increase the percentage of students that successfully complete their free application for student aid, their FAFSA, or their California DREAM Act application, and also increasing ultimately the number of students that are enrolled directly into college or California Community College after high school. And through this work as well, ensuring that they ultimately receive more financial aid through this process. So I think with that, I will transition to the next slide to allow the other Jessica, there's always another Jessica, to be able to speak about a lot of this great work that's been happening at her college that this pilot is really modeled after.
Thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you, members of the board. My name is Jessica Bohannon, and I am the Educational Resource Advisor for the Foster Youth Support Network at Riverside City College. Next slide, please. And so based on a lot of the information that Jessica shared with us on the previous slide, RCC was able to apply for the Innovation of Higher Education grant in 2018 to build the Foster Youth Support Network, which was really designed to be that pipeline for foster youth from high school into college. And with our initial design, we had a project director at our district office and then one resource specialist at each of our colleges in our district. Since then, our title has been updated to Educational Resource Advisor, with the goal being to provide that one-on-one support to students in high school with foster care experience to make sure that they're getting to those goals of college and secondary education. So when we implemented this program, it was a big collaboration within Riverside County Office of Ed and our K through 12 partners in our local feeder districts. We focus on the 6 feeder districts that feed into our 3 community college sites. And we really wanted to embed the resource specialist within the high school. So in my role, I'm visiting each of my high schools at least once a month to meet with students one-on-one in person. And we also collaborated with multiple community agencies and partners as we built this network of support. Next slide, please. And so this is kind of an easy chart that lists out the different tasks that I kind of complete throughout the month with students. Here at RCC, we focus on our 3 feeder districts, which are Riverside, Alvord, and Jurupa Unified. And for me, that's about 250 students per year that I'm working with. It fluctuates. As we know, our foster youth are changing placements all the time, so that number is kind of always moving. And then additional students are served by Moreno Valley. They have their 2 districts of Val Verde and Moreno Valley Unified, and then Norco serves the Corona Norco Unified School District as well. So this kind of highlights the different points that I focus on with students. One of them is dual enrollment, so making sure students are aware that dual enrollment exists, that they know it is something they could be eligible for, and that they have the support to do the application and follow through with that process. Also connections to campus and community resources, so anything that's on campus that the student may need help with. A lot of our schools now have wellness centers, so making sure students know how to access that, as well as once I transition here to RCC, making sure they know about the Basic Needs Resource Center, Rising Scholars, anything else, the Disability Resource Center that they may qualify for. Another big thing I work on, especially with seniors, is obtaining their dependency verification. So in the high schools, I'm not only working with current foster youth, but also students who have been identified as former foster youth. And sometimes they're not too sure when their case closed or if they're living with a foster parent or a legal guardian. So I help them to contact the county or the state ombudsman to verify their status so we know what to apply for when they are doing their FAFSA and their college applications. A big event for us is our College Welcome Day. So this year, I think was our 10th annual. We host a Welcome Day here on campus where we invite all of our 9th through 12th grade foster youth students to attend. We do a campus tour. We give a big presentation about our Guardian Scholars program, our CTE programs, and our nursing program. Those are kind of our big draws here at our campus. And we also do a resource fair. So we invite our local Cal State and UC, as well as our ILP program, different transitional housing programs to kind of show students the network that is around them. So that leads into collaboration with community agencies. We work really closely with Riverside County Office of Ed, our K-12 district foster youth liaisons, as well as DPSS, our housing programs, different things like that. And so the hands-on assistance I supply for the seniors is all about getting through the applications and then making sure they understand the opportunities and resources available to them. So I help them complete their FAFSA or their CADA as an independent student, make sure they know what they're going to qualify for as far as tuition waivers at the community college level or different grants at the UC or the Cal State. I help them with Chafee if they're eligible, and then college applications. If they're coming to RCC, I can do the whole thing with them: application, registration, making sure their FAFSA documents are submitted. If they're going to a UC or a Cal State, or sometimes our youth are moving out of county when they turn 18 to go back to their county of origin, then I also help them apply to those colleges as much as I can, and then really try to get them connected to that campus's Guardian Scholars or Next Step program to make sure they have that support once they transition. And then, like I mentioned, if the student is going to RCC, they qualify for priority registration as a foster youth. And so I'll go out to their campus during that week of priority registration, meet with them one-on-one, and make sure they know what they're registering for and that their registration actually goes through. I really find it helps them to know at the end of the summer what their classes are going to be, so they have something kind of solid to move forward to instead of experiencing that summer melt that was mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. So this is an example of some of the MOUs that RCC has developed both with Riverside County Office of Ed and with our local K-12s, and kind of what we use these for. So with Riverside County Office of Ed, it's mainly to have access to the 5.7 report through CalPADS. And so that report for us, we're able to access that weekly, and they update it with students who are flagged as being actively in foster care right now. So that is one way to help us identify the students in the high schools. And then Riverside also is very big on their FAFSA challenge. So that MOU allows us to share information back and forth of what students have completed their FAFSA. That way, you know, the County Office of Ed isn't having to ask each student. They can kind of check in with me and we know who's completed what. With the K through 12 districts, this is really useful to ensure open communication with the district foster youth liaison. In some of the districts, the foster youth liaison will come with me in person on the days that we're visiting the students at the campus and kind of tag team the different services that we offer and make sure they're getting that holistic approach. It also ensures open communication with the high school counselors so they can share a lot of times if they have a student they're not sure if they have foster care experience, we can kind of look into that together. And then also access to the student information system. So I am lucky enough to have access to log into, in our districts, we use Aries and Q, so I can run queries. I can find the students that have been flagged as foster youth. I can check on their GPA. I can see if they're in school today before I send them a pass, or if they are not there, I can also see if they've moved schools or been suspended or anything like that. So it's really helpful to get kind of those live updates. Next slide, please. And so in 2020, we also received a grant from the California College Pathways Fund to add in dual enrollment to the list of services that we offer. So since we were already in the high schools doing the work, it just kind of made sense to add dual enrollment into that work we were already doing with our foster youth students. And so the main goal is to raise awareness and participation of dual enrollment. A lot of students that I talk to maybe haven't heard of it before. Maybe they think they're not eligible for it. So I really try to share that information with them, kind of discuss the benefits, and then if they're interested, help them through the application process. So that's doing the RCC application, getting the form signed, connecting with their guidance counselor, kind of making sure that whole process is seamless. And then I'm also able to provide support if they're having trouble logging into their online class or accessing their book or different things like that. And we have also been able to use that funding to offer a stipend. So for every student that completes a class successfully, they're able to get a $300 stipend. And we offer that as a repeatable incentive. So if a student is taking dual enrollment sophomore, junior, and senior year, they can earn that $300 multiple times. Last year, I had a student that graduated at one of our high schools that has like a nursing track in their dual enrollment. And by the time she graduated, she had completed 7 classes. So in total, she earned $2,100 on top of all the credits that she had completed to give her that head start. So it really is useful for a lot of our students that kind of are dedicated to getting those extra credits. There's some data on here of different things that we have collected since the spring when we first implemented our dual enrollment foster youth initiative. So we've had a total of 52 students participate. 25 of those students have passed a class and received a stipend. So there is a lot of, stipends and incentives that have been going out. And we do have students in progress right now and already signed up for the spring of 25. And then overall, the outcomes, since I've been doing this, I started in 2018, it has seemed like there's a lot more awareness of students knowing their post-secondary options, especially in comparison. If we have a student I've been working with in the high school, when they transition to RCC, they kind of know what's going on. They know what grants to look out for. They know the staff that can support them and kind of what to expect, versus when we have a brand new student that maybe comes from out of our district, there's always like that catch-up game of trying to make sure they understand everything that's available to them. So it definitely makes that trade-off a lot easier and a lot more comfortable for the student. And then, there's multiple factors that go into our Guardian Scholars program growing and expanding, but we have doubled in size since 2018. So, between the awareness and the additional staff, and of course the additional funding from Next Up to support our students, it really has made a difference in how many youth we're able to serve here at the college as well. And I think that is everything for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jessica Petras first from JBay for the partnership and then providing us sort of the broad overview of the strategies in collaboration with the Chancellor's Office for the College Access for Foster Youth Program. And then as we heard from Jessica from Riverside College, we have a window to all of the detailed efforts that are taking place on the ground at our local colleges and districts. So I do want to thank all of our Next Up colleges for all of their efforts in meeting the goals of Vision 2030 for equity and support for our foster youth and Next Up programs. And at this time, we could open it up to questions and comments.
Yeah, thank you. It was such a pleasure and an honor to see the growth in those numbers. So it's great to see these programs really gaining traction. Do any of our board members have comments? Lovely. We'll take Board Member Adu, Board Member Chang, and then Board Member LeGrand.
Hi. Jessica from Riverside College, she did a really good breakdown on sort of like the day-to-day operations and how people on the ground are interacting with foster youth. I think I had just a semantic question when it came to the $300 stipend for completing courses. I think that's a really good incentive. However, I'm concerned, in terms of completion of courses, does that just mean anything with a passing grade? And if you don't know, that's okay.
Yeah, so that's passing with a grade of A, B, or C.
Okay, thank you.
So when I was in high school, I did dual enrollment, and I absolutely love the program. I would not be in community college if it weren't for that, because 4 years were so pushed on me. So I absolutely love hearing of outreach between community college and high schools. I was curious because I got my license very late, but I was lucky because my community college had very good public transportation, but I took most of my classes online. Anyways, my question is about public transportation and accessibility, and if most students are taking classes online because of accessibility, or if some of them are going in person, and if you could speak to that.
Yes, I can definitely answer for how we kind of have it set up here at RCC. Our dual enrollment classes, a lot of them are offered in person at the high school campus where the student is attending. So they're either 0 period or 7th period. And then if not, they're online. We also offer concurrent enrollment, which to us, I know we call it two different things, but to other campuses, it's kind of the same thing, where a student is able to take a class here on campus. And for that, every RCC student has a free bus pass for RTA, so they're able to use that throughout the course of the semester.
I don't have a question. Mine's more of a comment because as I was sitting here listening, it just popped in my head. How do undocumented or DACA students, they fall into the foster care system the same way?
Yes, there are students involved in the foster care system that are undocumented and would still be eligible for services.
Thank you.
Member Brown.
Hear me? No? Okay. I can't remember what bill this was, but I know there's been a recent bill that had some language in there about, and we've had presentations on it before, about streamlining processes from community colleges to in the transfer process, and specifically the admissions process, to make the admissions guarantee. And we had presentations from the UC and the Cal State on this, what that was, or the first iteration would look like. Yes, dual admissions. So I'm wondering what connections, if any, might we have, and this is not a today question, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, between dual enrollment and dual admissions? And have any links been made there? And the second thing I wanted to make a comment on was I really liked seeing the linkages between enrollment assistant to college support programs, including but not limited to Next Up. I would also hope to see that sort of streamlining and linkages between, and this is not just directed at dual enrollment, but I like seeing that element in there because that's critically important. But how can we streamline our processes to move eligible students from one system to the other in terms of college support? So not only for our dual enrollment students who are coming into our community college programs, which some of them will, but some of them are going to go directly into the Cal State and the UC. So it'll benefit our dual enrollment students going directly to the Cal State UC, and it'll benefit our traditional transfer students if we can streamline those connections between similar programs that have slight differences between our system and where our students are headed. So I appreciate that there's already thought going into that in terms of the dual enrollment student coming into our community colleges, but let's also expand on that. And anything we can do to eliminate multiple applications would be appreciated.
Thank you for that. I wanted to just note that Jessica earlier talked about the warm handoff. And so for me, that's really about developing a transfer receptive culture. And I know that some of our UC partners have researched that model, especially UCLA. And I think it's worth it moving forward to bring that research and some of the outcomes for transfer students to the CSU as well. Thank you.
Going back to Member Adu.
Hi. Board Member Brown put up a really good point about having that streamlined pathway to those CSUs and UCs, and thinking back to what Jessica from Riverside City College said about there being a pre-nursing program specifically for the foster youth college access program. I think I'm really interested in what specific programs are offered to the foster youth within the specific programs designed for them. Is it the same as anyone enrolled in dual enrollment? Is it the same as anyone traditionally enrolled in a community college? And what I'm asking is what is available for foster youth?
Do you want to answer that, or do you want?
Oh, go ahead. Is it just Jessica from Riverside or Jessica from J-Bay?
I guess I wasn't 100% sure if you're asking here at Riverside, do we have set aside things for foster youth, or are you asking like statewide in general?
Um, Honestly, both. I'm really interested in the Riverside City program because it seems very comprehensive and robust. But also statewide, I wanted to know if there were restrictions on programs that were available for foster youth.
I can take a stab at answering that question. What we're hoping to gain from this pilot is to support youth in foster care into whatever post-secondary pathway is of interest to them. And so they are eligible, just as any other student, for all the opportunities that are out there, whether that's certificate programs to, associate's degree or four-year degree programs. And part of this work is educating young people about the options available to them across the various systems so that they can make an informed decision about what pathway is best for them that's in line with their interests and career goals. So that, I think, is, things we've seen from the effort that Riverside City College has done as well, that kind of general education about available options and exposure for youth into career exploration activities as well to see which pathways are a good fit for them.
Thank you.
Member Villavicencio.
Thank you again for the presentation, and this is just wonderful to see that there are this specific program and wraparound supports for our foster youth program. I'm curious whether or not, I know this is a sort of pilot program, but one of the challenges that we have in serving all of our students is sometimes we work in silos. And obviously there's a lot of intersectionality with our foster youth, as already somewhat mentioned in context. And so I'm wondering if there are, mechanisms in which there are other programs. I'm thinking other learning communities like Umoja and Puente and the Inapi Student Achievement Program, where there are these sort of intersections that are happening, because it's not, you're not just, students are just not one identity, obviously. And so I was wondering if you could speak to that and whether or not that's happening and breaking down these silos, and how obviously we can provide truly a holistic wraparound support for our students. Thank you.
Jessica, Riverside, are you still on?
Yeah. So I can answer that kind of for
Thank
how
you.
we function at RCC. So we do really try to share with students the multiple supportive programs that they'll be eligible for. And we're always trying to kind of build those connections. So we right now have a strong connection with our Disability Resource Center. A lot of our students in the high school do have experience with IEPs, so we make sure those are being brought up to the community college to be evaluated. And we also recently got a lot of funding for our Rising Scholars program, which serves students who are formerly incarcerated. And so I'm part of a monthly panel where we meet with that program in case we have students who have crossover experience. And also, I believe I mentioned our College Bound Welcome Day. So at that event, I ask all of our multiple services here at RCC to come table so that when students are experiencing what they can expect at RCC, they're able to meet members of Rising Scholars and DRC and our cultural programs and all of the different supports that we have, our Basic Needs Resource Center, different things like that. So we try really hard to build a community, because I know a lot of our students are part of multiple different services.
I'm grateful for that, to see that bridge being built. Thank you.
Member Brown.
Speaking of connections and collaboration, I'm curious for Riverside specifically, but sort of also statewide. Did you all partner with or connect with, in terms of professional development, with any of the colleges, or are there any colleges in Riverside, I should first ask, that already have a high school housed at the college? And if yes, did you connect and collaborate with any of those support staff from the community college that were already serving high school students to help train the folks that have just started to do this work? And then that's sort of also a statewide question. How much collaboration have we seen between the middle college programs, and what can we learn from that can be applied to dual enrollment? Thanks.
So at RCC, we don't have a middle college at our Riverside campus. I believe they do at Merino Valley, and Merino Valley had a resource specialist as well that was working really closely with that program. I believe our our ILP classes, we partnered with Thrive in Riverside County. They were held on site at the Moreno Valley campus as well. So there's a lot of collaboration going on over there. And then I don't know the answer for statewide.
Well, I'm happy to take a stab at that. I know with NUT Student Affairs team, for example, I've been sitting in on many conversations about the various programs, and this goes back to the question about Umoja and Puente and the intersection, and a concerted effort from the Chancellor's Office to try to bring those programs, to see the integration of those programs so that we can actually be more efficient in having resources available to more students. I also know across academic and student affairs, and I'm looking at our Assistant Vice Chancellor here, in seeing how we can make sure that the dual enrollment program, which is housed within academic affairs, is integrated with all of our guided pathways and student support services. So I'm seeing that happen more and more. And the other thought that struck me is we are going to be opening up Vision 2030, and we're going to be bringing an updated, we're calling it the 2025 edition of Vision 2030, as opposed to the 2023 edition of Vision 2030. And one of the themes that our office has already surfaced is this concept of how do we operationalize going deeper with the integration. So I'll punt it back to Deputy Chancellor.
I can also just respond with some examples from the Bay Area districts and the colleges, including San Jose Evergreen, which I was recently president of San Jose City College. With the work that we've been doing with our unified school districts through the pathway work with Promise programs, and then also we do have 2 middle college programs that we've had with 2 unified school districts, and that integration has been happening for some time, because I think that also for many of us, even before the pandemic, we realized that collaboration and working in partnership to develop those warm handoff, type strategies really makes a difference for our students. And at the last Board of Governors meeting, I think we spent a lot of time talking about the critical importance of sense of belonging. And so, with BOG member Villavicencio's comments on intersectionality, I think that is also part of taking a holistic approach, to support student success.
Great, thank you. At this time, we welcome public comment.
The public comment period on item 5.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Great, thank you very much, Christina. We press forward with item 5.4, our state and federal update. And Deputy Chancellor gets a little break here. We welcome Vice Chancellor O'Brien and Assistant Vice Chancellor Vasquez for their presentation.
Good afternoon, Rowena Tomanang. Pleased to be joined by Rowena Tomanang. Good afternoon, board members. David O'Brien, Vice Chancellor for Government Relations, joined by Dr. Linda Vasquez. We have a fairly brief state and federal relations update for you here today. We can proceed to the next slide. And by the way, there was a printed item as well in your agenda. So we, as per usual practice, we won't go into detail, but if anybody has questions about any of the bills or updates in the written item, please feel free to ask. We're pleased to note that the 2025-26 legislative session has officially begun. You can see some photos there. Our team went over with our California Community College's pennants on Inauguration Day last month and met with some of our new senators, some of whom we'll talk about in just a moment here. But next slide. As we move towards the bill introduction deadline on February 21st, the number of bills we're monitoring at the moment is fairly low, but as per usual, that will significantly increase. We'll see a major flood of new legislation introduced during the week leading up to February 21st, and so we'll have a much more substantive update for you on the major legislation and themes we're seeing at the March board meeting. But just as a reminder of the timeline coming ahead with the legislative session, we have bill introductions this month and next month. We will have hearings starting up in March, policy committee hearings, largely aligned with or overlapping with budget hearings as well, going on around the same time. We'll then have second house hearings in the summer, June and August, and the legislative deadline of September, around September 15th, if I'm remembering correctly, 14th or 15th this year, and the governor's final actions in October. So we're at the beginning of a fairly long legislative calendar here, so be prepared for very substantive, lengthy written updates on all of the new bills that we are tracking in the months ahead. Next slide. We just want to highlight for you some of our new committee members and relationships that we are forming here. So we're so pleased to see Senator Sasha Renee Perez from the Alhambra area named as the new chair of the Senate Education Committee. Senator Perez is a longtime ally and leader in the higher education space, having previously worked at the Campaign for College Opportunity prior to running for the state Senate, as well as working in local government in Alhambra. We have strong relationships with the senator and with her office already. You'll also note that on that committee, Senator Christopher Cabaldon from West Sacramento is a new member of the Senate Education Committee, as well as a former Vice Chancellor of Government Relations of the California Community Colleges. And we also want to point out that while we're waiting for the Assembly Higher Education Committee full membership to be released, Assemblymember Mike Fong has been reappointed as chair with a new Assembly member from San Diego as the vice chair. Let's move to the next slide. Want to just discuss with you a written item that you have in your agenda, which is our legislative guiding principles. I'll turn it over to Dr. Vasquez, but this is roughly the set of principles that we use every year when we're considering legislation, what positions to advance to the chancellor, what we'll use to determine whether it's aligned with Vision 2030 or conflicts with Vision 2030. So, Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor O'Brien. Good afternoon, Chancellor Christian, President Aguinaldo, and members of the board. We bring this update to you every January just to give you sort of preface how we are thinking through our advocacy and our engagement with the legislature every year. So there are hundreds of bills that come through, thousands of bills, thousands of bills that come through the legislature every year. Hundreds of them are in higher ed. And give or take, we are monitoring anywhere between 80 to 100 plus bills that impact community colleges. How do we make sense of which ones we prioritize and engage with? Even if we don't take a position on every bill, and we don't, the legislature will frequently reach out to the chancellor's office asking for information, background information, data, and yes, seeking our input and counsel on the proposal. And so developing a set of principles, a framework for our advocacy and engagement is really important to help keep us organized and maximize our own expertise and time as well. And so the handout you have is rooted in Vision 2030's framework around equity and success and access and support. There are some guiding principles we will lean on to help inform an inquiry-based approach as we're asking questions about proposals, and yes, even in how we take a position. Right, we want to consider how proposed legislation uplifts Vision 2030 and the goals of this board, or also think about how it may take us away from advancing Vision 2030, and if possible, help that bill get on the pathway to Vision 2030 alignment. We also there are frequently proposals that are sponsored by local districts or are targeted at a very particular region. So as those proposals we move forward, we want to think through, again, alignment to Vision 2030. As always, we want to ensure that any proposal is rooted on a clearly defined problem and uses data to identify its language and its solution.
And lastly, we want to engage and ask questions about proposals that are aligned with fiscal integrity. You've heard us present about this before, is that we want to encourage the legislature that if they're going to be considering legislation and it's going to result in significant operational impacts, that it be paired with resources. So no new unfunded mandates is a message we hear often. And if possible, if it's not possible, we want to think through how we're maximizing existing funding to support that bill's intent. We meet with you and present every 2 months, and bills move very quickly and can be amended very quickly. And so that it is a limitation how we come to you with the latest updates are not always latest every 2 months. So our track legislation page gives you real-time information about bills that we're monitoring, team member that's assigned to it, and a brief description of the bill, also the status of the bill. And so we're moving to provide more frequent updates on our website if that is something that you're interested in. Lastly, on the just adding something to Vice Chancellor O'Brien mentioned in terms of bills that are moving forward, your handout does provide a list of bills that we're monitoring so far. We uploaded this a week and a half ago, or maybe 2 weeks, and it's outdated now. There's new bills. But it does give you a sense of themes that are moving forward. We always see legislation around basic needs and financial aid. Transfer will continue to be a topic of interest for the legislature. And of course, we are monitoring 3 bills to date related to immigration and undocumented students.
All right. Let's just real quickly move ahead one slide. We have a very brief federal update, and then, of course, happy to take any questions. We also want to make sure that everybody saves the date. We have landed on April 1st, 2025. No, it's not an April Fool's joke. It really is the date for our annual Board of Governors Advocacy Day here in Sacramento. So please be on the lookout for more information about that very soon. We always like to kick off April, which is Community College Month, with our advocacy here in Sacramento. So stay tuned. More details coming very shortly on that. Next slide. And lastly, we just want to note on the federal front, obviously we are less than a week out from the presidential inauguration and expecting a lot of change and a lot of news to come out, of course, of Washington when it comes to federal issues. The new Congress has convened, of course, with a Republican majority in both houses. A lot going on there lately. Want to flag for you that your update includes some new committee chairs that we will be reaching out to and forming relationships with as we prepare for our annual February visit. It's early February to Washington, D.C. this year that coincides with ACCT's National Legislative Summit. For example, Dr. Virginia Fox, those of you that followed some of our federal advocacy in the past may remember the former chair of the House Education and Workforce Committee. She's rotated out, and Congressman Tim Walberg of Michigan is the new chair, with Bobby Scott of Virginia remaining as the ranking Democratic member of that committee. Policy issues we're monitoring. There's a whole lot on the federal side, of course, but areas where we're looking to see where there's a divergence from the outgoing administration or whether there is alignment with our priorities include things like debt relief, Pell Grant and financial aid, including Pell Grant for short-term workforce programs, which is something that we're told has a strong chance of advancing in the new Congress. Reauthorization of the Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act, or WIOA, which we're also anticipating has a good chance of being reauthorized. We're also, of course, going to be monitoring issues related to immigration, undocumented students, LGBTQ+ students, oversight of for-profit colleges, and many, many more. So stay tuned for some fairly substantive updates on the federal front. As it relates to the new administration, we will be monitoring the confirmation hearing when it is scheduled for Linda McMahon, who's been nominated as the new Secretary of Education, and looking to see where there may be alignment with some of our priorities. Based on some of the nominee's prior statements and positions she has taken, it does appear that there is some interest in things like apprenticeships and workforce education. And so stay tuned on that front, and happy to answer any questions the board may have.
We are keeping you very, very busy with both the DC and Sacramento trips. So thank you in advance to you and your teams for all the work on there. Are there any board member comments? Going once, going twice. Public comment.
The public comment period on item 5.4 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we just have one, Wendy Burrow Wynkoop.
This is the first block meeting I don't see Wendy.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo. That's so fun to say. Vice President Rawlings, also fun to say. Chancellor Christian and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Wendy Burrow Wynkoop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges, or FAC. Today, I wanted to highlight 2 of FAC's critical legislative priorities that align with our system's commitment to student success and equity. First, building on last year's legislation affirming that instructional faculty should be humans, FAC is expanding our work to ensure that students have meaningful interactions across all college services like counseling and librarians for non-instructional faculty. While we embrace technological innovations, we believe students must have access to human support in line with the Chancellor's Office human, H-U-M-A-N, centered guiding principles. Second, we're seeking legislation to protect student agency and equitable access. The community college system often affirms that we meet students where they're at, a principle of educational support that recognizes the diverse backgrounds, experiences, and learning needs of our students. True to this commitment, we must also trust our students with the agency to choose their own academic pathways. FAC is seeking legislation to ensure our students have the agency to enroll in and community colleges the agency to offer standalone pre-transfer courses. FAC has no intention of returning to mandatory lengthy remedial pathways
30
or
seconds.
remedial placement and supports the continuation of the co-requisite model. Students should be able to access transfer level coursework and pre-transfer level coursework where appropriate. This would allow for a truly equitable, accessible experience and enable students of all academic backgrounds, especially those who are first generation and the most vulnerable students, to achieve their goals. We would appreciate your support and thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
I see no virtual hands raised.
Thank you very much, Christina. We are bopping around again to 5.7, Vision 2030 Biannual Update. Deputy Chancellor, I hope you're done with your break because it's over. Please approach the podium. Welcome, EVC Ferguson.
So hello again, Rowena Tominang, Deputy Chancellor, and
Chris Ferguson, Executive Vice Chancellor.
so Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson and I are very pleased to be presenting to our board item 5.7, our Vision 2030 biannual update, which you do have had access to the fuller report. And so what we have before you are just some highlights from the report, and then we will be focusing attention on 2 demonstration projects. Next slide. So this slide here just gives you a snapshot of the focus of the report in terms of our demonstration projects, which we have talked about in terms of their purpose in supporting innovation, identifying best practices, and addressing student and institutional challenges. And then a brief overview of the report in terms of the different sections. You would have seen project summaries, progress on our projects, and then also detailed outcomes in terms of the demonstration projects. Additionally, there are emerging demonstration projects that have also been identified. Next slide. These next set of slides focus on the 4 spheres of engagement for Vision 2030. And this one is a project summary of how we've engaged people in our system. And so over the past 6 months, 4 innovative demonstration projects have been designed or launched. These projects target critical student needs, focusing on financial aid, resources, support for foster youth, as you've already heard, accessible educational materials, and rural transfer pathways. Collectively, these efforts have engaged more than 216,100 individuals comprising students, stakeholders, and partners. Engagement has occurred through diverse channels such as direct services, memorandums of understanding, and informational webinars. Additionally, participation in demonstration projects spans across 90 California community colleges, showcasing a statewide commitment to innovation and student success. And then finally, the Credit for Prior Learning Initiative is a standout accomplishment enabling over 10,200 students to earn over 43,977 units, accelerating their educational journey in our system. And then I will now hand over to Vice Chancellor Ferguson for slide 4.
Next slide, please. Sure. So demonstration projects are driving critical policy change at both the state and state and local levels, focusing on removing barriers to student access and success. A key example is the Ag Tech Project, demonstration project, which works with individual colleges to modify board policies, such as expanding the use of technology lending programs to include non-credit students, ensuring access to resources, equitable access to resources. At a statewide level, demonstration projects like Rising Scholars are developing action plans aimed at improving policies for justice-impacted students. These plans are comprehensive in nature and reflect stakeholder feedback, ensuring they're actionable and inclusive. The efforts of these approaches are to address systemic barriers and to tailor solutions to local needs, setting foundations for long-term student support. Next slide, please. So within this slide, we have demonstration projects that are system-focused. These can be both large-scale and widespread, or involve enhanced use of current systems or innovative technology tools. The examples that we have here are the Central Valley Transfer and Common Cloud demonstration projects. We have vision-aligned reporting, the VetNet Ally, and California Clinical Placement System. To remove barriers at scale, demonstration projects are exploring optimal ways to leverage technology, data, and intersegmental alignment to scale solutions. And then we would note that the current systems being enhanced, such as vision-aligned reporting, certainly hit home at our Vision 2030 goals. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Deputy Chancellor Toewenang.
Thank you. So next slide. So here, demonstration projects have been strategically leveraging existing resources while actively advocating for new funding to ensure sustainability and alignment with Vision 2030's equity and access goals. Over the 2024 calendar year, these efforts collectively sought $114.82 million in funding to expand and sustain various initiatives. Specific accomplishments include the Veterans Mental Health Project, which secured $1.7 million to advocate to advance mental health services for student veterans. We have the Apprenticeship Pathway Project, which obtained $748,000 for subject matter experts and consultants and distributed $3.9 million across 27 colleges in 2 funding rounds. And we have $5 million that was allocated this fiscal year to the United Domestic Workers Project, fostering seamless pathways for low-income workers to improve educational and employment outcomes. These successes underscore the commitment to resource sustainability and the ability to scale impact across diverse student populations.
Next slide. So we'll highlight a couple specific demonstration projects, the first being the Common Cloud Data Platform, which aims to tackle a key issue facing California community colleges, the absence of a unified platform for seamless data sharing. By establishing this platform, colleges will gain better access to data insights, enabling them to define clear program pathways and make data-driven decisions. The project's ultimate goal is to enhance transfer rates, ensuring students can smoothly progress through their educational journeys. A couple of highlights that I would note in this demonstration projects, there are, in cohort 1, 11 colleges using the platform to support 151,853 students. And we would note that stakeholder growth and engagement has increased from roughly 15 to 146. And we are certainly, with the budget that's been put forward in the governor's budget, planning for system-wide expansion of this demonstration project.
Next slide. So the second demonstration project we wanted to highlight today is Bridging the Nursing Gap, Associate Degrees in Nursing, or ADN. And so for this demonstration project, it is a targeted response to California's growing nursing shortage, with a focus on aligning efforts with Vision 2030 goals of equity, access, and sustainability. Key initiatives include identifying program gaps, developing and enhancing curricula, supporting students in completing ADN degrees, providing counseling and job placement services, and expanding the LVN to RN apprenticeship program to broaden career pathways. A significant partnership with the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, or HCI, has enabled comprehensive analysis of RN shortage data, helping to inform project strategies. This project has also hosted immersive technology workshops to modernize nursing education and organize webinars on DEI strategies for English language learners, ensuring more inclusive pathways into nursing careers. These efforts collectively address the urgent need for a diverse, well-prepared nursing workforce while promoting sustainability and equity. And a few highlights I'd like to provide for the ADN project include 12 colleges were onboarded and readiness assessments were completed from July to December of 2024. For enrollment success, we have 839 students enrolled in ADN programs. We have in strategic partnerships, we have 7 in healthcare, education, and community organization collaborations. And for statewide engagement, this project has held 9 webinars for nursing programs, 3 in-person immersive technology and digital literacy workshops. And looking ahead for 2025, we do have expansion plans in terms of enrolling additional colleges in the project, and of course, strengthening and building all of the networks that are in place, and cohort expansion. Cohort 2 outreach began in fall in November of 2024, and we continued the recruitment webinars across December. And then, of course, we're going to continue the stakeholder engagement. So with that, We'd like to thank our Board of Governors for this opportunity to provide some brief highlights of our biannual update to Vision 2030 focused on demonstration projects. And thank you again for all of your support for all of our team members across all of our divisions, our partner colleges that are moving the demonstration projects, and then, of course, also all of our collaborative partners from across industry sectors. And any additional?
I just thank the board, and I just note we will use all of the demonstration projects and the data that we're receiving to inform the 2025 update of Vision 2030 as we move forward. And ultimately, Common Cloud Data Platform is an excellent example of when we are seeing successes, looking at how we can scale and expand system-wide from the start.
Great, thank you very much. Any board member comments? Okay, I think my only comment is that as we prepare for our July Vision 2030 refresh, I'd love to know if there was a dashboard or something we can create to get all of this, these status updates in one place. But we can decide on what that might look like at a later time. Vice President Rawlings.
I would just say, so I've been through the report and having had the conversations now with Chancellor Christian, you know, as we go through each of our meetings and we have topics that come up and we hear about these demonstration projects, seeing in a document like how much we're doing, oh my gosh, our staff, I mean, just so much appreciation for all of you and the work you're doing, because with these demonstration projects, even though a lot of them are going on out in the field, just trying to coordinate it and make sure that we're well informed and that we're keeping the programs on track. This is just really a lot of really impressive work that when you really look into each of the projects and just think as you go through them, how they converge, how there is intersectionality between a lot of these programs. And it's really a lot of wonderful work. So definitely wanted to give appreciation to our staff.
Member Haynes.
Thank you for saying that. What it helped me remember, what I notice is that in many cases that in the past, our colleges were doing sort of the same thing, but they didn't necessarily know they were doing some of the same things. And what the projects now allow is for this collaboration to actually happen in a way that it hadn't happened in the past. So I want to thank the Chancellor and the Chancellor's staff, those in the room and those not in the room doing the work. That I think it really has made a difference. We are speaking to each other in very different ways. I have one observation. We now need to, and it was mentioned, I think by Board Member Williams, we really now need to move outside of our colleges to make certain that the communities and all of the actual community and businesses and nonprofits know exactly what we're doing as well, because that's what we're doing it for, and we need to have those voices and have them be proud of the work that we're doing and what we're really trying to achieve. And so I think that that's where the next bundle of work needs to actually happen too. But great job.
Wonderful. Member Villavicencio.
I'll be brief because I really want to echo again what Board Member Haynes and Vice President Rawlings said. It's not just obviously our Chancellor's Office team, which again we know is the smallest comparatively versus the other systems. And again, we know that there's that 8% cut across the board, and it is. And I've only been here almost a year, and I am so. It warms my heart that we're moving so many different projects moving forward, and it all aligns, right, with Vision 2030. And so I want to take this time to also thank our good Chancellor and her leadership, and sort of her inspiring us to do this work now, because she can only focus on maybe on one or two things. We're moving, I don't know what that number is, but we're moving a number of initiatives forward. And so I'm grateful for her leadership, and guiding our system at this time, this very transformative time that we're seeing in higher education, and really putting us into prominence, I think, given that we are the largest higher education system in the country. We have such an important role to play, and I'm just really humbled to be a part of it, and to be serving with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public comment, Christina?
The public comment on item 5.7 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
Thank you very much. We are excited to move to item 5.5, which is a continuation of what we mentioned at the outset of our meeting with respect to getting a deeper understanding for this board on the things that we tackle on a day-to-day basis. So we move to the AI educational series and AI tutoring. And with that, I pass it to Chancellor Christian.
So as Dr. Craig Hayward is getting settled, we're restarting our AI educational series that we had last fall. And I'm super happy that we have a star today that Dr. Hayward is invited to engage with our board. Sal Khan has been someone that I've been following for a long time, having been a math faculty member. And so I'm truly happy that he's going to be with us, sharing his thoughts and engaging in a conversation with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Hayward.
Thank you so much, Chancellor Christian, and good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, members of the board. It's my pleasure today to introduce someone who practically needs no introduction. You may have seen him on 60 Minutes. You may have accessed some of his videos on YouTube to help you unravel a particularly sticky topic. I am, of course, talking about Sal Khan, the CEO and founder of the Khan Academy. He is no stranger to higher education. In 1998, he graduated from MIT with a bachelor's in mathematics, as well as a double major in computer science and engineering, and a concurrent master's degree in electrical engineering. As a junior and senior at MIT, he received the El Aranta Fellowship to create a software program that he called Planet Math, which was informed by his tutoring of 4th and 7th graders and students with ADHD. In addition to the Khan Academy, he has used his other degree, his MBA from Harvard, to found 3 other nonprofits, Schoolhouse.World, Khan Lab School, and Khan World School. Mr. Khan joins us today to share his vision for how to leverage AI to increase student learning and engagement through personalized, accessible, on-demand tutoring. And now, I'd like to pass the baton to Mr. Khan.
Great, thanks for having me. Y'all can hear me?
Faintly.
Yes,
Can we turn
can.
the volume up?
Okay, sounds good. And y'all have a presentation, I was told, on y'all's side?
Yes, simply ask us to advance the slides and we can go through it for you.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm honored to be here, and what I'll try to do is go through the presentation relatively quickly so we can have as much time as possible to have a conversation around this. But let's go to the next slide. And actually, well, let's go to the slide after this. All right, so this is something that some of y'all might be familiar with. Back in 1984, educational psychologist Benjamin Bloom, some of y'all are familiar with Bloom's taxonomy. He's also well known for his studying of tutoring and what he coined the term mastery learning. And in 1984, he published this paper called the 2 Sigma problem. And we'll talk in a second why he called it a problem. But what's going on here is if you look at that graph, that traditional bell curve that you see in the middle, that's the traditional distribution that you would see of a student's performance. And and he does this in a fairly narrow information set. Some people have debated how large the effect size is, but in general, there's been a lot of validation about the direction. But what he was able to argue for in this paper is that if you were able to give someone one-to-one tutoring versus group instruction, they could get a 2 standard deviation improvement. Sigma, as a statistics refresher, the symbol sigma is the Greek letter for standard deviation. And a 2 standard deviation improvement is a huge improvement. In fact, most researchers would be skeptical of something that's even a 1 sigma improvement. In research circles, even a fifth of a sigma is considered a very good effect of some type of an intervention. Now, that to some degree, though, that might not be a surprise to us. We've always imagined that world-class learning could be something that customizes to the needs of the student. If the student needs to speed up, slow down, if you have a tutor, you can get it. That's to some degree how I got started. You know, my background was originally in tech and then in finance, and 20 years ago, turns out some of my cousins needed help. I started tutoring them remotely. Word spreads in my family that free tutoring was going on. Before I know it, I'm tutoring a bunch of cousins. But I consistently saw this type of effect. 2 standard deviations is taking a student who's in the 50th percentile and getting them into the 95th or the 96th percentile, or taking a student who's significantly below average and making them above average. Now, the reason why Benjamin Bloom called this a problem is, as is probably obvious to all of us, the society, we never had the resources to give everyone a one-on-one tutor. For most of human history, very few people got an education, or at least a formal academic education. The few who did tended to get very good ones. If you were a young prince, I always point out that Alexander the Great's tutor was Aristotle. So, you can imagine that's a really great education, but very few people got that. About 200-300 years ago, we had a very utopian idea. What if we gave everyone an education? Now, that's had huge benefits for society, literacy rates, et cetera, broad middle class. But we had to make trade-offs. We said, well, we can't give everyone their own Aristotle. We're going to have to learn from methods of the Industrial Revolution, bat students together, move them together at a set pace, every now and then give them an assessment. Some students will do well on that assessment, some students won't, too bad, and we move on to the next concept. And we see where this gets us. In the community college system, the numbers, and these aren't unique to California, I think these are true pretty much nationwide or even worldwide. Even the students who graduate from high school, and these are students, most of whom have taken classes, and I'll focus on math, but this is true in the humanities too, but they've taken classes like Algebra 1, Algebra 2, many of them have taken pre-calculus and even calculus. When they enroll in college, a majority have to essentially take remedial math, and remedial math is essentially 7th grade math. So what's happening to a majority of our students is that they keep getting pushed forward in the system, they accumulate gaps, and there's no way to intervene. Now, if you're a middle class, upper middle class family, you might be able to hire a tutor or tutor your own child to make sure that their distribution looks more like that, right? But that's not the reality for most folks. Now, Khan Academy, our journey over the years, I started tutoring my cousins 20 years ago. I started writing software for them in 2005. I started making the first videos in 2006. We set up as a nonprofit in 2008 with the mission Free World-Class Education for Anyone, Anywhere. And we really became a real organization in 2010 with funding, et cetera, and a team. Our true north has always been, okay, maybe society can't give everyone a full-fledged one-on-one tutor, but what if we could use technology to approximate aspects of one-on-one tutoring? And Benjamin Bloom back in 1984 kind of predicted this. That middle distribution there that says mastery learning, that's his, he had a very primitive system, but he saw 1 standard deviation improvement, which once again is pretty large. And mastery learning is just a fancy way of saying, if you haven't learned something well yet, you should have the opportunity, the incentive to do so. So in a traditional academic system, you're a little bit shaky on your exponents. Too bad, we're going to move on to the next module, which is going to be negative exponents or logarithms, somehow expecting you to understand that, even though you didn't understand basic exponents. In a mastery learning system, you'd say, hey, yeah, why don't you keep working on those basic exponents? Maybe you can move ahead a little bit as well, but let's make sure that you don't have debilitating gaps. Now, historically, that was very hard to do with one teacher in a classroom of 30, but our thesis is, well, what if we could use technology to do it? And we've approximated it over the years with things like on-demand video, with software, with giving teachers and professors tools to be able to keep track of where all of their students are, even if they're working on slightly different things, because every student is different, that they need to fill in their gap. And then you fast forward to a little over 2 years, 2.5 years ago, Sam Altman and Greg Brockman reached out to me and they say they want to show them their new model to me. I was skeptical. I had seen GPT-2, GPT-3. It was very cool, but I didn't think it was ready for prime time. But when they showed me GPT-4, and this was about 5-6 months before ChatGPT came out, and I know, we're all hearing the word GPT everywhere, and it gets very confusing. ChatGPT, when it is an application that was built on top of the model, on top of initially not even GPT-4, on top of GPT 3.5. So you can imagine when I saw GPT-4, which is pretty much, this was 2.5 years ago, it's pretty much would still be considered a state-of-the-art AI large language model. Even though it had some issues, and we'll talk a lot about those issues, this was the first time that we said, we can go that much further towards this Benjamin Bloom's ideal of one-on-one tutoring. We were able to get the AI to really approximate what a great tutor would do, not give the answer, but ask questions. We were, and potentially support teachers the way a good teaching assistant would. Now, all of that, we started working on this at Khan Academy, and then in November of 2022, ChatGPT comes out, which was actually a surprise. We were under a non-disclosure agreement at the time with OpenAI, and we were going to launch alongside GPT-4 in March of 2023. And I remember when ChatGPT came out, I emailed the leadership, and I was like, what's going on? They said, we don't know what's going on, or they know, we didn't expect it. They just put this chat application on top of their older model, and the whole world kind of exploded. And we were worried, especially in an education context, because we were thinking about how do you do high quality pedagogy? How do you make sure the math is accurate? How do you make sure that the AI isn't, hallucinating, which is the term of the trade when it makes up things? How do you take care of safety, privacy, security? And all of a sudden this thing comes out that wasn't designed for education, but it was clear that it could be used for cheating. It was also clear that it had some real issues in some of those things. We can move to the next slide. And we all probably remember these headlines. The school districts started banning ChatGPT. I think a lot of higher education, it's harder for higher education to ban things because students could probably access it on their own because they're adults. But ever since then, there's been some real consternation. I would say especially in higher education where you can't control as much where a student is what they're using. To what degree is it even today undermining the ability to write a paper or do your problem sets, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in hindsight, and this is still an issue, this might have been a little bit of a blessing that the cat got out of the bag a little bit prematurely, because by March of 2023, people were actually, to some degree, asking for something. Everyone recognized that AI is a part of students' future. They just wish there was a way to do it right, wish there was a way to do it in an academic context. And so when we launched Khanmigo, which is the AI tutor and teaching assistant on Khan Academy, honestly, it was a better reception than I expected. I was expecting a lot of people to have mixed feelings about Khan Academy going deep on AI. But I'll show you a little bit of what Khanmigo can do, and it's constantly moving, so I can tell you a little bit about the updates even since the slide deck. And then I'll open it up. So if we can move to the next slide. And if you could click once. So what you're seeing here is just a traditional exercise on Khan Academy. One of the guardrails is the conversations recorded and viewable by your teacher. You can see the student say, tell me the answer. And then the AI is ethical and says, I will not, essentially. What do you think is the next step? And now the student is actually making a mistake here. They're not distributing that -2. I know this is all moving fast. I see that you tried to simplify the equation, but I'm curious about how you got to your step. Can you explain your thought process? Remember, we need to distribute the -2 to both the 9 and the 2m inside the parentheses. Let's try that step again. So any of y'all who've been a tutor or have seen tutoring, this is actually almost identical to if I was chatting with my cousins 20 years ago, what I would have chatted with them. And as you could tell, it's a very different interaction than what you're used to with ChatGPT. It's a lot more natural. It's much better at the math, and it's doing the pedagogical right thing. Move to the next slide. So it works in many contexts. This is in computer programming. If you can click once. So here the student's trying to make the clouds part. Only the left cloud is moving. The student says, why is only the left cloud moving? And once again, the AI is able to act as a tutor, understand the code, but not give away the answer, but really say, okay, well, let's think about this other variable. We don't have to go into the details. Next slide. This is a student watching a video on Khan Academy, and the AI has the context of the video. This is a video about the science of sizes in biology. And the student is asking the age-old question, why do I need to learn this? And so if you can click, the AI asks, well, what do you care about? I can explain how learning about different sizes in science can connect to your interests. The student says, I want to be a professional athlete. The AI says, awesome. As a professional athlete, understanding the science of sizes can help you appreciate how your body works at a cellular level. For example, knowing how cells, proteins, and molecules interact can help you make better choices about nutrition, hydration, and recovery. Plus, it's always good to have well-rounded knowledge. And it still blows my mind how good it is at emojis that it just kind of makes up on the fly. Now, everything that I've just showed you is kind of classic things that a tutor would do. It's the kind of things that I was doing with my cousins 20 years ago. And we immediately started rolling it out in K-12 schools and places like Indiana. That was one of the places that was highlighted in the 60 Minutes segment from a couple of months ago, and Newark, New Jersey. And this next video will show you some student reactions, young student reactions to it. If we can move to the next video.
I love it because when it knows a summary, it knows many different things, and it knows Spanish, Portuguese, and English, and it knows it's really smart, but it doesn't know everything. It helps me with everything, and what I like about it is that it helps me write like stories, and it's so amazing.
It just helped me out with it. It didn't give me the answer, but it helped me out get the answer.
I feel like it's like a tutor, you know, like a non-expense paid tutor.
Move to the next slide. So we realized, well, when we were experimenting with this, that to some degree our imaginations were limiting us, and we quickly realized that you could do things with this technology that would have seemed like science fiction even 3-4 years ago. Here's an activity where students can actually talk to literary characters. So here it says, the student says, I would love to meet Eeyore the donkey. If you can click once. Oh, hello there. It's me, Eeyore. Not that anyone would notice, but since you're here, what would you like to talk about? Remember, I'm an AI simulation of Eeyore. Why are you so pessimistic? The student asks. And AI Eeyore says, well now, isn't that a question? I suppose it's just my nature, you see. Some donkeys are born with a sunny disposition. Others, well, we see the thistles more than the roses. But that's life, isn't it? We can't all be Tiggers bouncing about. Now, what about you? Do you find yourself more of a Tigger or an Eeyore in your own, and I think it's going to complete life. But it gives you a sense of, and you know, we didn't want this to just be a toy. As you can see, it's driving the conversation to have something substantive with the students. And we've already gotten a lot of reaction from English teachers, history teachers, where you can also talk to AI simulations of historical figures that, you know, they're using this to really bring literature, history to life, get kids really interested in what they're doing. Next slide. So this is another AI activity where you can, a student or anyone can debate the AI. So they're debating whether the government should cancel student debt. The student is against it. The AI takes the other side, and they can go back and forth. And after a few rounds of that, the AI can give feedback to the students, and then they can switch. And we've gotten a lot of feedback. And this is, you know, at the high school level and even at the higher education level, about students really appreciating this format to be able to test their ideas in a safe environment and get some feedback. Next slide. So the big question around generative AI well, one of the big ones has been about writing. How do you undermine a student just going to ChatGPT and writing? And anyone who says that they have a plagiarism detector for AI, it's a little bit of snake oil. Or anyone who claims they can detect AI just by reading it, maybe you can if the student isn't too adept at it, if they just, you know, typed in the prompt to AI and they just hand in the first thing that ChatGPT spits out. But if the student is adept at it, it can be very indiscernible. I mean, the student can put in their previous essay and say, write it in this style. The student can say, make this an A- essay. A student can say, put a few mistakes in there. Like, there's a lot of things. They put mistakes that you would expect a college freshman to make, but still make it an A- paper. So there's a lot of things you'd be surprised that you could do to prompt an AI to make it seem like a very natural essay. And so we've been thinking about this, and this was one of the things that was profiled on 60 Minutes. And we're actually launching this more formally to everyone in about a month. But it's what we call Writing Coach. And what we're going to see here is an earlier version of it. But if you can click once, the animation will start. A student here is writing a paper, and they can get feedback on the different dimensions of the paper. So it highlights it. It's like you're working on a Google Doc or a doc with someone else, although this someone else is an AI, and it gives you feedback. You start with a vivid scene. I would suggest giving a little bit more attention to how exactly Steve inspired you and changed your life, et cetera, et cetera. So a bunch of things are going to happen here, and I'll tell you how this is related to the cheating issue. So first and foremost, one of the biggest problems with writing, I started talking about algebra and the problem with, remedial math. What I hear from higher ed is the writing is as big of a problem. Maybe it doesn't show up on standardized tests as much, but students are also having trouble write. And I suspect, one, this is because it's not measured on standardized tests. There's been a lot less writing being done in classrooms in the K-12 system. But also writing is an incredibly expensive thing. It's resource intensive. Students spend a lot of energy doing it. They usually don't get a lot of feedback. Then teachers have to spend hours grading these papers. Then by the time the students get the feedback back, the whole class has moved on. There's not usually an opportunity for revision. So first and foremost, we've been like, how do we make this a better writing experience? So this is where the students get feedback immediately. When they are ready to submit it, they can submit it to the teacher. So the teacher can construct the assignment with the AI, assign it through the AI. The AI works on it with the student. When the student is ready, they submit. Now the AI does a couple of things for the teacher. One, it doesn't just give the teacher the final output of the paper. It can give the teacher a sense of everything that happened. Like, hey, I worked with Sal on this essay. It took us 4 hours. Sal had a little bit of trouble with thesis statements. By the way, 10 of the students in the classroom did. Here they are, etc. Why don't we, reteach that or something like that? So it gives a lot more insights. But also it can help undermine cheating because, Anderson Cooper tried to do this with his 7th grade essay on that 60 Minutes piece, and it caught him. Where if you, as you work with the AI, say go to ChatGPT or get a friend to write something and you copy and paste it in, it flags that for the teacher to say, hey, this was a little chunk of text that we don't know where it came from. We didn't work on this piece together. And we think, nothing is going to be foolproof, but cheating has existed well before generative AI, but we think giving teachers, professors transparency into the process is actually the best way of doing this and supporting students better. Next slide. So I mentioned, and if you could click once, I mentioned everything about supporting students as tutors. Now we'll talk a little bit about teachers. So this is a teacher looking at an exercise on our American history. And at first they're in student mode, and when you say, tell me the answer, it does not tell the answer like we saw before. But then they can switch from student mode to teacher mode. And now when they say, tell me the answer, it really acts as a teacher's guide. Not only does it tell the answer, but it's thinking with the teacher about how they could effectively teach that lesson. The teacher asks for a lesson hook, make it exciting. How about starting the lesson with a short role play activity? Divide your students into groups and assign each group a different country involved in the Spanish-American War. Ask them to imagine they are diplomats from their assigned country. The task is to negotiate and discuss. So, and a teacher can keep going back and forth with the AI. Can you make this about the local sports team? Can you make this about relevant things in the news, etc. And so, as you can see, teachers, professors spend hours a week doing things like writing lesson plans, progress reports, eventually even grading papers. And grading, I think we're not quite there, but in the next year or two we will. And I think we'll always want the teacher to be the approver of the grade. But if we can save teachers, professors a lot of valuable time, that's more time and energy for themselves and their students. Next slide. And we are done with the slide. I'll just say one thing before we open it up. We open it up for questions. Is it's very fashionable these days at dinner parties to be debating AI, and it's very easy to come up with all the places where it can go wrong. Obviously, we talked about cheating. Unfortunately, I'm sure we're going to see bullying, misinformation, deep fakes. We're going to see fraud attacks with AI. It's going to be a national security issue. But what I point out with everyone, all technology, for the most part, is neutral. It really is just an amplification of human intent. Fire, the earliest technologies, it can be used to burn and harm, or it could be used to cook food or keep someone alive and warm them up. Same thing is true of AI. And AI is for sure bad actors. No matter what we do, they're going to try to amplify their intent, or lazy actors to try to cheat, etc. And this is why it's important for, I think, good actors, those who want to leverage to help people, to help them learn, etc. Really lean in here, because if you don't, then this very powerful technology is just going to amplify the bad or the lazy. And what we really care about is the good and developing people to their potential. I personally think what we all have the opportunity to do together is maybe the most poetic use of AI, which is using AI to improve HI, use artificial intelligence to improve human intelligence and human purpose. So with that, I'd love to open up to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. We have a question from Board Member Du.
Hi, Mr. Khan. I'm a huge fan. You are single-handedly responsible for my A in calculus. I wanted to ask, from the perspective of students who are navigating the newer uses of AI and being potentially reprimanded for using AI. Different colleges have different disciplinary systems and different regulations on AI. It even varies based on professor to professor. How do you navigate encouraging those students to use AI as a tool and not be afraid that they're going to be reprimanded or even expelled for using AI?
Yeah, it's a great
Thank you.
question, and I think too many institutions, especially higher education, have put it on the burden on the student to figure out where to sit in that gray area, because it is a very hard gray area. And you don't want to leave college not having used this tool. And in fact, when we interview people for Khan Academy, if they're not thinking about how they could use these tools to make them more productive, that's a ding on them. They should be thinking about that. And so I think first it should start with the colleges to have a consistent policy on how to do it. I think the best policies are ones of transparency, I think, where professors should be explicit around, like, this is an activity where you are allowed to use AI, but I just want you to tell me how you used AI. Or here's an activity where it's 100% honor code. You can't use AI. Now, we know even before generative AI, many colleges have had honor codes, and some students uphold them, some don't. We've all had take-home tests back in the day, and some people, hopefully most people, really did do the take-home test on their own, but some people didn't. And my recent book I wrote, looked into a whole chapter. Unfortunately, there even before AI, there is a lot of cheating that sometimes goes on. I mean, when I talk to students and they're open with me, they tell me about this. And so, yes, I actually think as long as colleges really lean into giving clarity, transparency, number one. I don't want to cloud everyone else's judgment, but I'm a little skeptical of a lot of the honor codes that have been around well before generative AI. It's actually, I think, made it very hard when people do cheat for other people to report it, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I think we're putting too much on the students right now.
Thank you.
Member De La Fuente.
Good to have you with us. Thank you for your comments. A couple questions. First question is, let's say a student is accused of using generative AI. Can you actually prove that they used it? And the second question I have is, do you think teachers are ready and are embracing technology and are being trained? And what kind of resources do they need, do you think, to get up to par?
Yeah. In terms of proof, I don't think you can rely purely on some kind of algorithm to say that this person cheated. Like, even what we do with Khanmigo is it'll flag it, and it's really to tell the teacher, hey, you should maybe take a look at this, because this part of the paper was copied and pasted in. We didn't work on that. That doesn't mean that the student necessarily cheated, but it's worth the teacher to look into. I think the way to detect AI cheating, for better or for worse, is actually the way to detect cheating before AI, or the only way you can do it is if a student's the latest paper looks dramatically different from previous papers or in-class writing. Now, there's some chance that this is the first paper that the student took seriously, that they maybe put a lot of work into, and they really did improve. But I think even before generative AI, if all of a sudden we saw like a C paper, A+ paper, and the writing style looked different, we'd say, okay, there might be something going on here. And in my book I write about how, like, there's these, well before generative AI, for the last 20 years, there's websites that are happy to write your papers for you. They hire people in other countries to write your papers for you for $5 a page. So this predates generative AI, and there's no way to detect that either. So I think it's more about consistency with other writing. Maybe some technology can help at least flag that, but I wouldn't call that a smoking gun. If this has real repercussions, like the student could get into deep trouble here. There might be something around asking them to write a writing sample in a proctored environment just to kind of see if it's even close. in the ballpark. But that's kind of what I would do. I wouldn't just immediately assume that the student is cheating. I would give them another chance, another context to kind of prove that that is that could have been them.
Member Williams.
And you asked about teachers. Sorry, I'll say that second part real fast. Look, I think it's just important for teachers to start. Well, one, to the previous question, have a clear view on how AI can or cannot be used in their classroom. That's for the student's sake, and I think it's also for the teacher's sake, because I think, for better or for worse, I think there are some educators who are in a little bit of denial about it right now, and they're like, well, I can tell if it happens, but no, you can't, or they'll just say you can't use it under any circumstances. But there's huge gray areas. I mean, if you just write an email now, Google's auto-completing part of it. That's AI. If you do a web search, the AI answers part of it. If you're using a Google Doc now, AI is starting to. So to just say no AI, it's Grammarly, which is generally considered okay to use, is an AI tool. So it's very important for teachers to have clear guidance, and then I think it's important for teachers to just get started, so to build their own comfort. Things like planning lessons, I think, can go a long way.
Thank you.
Member Williams.
Well, this is exciting. If you're going to bring speakers like this, Chancellor, I think you had to think about giving us all certificates when we complete this series, because this is pretty cool. I'm just thinking about plausible futures for education, and the idea of metaverse, and I got a chance to take a blockchain class at MIT. I didn't fill out any paperwork. It was I think he was the former CEO of the Monetary Exchange, and you just log in and you just take the class. How do you see this one competing with us? This technology overall, adaptive learning, competing with community college in the future? And then the second part is, as we're dealing with the rising cost of instructional materials, as policymakers, what can we do to encourage more use of these adaptive learning environments to really just address instructional materials and textbooks?
Yeah. Well, so the first question on, I don't view it as at all in competition with faculty or what the schools do. Now, I think it might require some adaptation. Even before generative AI, a lot of I kind of came onto the stage. A lot of people associated me with videos back in the day, and I still make videos. And people would ask the same question, like, are videos going to replace a professor? And I was like, well, if all the professor is doing is a lecture that could be on a video, then maybe. But if the professor is using the class time to have more interaction, to have a discussion, to have students group up and do something collaboratively, then no, of course a video is not going to replace it. And if anything, a video can liberate the classroom to do more of that, so that you don't have to use class time for just the pure information delivery. And actually, I think in most of higher ed now, I mean, you do see this phenomenon, but it's not consistently. There's still some of those large lectures happening, but you do have a lot of recorded lectures, and I think faculty's like, oh, I could record my lectures. Let me use class time to do something a little bit more interactive with the students, or at least make it an interactive lecture. I think AI no different. If everything we've built is designed to kind of work with the teacher. I mean, I'll talk about textbooks in a second, because you just asked about curricular materials, but it's kind of that. I view it as a modern textbook, but a textbook that gives students as much practice as they need. A textbook that can not only give you videos, but can also answer any questions that you have as an AI, a textbook that can report back to the teacher on exactly what students got wrong or right, and what a teacher can do to intervene. So just give them a lot more insights. And to the second part of your question, yeah, I think these technologies are, our mission is free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. Most of what we have is free. The Conmigo stuff, we have had to charge school districts and higher ed for it because of the computation cost, but it's still a fraction. We're looking at $15 per student per year across every subject and grade. And as we know, I don't know what textbook prices are these days, but the textbook for one classroom for one class is going to be a lot more than that. So yeah, I'm a big fan of, obviously, leverage these types of technologies. Especially I was talking to the chancellor about a lot of these intro level courses. whether we're talking about college algebra, pre-calculus, calculus, physics, chemistry, biology, American history, I showed a little bit, government, civics. We have the core curricular practice resources videos already on Khan Academy for those courses. That wouldn't replace the teacher. That just allows the teacher to lean on those things if they want to and get a lot more data than they would have gotten from a textbook. And you kind of alluded to other things like blockchain and virtual reality. There are going to be other changes happening, but yeah, for us it's all about how do we streamline things and make it easier for teachers and students.
Member Chang.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm specifically interested on the one-on-one tutoring. I remember using Khan Academy since elementary school when I was in like 3rd grade up until college. Even now, I still look back at some stuff to refresh. But I was interested on how you could see like community college students leveraging more one-on-one AI tutoring, whether that be like Khan Amigo or other platforms. Specifically, like how can us as community college students leverage these resources?
Yeah, and it's interesting in a higher ed. We do have several pilots where they're testing out Khanmigo, and it's interesting because some of the guardrails on Khanmigo aren't as operative in a higher education environment. Obviously, when we're dealing with K-12 and it's under 18, that's where a lot of the oversight, and then the oversight does help with undermining some of the cheating use cases. As soon as you go into a college setting, you're talking about adults, on their own time, they can pretty much use any app that they want to use. So even if Khanmigo is Socratic and it's not going to cheat, a student can still go to ChatGPT. And going to ChatGPT doesn't mean they're necessarily cheating. ChatGPT is another way if you just want an explanation. Now, it's not going to be quite as Socratic. You'd have to really work it to get something similar to Khanmigo, and even then it won't be quite the same thing. But it does have its use cases. So my recommendation for students is go try out things that might work for them. One thing that I've been pointing out to folks is the best way to learn. It is great to have an AI to ask questions of, and it's good for students to get good at prompting the AIs. Like, hey, speak to me a little bit more naturally. Use shorter sentences. Be a little bit more Socratic, and so it really drives the learning. But the best way to learn most subjects is to just get a lot of practice and a lot of feedback. And if you get stuck, maybe you have videos and AI. And so that's where even though everything I talked about just now has been AI. The one caveat I tell people is if you really wanted to learn, say, calculus today, I still think you would go, or algebra, you would go to the resources on Khan Academy that it sounds like you might have used at some point in high school or college, where you can get the practice, you can watch the videos, and then if you're stuck, you now have an AI as well that can help answer your questions and move you through that progression. In another 4 or 5 years, the AI might be good enough to start structuring things over a longer period of time, but it's not there just yet.
Member Adu, then Member Haynes.
Yeah. So in regards more to the board, and I think what we should heavily consider going forward is removing those barriers to accessing such platforms with AI like Khanmigo, especially considering it's currently integrated into the Canvas LMS. I think we heavily have to consider that we have an unregulated academic review across different districts and different colleges when it comes to academic discipline for misuse of AI. And I think focusing on getting a standardized review of academic dishonesty when it comes to AI usage is really important in removing that barrier of fear in students when it comes to using AI, and also removing a lot of the inconvenience of faculty when it comes to reporting academic dishonesty when it comes to AI. And I think that's definitely something we should keep in mind going forward. Thank you.
So thank you so much for the presentation. And what it brought to mind is that as a system, we are now, relative to AB 1725, we're going to set up a 2-year sequence for those students who are coming in who have a real focus on STEM. And one of the prerequisites of that is making certain that they have calculus, and many of our high school students may not have had that, or may have done poorly in it. And so, you've piqued my my curiosity whether or not the tutoring elements relative to AI GPT could be an instrument for our faculty to use, but or to at least accept as a tutoring method for students to get the skills and the practice that they need using an AI model. And I guess this is also to faculty, those who are resistant to that. Maybe we can get them not to be less resistant, because the practice and the tutoring is critically important. There are instances and I guess that's the question, but also we want to make certain that our students are successful. That is probably the key and the most important part. Math might have not been taught appropriately in high school. They may have had it 3 or 5, 10 years ago, and they now need not just a brusher upper, but really to get in depth in what calculus is required for the field that they want to go into. And I just see this as a wonderful model that we can be thinking about as we move into this 2-year cycle, of which the expectations is for these students, the expectation should be that they're going to be successful and open up all doors so that they are. We have faculty where their pedagogy is more, it's not academic, it's there's a word, and I can't think of it. It's based on formula, okay? And if you don't have the code words for the formula, and that's what you're supposed to memorize and remember, we really need somebody talking to them, and we need a tutoring, because this is going to be a remediation. It means we're asking students to stay 2 years longer sometimes in order to get these courses, because their dream is to go into a STEM field. And there are probably a dozen majors that require calculus as the prerequisite for moving forward. So I'm saying that out loud. I really appreciate your presentation, because it says there may be another avenue for students to be successful in these courses.
Thank you, member. Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, thanks for that question. I think just to answer it real fast, there's really 2 ways of using it. There's a very jump in, jump out, which is some ways that people have always used Khan Academy even before AI, where it's like, I have a question about, finding the area under a curve in calculus, and people watch those videos or do those exercises. Now they can also jump into the AI, show it a problem they might be having trouble with, but the AI won't just give them the solution, but it'll nudge them, ask them the right questions. So that's one, I would call it a very narrow use case of it. The other one is, and I did talk to the chancellor about this a little bit. What happens, especially in calculus, is the reason why kids struggle is not necessarily calculus. It might be algebra deficiencies. It might be pre-calculus trig. And then calculus itself, they might have some exposure to it. They might have taken it in high school. They might not have. And so people are going to learn it at different paces. So the more that we can support them, with frankly what we've been traditionally working on Khan Academy, these courses that you can go at your own pace. If you're struggling with something, you can just take the time to master it. And then we move to more of a mastery model, and especially some of these core math classes, because too often these calculus as example, but chemistry, physics, or other these filter classes, unfortunately they're called that. It's really a race of who can finish it, who can get to a pass in that time frame. While some students might just take a little bit more time, but they can get there. So yes, we would love to explore. My ideal would be use the traditional Khan Academy practice videos. That sounds like some of the board members used growing up, and then have the AI on top of that, and then you get the best of both worlds.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have member Epstein, member Brown, member Perry, and member Villavicencio.
Hi, and thanks for joining us today. So, I'm a classic boomer, and I'm probably not as familiar with Khan Academy as I should be. And I'm curious about first of all, have you done a lot of work with community colleges? And if so, has it been college-wide, or is it just professor by professor or student by student? How does that work?
Yeah, we've had very limited, I would say, formal system-wide partnerships with community colleges. There have been a lot of community colleges and four-year colleges that have kind of used Khan Academy. Obviously, there's a lot of informal usage by the students as they take a lot of these general ed classes, especially these classes we've been talking about, a lot of these STEM classes. But Dartmouth, for example, asks their incoming freshmen to take the Khan Academy courses before they show up freshman year and take their placement exam. So we have things like that happening throughout the country, some of which we know about, some of which we don't. We just see it in it looks like somebody over there is using these courses. We have, we're very close geographically, based here in Northern California, to the community college system here. There's a separate organization, a school that I helped start that does a lot with our local community college, Foothill, out here. So we have a lot of connections, and we've had some conversations about doing something more formal at a larger scale, which is I would obviously love to do.
And what would that look like?
Just off the cuff, I think there could be things like we could literally zero in on some of these core courses that we've already been talking about, some especially in math. That's historically where Khan Academy is most well known and where we have the most efficacy data. And that could be anything from college algebra, pre-calculus, calculus. I think if you start there, we create systems, and I don't know all of the I don't know how all of the decision making goes in terms of what curricular resources y'all can use or how consistent it can be across the system. But I would say in those courses, I would feel very confident if we said, look, anchor on Khan Academy as the core resource. If students can show 80% mastery, 90% mastery in those courses, they essentially know it. The way that they have Khanmigo to support them if they have any questions. And by the way, if they have access to Khanmigo, that can help them in every class they have, including humanities classes. And then we come up with some basic systems to make sure we're authenticating that it's the student's work. So, for example, the unit tests on Khan Academy, which it's a different question bank every time. Some system for the professors to proctor that. I would feel very confident if we, and maybe we run this as a study. If we did that, I think we would see pretty dramatic improvements in some of these places that we've historically had a lot of kids hitting a wall.
Oh, Member Brown.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for a very impressive and informative presentation. What excites me most about this application of AI is that it's individualized and it's dynamic and it's adaptive. When I think back to my pre-internet learning experience, I had very few experiences that I would be able to say were individualized, dynamic, and adaptive. One of them was in an honors freshman high school English class where we had a grammar test that we took. Once we took it, it would say maybe I got questions 8, 12, and 59 wrong, and maybe the person next to me got questions 16, 33, and 78 wrong. So what you would do after that is you would go over to this actual physical card box and go look for that number that had a lot of different practice cards in it, so you could keep practicing until you could retest on that area and show that you learned it. And so these ideas have been around for a long time, but it didn't always get translated into digital applications. So I like that we're seeing it now. One of the things I was thinking about too is, and also just a side note about equity issues and how this is also impacted by that, is that was in an honors class. And as a freshman, I just thought it was so boring and I wanted out of there. But my grammar did improve in just that first quarter a lot. I saw it, that it was working, but I was bored. And so I went to a counselor and said, I want to switch out of this honors class. And they said, click, click, okay. No questions, no why, no what are you thinking, this and that, what's going on? None of that. Just click, click. And then I was moved from a college preparatory class into a class where teachers said, you all are probably not going to college anyway. So it's pretty extreme, different experiences that students have had. And I like that we're moving towards all students should be given these opportunities. So when I think about digital experiences I've had, I think about Duolingo. And that when I make a mistake, I know it's going to come back to me again and say, hey, you made a mistake. Do you remember what you did wrong on this? And that piece there, I think it's just so critical. So my question for you, though, thinking of Duolingo, is that sometimes that owl can be very aggressive with its reminders, but there's also a gamification aspect to it. So I'm wondering, is Khan Amigo also aggressive towards the learners? And also, is there any gamification aspect to Khan Amigo? And if not, why not?
Yeah, so the gamification piece is definitely we have aspects of it. Some of them reasonably similar to Duolingo. I always give the one caveat that I love Duolingo. I'm good friends with Luis, and my 10-year-old's trying to learn Turkish for some reason on Duolingo right now. So I hear it every day. But the one difference, and I remind people, is that Duolingo, the language is kind of like you have to type something, you have to repeat something. It's sometimes a little bit less struggle involved than, say, something like mathematics, etc. But with that said, yes, like some of the streak mechanics, which is probably Duolingo's most powerful game mechanic, we have on Khan Academy. We don't have it; it's not quite the same thing, but we have some of these types of mechanics. And one of the things that we're hoping to do with Khan Amigo over the next year, in fact, we have a project right now. It should be piloted in about 6 months. Is we realize a great tutor, to your point, isn't just waiting to be asked a question. A great tutor is a little bit, I won't say aggressive, but a little bit proactive. Let's say maybe sometimes aggressive, a little bit proactive. And so we are actually working on a version of Khan Academy that is Khanmigo first, which is the AI first. And it's not just for the sake of using an AI. It's so that the AI can say, hey, Sal, it's been a while since you last came. If we're serious about this goal that you have of finishing this course by this date, you got to put a little bit more time in. Here, let me give you the first question, et cetera. So we definitely are exploring all of that.
Thank you very much. We have Member Perry, Member Villavicencio, and Member De La Fuente.
Echoing everyone's thanks for this presentation. And sometimes at the Comm College, at some level, I feel like we can be very directive. There's a purpose to that. We're taking people to a new career, a new point in their life. But I'm wondering, obviously, at some level, taking some of the rudimentary out of this and changing the way the rudimentary pieces are learned. But how can we also employ AI to make our students lifelong learners, to broaden the horizon and broaden the perspective and pique curiosity, reach the goal, but create a lifelong learner along the way?
I think that's a huge question, because I mean, that in some ways is the most important skill. I love calculus, I love physics, I love these topics, but the most important thing is if you can make someone, we know in 10 years there's going to be some new technology, some new AI, who knows, that everyone's going to have to learn. And how do we give people that metacognition? Not an easy thing to do, but I do think you can move in that direction. The counterbalance of mastery learning and this personalization that we're talking about is it actually does give the learner more agency over their own learning. In a traditional academic environment, you sit there and you wait to be spoon-fed, and even when it works out well, you kind of have that mentality that I'm not going to be able to learn something unless someone is telling me what to do. And that's not going to serve you that well, to your point, later on in your life. And so I actually think if, going to several questions here, I'll keep picking on calculus because it seems an area of interest. If you told students, like, look, here's a link, go to Khan Academy, you have supports, you have videos, you have AI, and by the way, maybe there's a tutoring center. And I'll make a plug for another, as was introduced, there's a nonprofit we have called schoolhouse.world. That's free peer-to-peer tutoring. And there might be something interesting there where we could implement a system-wide peer-to-peer tutoring system, which I think could also be valuable. So then you don't just have the digital supports and the AI support, but you also have human support, potentially from someone who took the class last term, or maybe someone who did the problem set a week ago, and now knows how to do that. So you have, and obviously there could be tutoring support, more formal tutoring support on campus, et cetera. Office hours, et cetera. But when you give students that and you say, look, if you can get to this point of competency, this point of mastery, you're done. I think you're going to see students more motivated than ever to say, oh, you know what? The latter part of the term is going to be busy. I'm going to really focus on this and get this done in like 4 weeks. Or if by chance you don't get it done by the end of the term, it doesn't mean you're a failure. It doesn't mean you're never going to be an engineer. Keep working on it. Finish it by the next term. But once you get to that level of competency, that level of mastery, yeah, we'll say you have mastered Calculus 1. You're ready to move to the next class. And I think, that's honestly the way the real world works. When we do promotions at Khan Academy, I don't say, oh, you haven't gotten promoted to senior manager in 3 years. You'll never be a senior manager. No, we say, well, you had to develop in this area, and this area, and this area, and maybe next year.
Thank you. Member Villavicencio.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. I'm really excited to tell my wife when I get home that I spoke to you. She's a fourth grade teacher and uses your videos in her classroom. And so grateful for you and what you've done in the work of education. In a way, you've answered part of my question was also incorporating the human side along with the AI tutoring. I'm one of the faculty representatives on the board, and so I hear you when you mention, thinking about office hours and how sometimes we're too busy. Yes, we have set office hours, but sometimes, we have so many students who can't get to them. And our tutors, too, have a limited time. But sometimes it's so difficult just learning with AI. And sort of combining both the human and the AI, I think, would work miracles for our students getting that one-on-one attention as well. I really don't necessarily have a question for you, but really for Vice Executive Craig Hayward, we're moving forward with credit for prior learning and putting that structure into place. And I'm sure we're already having these discussions, but obviously I'd love to just share it out in this space as well, and how this can be truly used if we're talking about skills-based learning and mastery learning, how obviously our faculty can integrate Khanmigo and very similar tools like it to make it more easier for faculty to assess whether or not our students are in fact meeting the criteria for credit for prior learning. So I just see that intersection so much there. And obviously with the new guidance memo with 1705 with math, this is such a wonderful tool for those students who need that extra support, that safety net to get them up to that level of mastery so they can in fact succeed at that calculus class in moving forward with STEM. So many opportunities here. Obviously, as Mr. Khan mentioned, there's also a lot of downsides to this because clearly we haven't really figured out the guardrails yet, but with every challenge will come again these opportunities, and so I'll leave it there. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'll say one quick thing because a couple of questions are what are potential. I talked about what we could do potentially with California community colleges. I'll say another really powerful thing that the Chancellor and I were also talking about. That's actually been a personal dream of mine, and obviously as a citizen of California, I would love to see this happen. Is if we could say if a student can show mastery on a platform like Khan Academy, and we can authenticate as a student, maybe the teacher can proctor the unit test or something like that. We have other ways of doing it on the Schoolhouse platform to validate it's a student. If they can show competency, mastery in say calculus, physics, chemistry, biology, that the California community college system would give you credit for that. Then I think what you're going to have is a lot of folks in the K-12 system really anchor on that and index on that and be motivated to get that mastery before they even show up. And I think, it wouldn't just be giving them the credit for the sake of it. I think those students will be much more prepared for upper level classes than the students who even went to fancy schools and got an A in calculus.
Thank you. Member De La Fuente, and then Member Costa, and then Member Adu. And then after that, if you have a question, it better be a good one because I'm going to close the parking gate on you.
I was recently at a chat with CEO of Unilever, ex-former CEO of Unilever, Paul Pullman, and his definition of a billionaire is not someone's net worth, but someone's ability to impact billions of people. And I have to commend you for Khan Academy. I've used it. My nephews have used it, and the millions of people that you've impacted is truly exceptional. And I think we need more leaders like you. So my question is, how can the California Community College prepare for the next 6, 10, 20 years? What is something that we should anticipate and be proactive in order to accommodate the rapid changes in technology and AI and the evolution of students' learning?
That's a great question. I don't think I can do justice to it. But I'll some of what we've talked about, just leaning into it, and look, just the fact I know everyone in this even if I talk to the leadership at OpenAI, they feel like they're falling behind. Everyone feels like they're falling behind. So, just the fact that we're having this conversation and starting to move forward, hopefully, and give some clarity, I think these are the right things to be doing. I would say hopefully by, next school year, some of the clarity around appropriate use of AI or safe use of AI, or, these are the types of tools that you can use and these aren't, as was suggested, I think are good directions. There's probably some type of system that you want to put in place because all of these things are going to be changing so fast. So you have a ability to act pretty quickly on them. I've been a big advocate well before artificial intelligence of competency mastery-based learning. So, like one of my dreams is if the California Community College moved more towards a competency-based system. There are some higher ed examples that have done this reasonably well. Western Governors University, some of you might be familiar with it, is probably the most notable example of it. Their average time to get a 4 years bachelor's degree in computer science is 2.5 years, because they tell their students, hey, here we have our assessments. If you can do this, this, and that, we'll give you the credit. They also give credit for prior learning, and that's very motivating for students. And it's a very similar student population to the California community colleges, I think. But anyway, I think that's a lot of the credentialing, bringing more into the K-12 system, like blurring the line between K-12 and higher ed. I think once again, if y'all are able to give credits based on competency, a lot of that we've always wanted to happen well in the K-12, I actually think will start to happen well in K-12, and people will. The community college system has a lot of power over K-12, probably more power than the K-12 system has over itself. So think about that as well. But yeah, and then I think there's a lot of opportunity for industry partnerships, co-ops. I mean, I could keep brainstorming if I were, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting things to think about.
And what's the greatest lesson you've ever received in your life through a teacher or a tutor or a mentor?
I mean, the thing that came into my head was my first job at Oracle. My boss, I was getting a little bit cynical about things and working for a big company and all of that. And he's like, "Look, Sal, just try to become better and make the organization a little bit better every day than it was the day before." Because sometimes, and I can imagine y'all when you're dealing with a big system, and even what we're working on Khan Academy, it's a big aspiration, free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. But you just keep chipping away at it. Maybe that's what came into my head.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Costa.
I also have used Khan Academy. It didn't help me, but it helped my son, so thank you. Didn't help refresh anything in algebra for me. I actually want to go back to something that my colleague, board member Villavicencio mentioned. And we've talked a lot about, kind of having policies around AI for students. But what should our policy be with our faculty around AI? Because on the one hand, I really do appreciate the scalability that it offers, but we often talk here in community colleges about our students needing to feel connected. And for me personally, when I felt most connected was when I was lost and had to go and talk to my professor. And so kind of what's that balance, and what do you think the policy should be for our faculty and staff to utilize the technology without losing that human connection?
Yeah, I actually think that there's an opportunity to potentially use this moment or use technology as a reason to have the conversation about human connection that maybe we should have always had. As we know, there are education experiences, pre-AI, pre-tech, it sounds similar to you. I remember moments in college or in K-12 when a teacher had talk to me, and that I remember that. And then I had many other moments in college or in K-12 when I felt like just a number and I was just in the room and I'm just one of 300, the professor doesn't know me. And that had nothing to do with technology, but it felt very distant and very not humanizing. And so I would, I don't know if this is a policy, but I think if we wanted to give guidance to professors, it would be maximize human interactions when the human beings get together. If you are in a room together, some mini lessons, lectures, etc., might be okay, but really lean into breakouts, really lean into working on something together, work into a Socratic dialogue, and and use whatever tools you need, whether it's AI or anything else, to take as much of the other stuff off of your plate. If you can save time on lesson planning and on prep and on grading and things like that, great. Grading, AI isn't quite ready for yet, but I think in 2 or 3 years it will be. But if they can drive more of that human interaction, all the better. And that would have been true at any point over the last 100 years. More human interaction.
Thank you. Member Adu.
Hi, just a quick comment about the usage of AI supporting student services. I forgot which board member mentioned it, but they mentioned not having enough time for office hours after their students, right? And I served as a peer tutor, and we had 2 3-hour shifts, certainly not enough time to meet with every single 30, 40 one of our students. And I think definitely for students that work jobs, who took care of siblings, who commuted, they didn't have the time to come to those office hours. So I definitely think AI could be used to bridge that equity gap.
No, appreciate hearing that. And the more I hear about some of this tutoring y'all are doing, I'm thinking like we should really talk about schoolhouse.world and potentially get, because even these tutorings, peer tutors, et cetera, like if there was a way you could just click on a Zoom button and someone shows up, and California Community College has the scale where there could always be a tutor available, in theory.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Khan. You pretty much set this board alight with questions, and you could see our wheels turning. And I have this deep and burning desire to assign homework before our next meeting so that we can all just put this into action and really get onto Khan Academy if we haven't already, or just use some kind of Gen AI tool to really put this into action. So you really made us very excited about this work. There are several hands raised for public comment. Mr. Khan, you're more than welcome to stay. But if you end up logging off, we completely understand. But at this time, we're going to move to public comment. So Christina, take it away.
Item 5.5 is now open for public comment. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person comment requests, and I will hand it over to my colleague Gary for virtual remarks.
Good afternoon. We can start with Ornit Lamani Pressert. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon again, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. My name is Ornit Lamani Pressert, and I'm the President-elect of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges, or FAC. It is my honor to express FAC's appreciation for the collaborative development of the human-centered principles for adopting generative AI. This inclusive approach reflects the best of our educational community. As a long-term educator with a PhD in educational psychology and a former first generation college student from a working class family, I appreciate what board member Costa said about the importance of human connection in learning, and Mr. Khan's passionate presentation and his saying that we should use AI to assist HI, or human intelligence. FAC agrees with Mr. Khan that we must emphasize that technology should supplement, not replace, human faculty. We know that the human element in learning is irreplaceable. AI tutoring can be valuable too, but it cannot replicate the nuanced guidance, empathy, and emotional support that human faculty and staff can appropriately and effectively provide to our students. Our faculty and staff are not just information provider, but mentors who inspire, encourage, and truly understand individual student challenges. In fact, studies have shown that the connections that students have with faculty and staff are crucial in their retention and success. FAC recommends that AI tutoring be implemented with humans at the center, ensuring it supports rather than supplants human connection. AI tutoring must prioritize faculty and staff involvement and preserve the fundamental human connection in learning. We thank the Chancellor's Office and AI Council for their meaningful collaborative approach that gives us confidence in our educational future. Thank you very much. And by the way, it is now 6 o'clock in the morning on the 15th. Thank you.
Next, we have the username is HopperML. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. This is Michael Hopper. I'm a counselor at Los Angeles Trade Technical Community College. I want to thank you all, the governors, in regards to all the work that you're doing. We're really balancing all the different needs and the issues around implementing AB 705, 1705 when it comes down to remedial math, remedial English. One of the things I just really wanted to share, because I've seen some of the data or seen some of the memos coming out about STEM prerequisites and the possibility of removing. I do appreciate you all and would urge you all to still stand fast with looking at reality when it comes down to what's happening with the success pass rate for our students up and down the state, for sure, because it varies. I'm particularly concerned about students here in inner Los Angeles, because even looking at California Department of Education data, 70% of the high school graduates coming out of high schools within our nearby vicinity are not college ready. And so the need to be able to have access, which I treasure when it comes to community colleges, being a veteran now of 23 years of California community colleges, I love our mission to be able to help people wherever they're at, to help them come up, no matter what their background in education might have been, good or bad. So those who have dreams to be going into STEM fields, I would urge us to still keep looking at real data as to, and to trust the locality, trust the local districts in addressing the needs of the students that are coming in, whether they are college ready or not. It would be great to see that there's at least that option for students to take if they need it, rather than removing things such as trigonometry, recalculus. So we're moving forward, but we'll keep it going. But I just please, as the board, when I've been hearing, you all are looking at real data and what's best for the students, all students, but making sure that option is still in place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just as a quick reminder, this is public comment on item 5.5. If you have a general comment, you have to save it for item 7.1, which is coming after, towards the end of the meeting. Gary, do you have other public comments for 5.5?
We do have several hands raised. We have one hand raised now. Ying Lin, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Yin Lin, you have access to your mic if you want to unmute.
Oh, sorry, it was a mistake. Sorry, can click the button.
Thank you.
We do have a new hand raised. Rick Scuderi, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Have I unmuted?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I want to, I'm Dr. Rick Scuderi, retired, and speaking for myself, I'm the past president of California Association of Post-Secondary Education Disability, and also the former legislative chairperson for 12 years. But again, I'm speaking for myself. And I want to thank the Chancellor for supporting the guidance letter or putting out the guidance letter.
Mr. Scuderi, may I ask you if your public comment is on 5.5?
I don't have the agenda item, the items in front of me.
Okay.
So,
I think your public comment is better suited to the public forum. So if you could wait until item 7.1, we'll be taking public comments then.
thank you. I will.
Thank you. Okay.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much, Gary. We still have a lot left on the agenda, team, so let's keep pressing forward. Item 5.6 is the revised Board of Governors Climate Action and Sustainability Goals. We have Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson and Carla Grandi, our Senior Climate Fellow, up.
Sure. We also have David Liebman, who will be a co-presenter with us as well. Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson again. This item is to present the updated climate action and sustainability goals that we've placed onto our website. I believe they were last updated in 2021, but I will turn over the presentation to Senior Climate Fellow Carla Grandi.
Thank you. Thank you, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, Board of Governors. Tough act to follow, but we're really excited to be here with you today to share the updates to the goals. I'm joined by David Liebman, who is our Climate Fellow focused on facilities, and also by our Climate Corps Fellows. Yay. I will share their names really quickly, and then they're going to introduce themselves in a minute. But Nathan Lee, Amanda Altabano, Josh Atkinson, and then we are also joined via Zoom by Celeste Alexander. She's in LA and was impacted by the fire, so she wasn't able to be here with us in person, but she's joining us in spirit and by Zoom. So we're excited to
Carla,
share.
is it okay if they grab chairs or something? I don't want them standing for the entirety of their presentation. Are you guys okay? Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry,
We're
go
going to
ahead.
rotate them through when they talk. Thank you. So this team has been working with the Chancellor's Office since September to conduct a landscape analysis of the 116 colleges and 73 districts. So as Chris said, the Board of Governors approved the current climate action goals in September of 2021. And in spring of 2024, the Board of Governors asked that we revisit those goals to ensure that they're in line with current state, federal, and local laws around energy and sustainability metrics for public buildings. And the board also asked that we take a more aspirational approach as we strive to meet the goals of Vision 2030 and ensure that our colleges are leading the way in climate action. So throughout the fall, this team has conducted a landscape analysis to assess the scale of adoption of the 2021 goals and have found that colleges have made significant efforts in the various metrics and have also heard that many colleges have already exceeded the 2021 goals. We've had the opportunity to share the new goals and receive feedback from various groups, including the Community College Facilities Coalition, CCFC, the Association of Chief Business Officers, ACBO, Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, ASCCC, and through individual conversations with the various colleges, 116, working our way towards 116 colleges. And what we've learned is that 36 of the colleges have a sustainability-related website and our climate action or sustainability plan, and that there's been a primary focus on energy and construction and building goals and benchmarks among the districts, which makes sense because that's in alignment with the current goals. But we've also learned that a majority of the colleges are involved in some sort of engagement around sustainability and climate action with their degrees and certificates, classes, curriculum, and academics, and committees, initiatives, and board positions. So there's a lot of great work that's already being done. You're going to hear more about it from the team here, but I will go ahead and turn it over to David Liebman to share the proposed revisions, and if we can get the next slide.
Good afternoon. My name is David Liebman. I am the current Chancellor's Office Climate Fellow focusing on facilities. In my regular day job, I am the Energy and Sustainability Manager for the Sonoma County Junior College District, so not too far away from here in Sacramento. I'm excited to share with you all the updates to our system-wide goals and framework around climate action and sustainability. One of the first things that we did to focus on this updates is to go through all relevant state laws as they apply to the different sections and categories of the existing framework. Additionally, we dug deeper into the various different departments' work plans, whether that was the Department of Water Resources or the California Department of Transportation, to really understand those stated goals in those departments that are tasked with various areas and parts of sustainability for the state. Next slide. Additionally, besides aligning with state laws, we also looked at what are the various attributes of sustainability that our colleges were already doing. And as part of that, we focused on including some of that research, which includes a lot of our colleges have been asked by their boards and their leadership to look at how do they use their local dollars in supporting local purchases or helping support local and healthy food systems through many of their basic needs programs. Next slide. In addition to aligning with state laws and state goals, we also focused on understanding what our sister institutions were doing, such as the University of California and the California State University system. What is new to the current framework is the General Sustainability University and College Performance, which aligns with the UC and CSU policies and practices that focus on utilizing STARS, which is a sustainability tracking assessment rating tool developed by the Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education. And it is a framework that a number of our California community colleges are already utilizing to understand how sustainable they are and compare themselves both in California but also nationally. And then next we are going to share some of the amazing work that our colleges are already doing to accomplish not only the existing framework, but towards these new proposed framework goals. Next slide.
Hello, my name is Nathan Lee, and I'm a recent UC Davis graduate in environmental policy. I'm currently working as a climate action and sustainability fellow with the Chancellor's Office, and today I chose to highlight achievements in sustainable transportation. I'm focusing on Butte College in the Butte-Gillen Community College District, which operates one of the largest student-funded community college transportation systems in California. The bus system serves Chico, Paradise, and Oroville, and in 2019, there were 8 bus routes serving 1,400 students per day and covering 300,000 miles over the fiscal year. Since public transit is often limited outside of major urban areas, Butte's bus system is an important part of increasing the amount of students taking alternative transportation and reducing vehicle miles traveled within the community college district. Next slide, please.
Hello, my name is Amanda Altabano, and I'm also a Climate Action and Sustainability Fellow. I graduated from UC Davis and majored in Sustainable Environmental Design and Community Development. A highlight that stood out to me while working on our landscape analysis is the procurement and purchasing efforts at San Mateo Community College District. In 2020, the district drafted a sustainable procurement policy that considers the economic, environmental, and social impacts and benefits of products and services. This ensures the diversity of locally owned businesses, many of which include minority-owned, women-owned, and small establishments within the county. San Mateo's achievements are a great example that works towards the revised Board of Governors goal and 2026 benchmark through its effective sustainable purchasing methods. Next slide, please.
Musical chairs. All right. Hi, I'm Josh Atkinson, and I'm actually also a Climate Action and Sustainability Specialist Fellow that graduated from UC Davis's Sustainable Environmental Design program. For my segment, I elected to highlight Orange Coast College, which is part of the Coast Community College District in Orange County, for its exemplary waste diversion efforts. They employ waste diversion programs like the Reusable Office Supply Exchange and the Surplus Equipment Program, which divert items to staff, students, and the community before they can be directed to the landfill. Additionally, there's the 3-acre recycling center constructed in 2017 that meets all 3 USGBC certifications, including LEED and CITES Gold, as well as True Platinum, and accepts recyclable materials like aluminum, tin, plastic, and glass from both the campus and the surrounding community, diverting landfill waste from not only the school, but the surrounding area. Next slide, please.
So those are just a few of the highlights that we've found from the various colleges as we've been going through this landscape analysis. There are many more that we hope to share in the future, but those are just a few highlights of colleges that have already gone above and beyond the 2021 goals. So now I just want to share with you a few of our next steps in terms of the updated goals. So first, the team is working to develop a primer document that will detail each of the goals, the metrics associated with it, and how to collect data around it. We want to ensure that we're comparing apples to apples with each of the goals instead of having one college reporting one data in one way and another reporting it in another way. And this we hope will assist the colleges and make this a more sustainable effort, but also will help us as a system to analyze the change that we're seeing. We're working to finalize the landscape analysis. They're continuing to talk with all of the 116 colleges. Developing a recommendation for the financial and staffing resources that are needed for the colleges to accomplish the updated goals, and also working to connect colleges with funding sources that exist. There are various state and federal funding resources as well as grants that are out there, so helping to connect the colleges that are in a good place to implement those projects. Working to develop and foster a robust sustainability training and community of practice. We're hoping to begin that in February with the webinar that looks at these new goals and how colleges can work to implement them. And then incorporating additional goals related to curriculum, workforce development, community, and student engagement. So one piece of feedback that we've received as we've gone into various groups is that these are very built environment and facilities focused, but we need to also think about the curriculum integration and student and community engagement. So we are having more conversations about that. And then understanding the climate and sustainability impact relative to generative AI use within the California Community College system. So that is a timely effort and something that has come up several times as we've been having these conversations across the state also. So next slide. That is the work that we've been doing, and we are happy to answer questions now.
Thank you very much. Any board member comments? President Epstein. Wow, he just got a promotion. Member Epstein.
I like the sound of that.
You already had your time, buddy.
January 6th.
Go ahead.
Yeah, back to the future. First of all, I want to congratulate the new fellows. I think the students, great to see you all out here working, and we're excited to have you. I think this proposal is excellent. I think the goals are much more aggressive than we've ever had before, and I look forward to seeing how they evolve and also what happens with the curriculum and workforce training and all that sort of stuff. But I just want to congratulate you and ensure you that the board will support you in any way we can to make sure we accomplish this. Times are going to be tough out there in the world for sustainability, and we're already seeing the impacts. Just in the past 2 months, we've had bomb cyclones and atmospheric rivers and the worst wildfire in California history, perhaps, or at least urban wildfire. And so it couldn't be more urgent, and I'm glad that we're stepping up and taking it on.
Well said. Member Chang.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's wonderful to see what the various colleges across the state are doing, and congratulations to the fellows. I have been working on environmental science. That's my major. That's what I'm doing right now. And so seeing these opportunities and seeing the push towards climate action and being more aggressive is really wonderful. And especially seeing that the community colleges have looked at our past goals and revised and are really looking forward. My question was kind of for the Chancellor's office, kind of about the piece about the student fellowship. Is that still going on? Is this what that is now? Or just can you clarify?
Board Member Chang, I was waiting for you to ask that question. And for the rest of you, we had made a commitment to Board Member Chang to have the Chancellor's Student Climate Fellows to get it rolling. And the three individuals you see here are the Climate Core Fellows, not part of the California Community Colleges, but wanted to tell you guys, amazing job. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Carla and I were talking, and we believe that we will have the email soliciting student interest probably in the next 3 weeks. And maybe we can connect with you. You've done some preliminary work with Climate Fellow Tanya Huff. And we had some issues related to the funding mechanisms that we believe that we now have a solution. And that was sort of the final hang up, the funding process. But I think we have solved that. So thank you for the question. And everyone on the record, it was Board Member Chang that led the effort to launch a Student Climate Fellow program. Thank you.
Wonderful job. Member Adu, then Member Legrand.
Congratulations. You probably all heard me speaking very positively of the uses of AI within the classroom, but I also acknowledge that there's a huge climate strain on resources, especially like water and paper. And within that, while I am aware of some of the issues, I'm not totally versed, and I know some people on the board may not be versed. And if you guys would so gracefully sort of inform us on some of those and sort of inform our process as we go forward, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's a really good question, and it is a question that everyone in the environmental field is asking right now. It's projected that we would see the United States increase its total electricity capacity 4 times its current use over the next 30 years because of data center use for AI. So a big question is, right, how do we achieve our zero carbon commitments with the expected electricity increase? At the same time, there's a lot of work going on, especially in the facilities world, of how do we use AI to operate our buildings more efficiently, you know, and expand thermal comfort for students and staff in buildings, catch leaks when they're occurring and failing infrastructure. That's one of the things that we are tasking ourselves, which is really identifying what are the impacts of this, you know, new technology that can also have significant benefits related to helping us solve the climate crisis.
I withdraw my question, actually, because I was just going to say, this is a wonderful opportunity, again, to have an impact on the state of California. I mean, when I think about the geographical reach of the community college system and the fact that we're looking at sustainability, it's just kind of unfathomable. And given what we've been dealing with environmentally lately, it's really, really, really important. And I don't want us to get sidetracked by the noise that may come out of DC around this issue, because I actually want my granddaughter to have a planet when I'm gone in order to be able to survive. So thank you for the work, and the students who have joined from UC Davis. Is that where everybody came from? Go Gouge. No, you guys are the Aggies. Go Aggies. I think that I'm glad you were willing to take a chance on us and getting more experience, and we really look forward to your contributions to us. Thank you.
Member Villavicencio.
I just want to congratulate the work that's been done thus far.
because I know this is just the beginning. I have the privilege of serving on the Climate Action Task Force with Board Member Epstein, Board Member Chang, and Board Member Legrand, and we've had meetings, prior to this formal presentation, and with in front of us here in the Board of Governors, and I know that Climate Fellow Grady and Climate Fellow Lieben have worked tremendously hard in trying to coordinate these efforts, especially trying to wrangle all 116 colleges together to provide this report. And so I wanted to thank them and also congratulate again our core fellows who are also doing this wonderful work. We had this conversation, I mentioned this in our previous meeting, but I would like to also share it in the space where when we're looking at developing out the curriculum side of climate action, Climate Fellow Grady mentioned obviously the connection with AI and how that's going to integrate, but also the importance of also this intersectionality with environmental justice and social justice and how it affects, again, our most climate susceptible populations in the state. And I represent Stockton here. I teach in San Joaquin Delta College, and highest rates of asthma in that region. And it affects our students. It obviously affects our not just our physical health, but also our mental health. So obviously, moving forward, and I know this is going to be tackled by this group as well as we work together in partnership with all of the other initiatives that we have moving forward here. But I'm excited to partner with this wonderful group of people who will be leading the charge for our system. So thank you very much for your hard work thus far.
Thank you. Member Brown.
Just a quick comment. I really appreciate the shift I see from vague language in some of the benchmarks to very specific industry standards that need to be met. As someone who historically has been given a report that I need to give to the state on behalf of my college with like 1 week notice, and to read something vague and be like, what do they mean by this? Oh my gosh. So it's really helpful that the clarity and the work that you all have done is very impressive. So great job, everyone involved.
Thank you very much. Christina, let's go to public comment.
Item 5.6 is now open for public comment. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person comments, and I will hand it over to my colleague Gary for virtual remarks.
We do have one hand raised. Sarah Jones, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, I am not totally sure that I'm speaking to the correct point, but I'm here to talk about allowing students to take pre-transfer level courses to prepare.
Sarah, I think this needs to be pushed to 7.1 if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Member Haynes.
Thank you. I just want to add my congratulations and my admiration to the young people who are taking on this important and in self-interested way, but in a very academic way. So thank you so much. You will, hopefully you'll put us old people to shame relative to the solutions that you come forward with. My question is a very technical one, and it's about the language used in terms of LEED and O&M standards and certification. Many of our colleges have met the LEED certification, and many of them have not, relative to the certification in the past was very expensive to get. And it was, in many cases, prohibitive relative to how one spent the money. At Los Rios is my example of that. However, because of the board and because of the commitment of everyone involved, all of our new buildings are LEED certified relative to meeting those standards at the very highest level. But we don't have the certificate. And so I'm wondering what you meant when you said certification. Are you saying, one, that they need to meet it based on a criteria, of which some have, or are you saying that they have to go out and buy that certification relative to it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a really good question. It's also a question we did receive from our feedback. The alignment of the goals for green building and grounds is based off of SB 416, which only states that any new construction or major renovation has to achieve LEED Gold certification. And that's all it says. It doesn't have any language in there relative to an equivalent. It has language relative to exemptions based off of security. And so, as of now, our understanding is that it would require colleges to get the certification. But you know, if we come up with our own internal process for validating, right, that it achieves a standard, we could talk about that. At the same time, we've heard feedback from other sustainability officers that it then becomes a kind of self-certification concept versus having a third party actually validate the achievement. And then there is some research out there that has been brought up that shows that buildings claiming to meet certification levels aren't actually achieving the certification.
Would you help quantify that or qualify that for our colleges that have been in a working mode of building buildings for the last 20 years of our building program? And I would hope that our leadership at Los Rios was not telling us fibs relative to that. But there are a number of buildings out there that may have met it, but did not have the actual certification. And then what is the remedy for it?
Let's prioritize this and, you know, figure out and brainstorm around it and maybe bring it back to the board.
And I do want to clarify that SB 416 was only enacted into law in 2023.
Oh, good.
Yes. Yes, and it applies to moving forward.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Member Williams.
And I apologize, y'all. I'm going to borrow from Member Brown's toolkit about the cross-sectionality. How you say it?
Intersection?
Yeah, intersectionality, or, you know, all of the connections of all of this stuff. But considering adding in a category, workforce development, because, you know, a lot of us, as we're constructing these buildings, we have local hire agreements in place, and we struggle to find the local talent who have the skills to build some of these advanced buildings. And I'd be curious to see how many colleges actually have sustainability curricula or training programs to actually train local residents on how to do the maintenance and the design of these different buildings. And so just really looking at, you may find that we are hiring some students. I know in our district, we have a policy that says 50% of the jobs for our construction projects got to go to local residents, and we've exceeded that. But I wonder how many of those are actually students. And so it's an opportunity area for us, because we spend a lot of money building these LEED buildings. And so there's a subcommittee of the California Public Utilities Commission who talks about climate adaptation and getting these advanced technologies in disadvantaged communities. It's called the Disadvantage Advisory Council. And community colleges are one of the ways to start getting this technology in these communities that historically are underinvested as it relates to you know, the job opportunities, the skill development. And so as you look at this, it's a natural place to really just think about workforce and the training opportunities specifically related to the jobs in the green industry. So I just wanted to make sure I put that in your thoughts.
Thank you, Member Williams. Gary, just wanted to loop back with you that we didn't have any other public comment.
You are correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Nan, Member Gomez-Heidsberg.
I was really encouraged to hear that some local boards are encouraging these kinds of goals, but I dare say that out of the 73 districts, there are also some trustees and some boards who may not be aware of these goals or the direct benefits to the district in terms of savings. So they may be aware of the broad goals and the benefits, but not the direct benefits. So I would just encourage you to think about the trustees across California and how you might get the word out to them. And of course, I'm thinking about the league conferences and the CCCT conferences, and encouraging them to start thinking about what kinds of questions might they be asking at the board meetings to get the organizations to start thinking about them if they haven't already.
Thank you. I hope the lighthearted way in which we're having this discussion does not obscure the fact that, or the gravity of the work that you're doing. Our literal future is in your hands. So we look forward to welcoming this panel back at some point in the future as you continue to delve deeply into your work. Thank you so much. We're so very proud of you. Board, we have informational item 5.8 board member reports ahead. I just ask you to be very mindful of time as we do have to set aside quite a bit of time for public comments today. Does anyone have any board member reports? Excellent. Let's go to 7.1, public forum.
Public forum is now open. If you are calling in, press star 9. You will have 2 minutes. We received written comment on this item, which is available at the meeting entrance table. Thank you.
So we have a lot of public comments, and just two things. I think we have a 2-minute time frame, right, Christina?
Correct.
I ask you to adhere to that 2-minute time frame, and also if you are asking to submit a verbal comment, whether it be in person or online, but have submitted a written comment as well, please reconsider making your verbal comment as we already have your comments in writing. So with that, I'll pass it to Vice President Rawlings.
All right, we're starting off with Karen Cliff, followed by Eric Kayumagi and Melissa Bardo.
Thank you for inviting me to speak. My name is Karen Cliff. I'm math faculty at Southwestern College and HSI in South San Diego County, right on the border. I'm here to speak about the impact of the guidance regarding AB 1705 on real students with diverse backgrounds. Thank you for the revised guidance that was sent out in December, which recognized that students who have not had pre-calculus coursework should complete that work prior to enrolling in STEM Calculus 1. Previous guidance had required colleges to advise all students, regardless of their level of preparation, to enter directly into Calculus 1 with concurrent support. At Southwestern College, we offered 3 sections of Calculus 1 with support in fall 2023 and made it open access. From those 3 sections, only 3 students without pre-calculus passed, and all 3 of those students did have background experiences that set them apart, like being in the nuclear sub-program in the Navy prior to coming, things like that. Of those who did not pass that fall, many went on to try again and repeated the course in the spring of 2024. 4 of those students did pass on their second try, albeit with C grades. We followed up with those students last fall to see how they were doing. As of this moment, none of them have successfully completed Calculus 2, and all have dropped out completely by the end of fall 2024. I'd like to share statements from 2 of those students. The first student enrolled in Calculus 2 and Physics in the fall of 2024, planning to major in engineering. I met with him about halfway through the semester to see how things were going. He said, quote, "Everything is hard for me. Anything with trig I have trouble with, and the algebra too, that's really hard for me. To be honest, I just wish I had taken pre-calculus to start with."
30 seconds.
End quote. Not only did that student drop all of his classes for fall 2024, he's not enrolled for spring either. The second student signed up for Calc 2 in summer 2024, but dropped it, and then did not register for any classes since then. I sent him emails wanting to talk to him and find out more, and he didn't reply at first, but eventually he did. Quote, "No, I'd rather not have to speak with you about it. I personally think you should have to take pre-calc, and I felt a bit sabotaged when my counselor put me in the course, not knowing it was basically an experiment."
That's time.
Both of these students would be counted as successes under the RP group definitions. So when we see this data, it's important that we dig deeper. Behind the numbers are real students, and our guidance to those students has a huge impact on their futures. Thank you for the revised guidance.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. My name is Eric Kalyamagi. I'm the president of the Community College Association. That is the community college arm of the California Teachers Association. And, you know, one of the things that isn't always obvious when you're working around community colleges is that math professors are actually quite rare. Math majors are actually quite rare. They exist. Sonia's one, I'm one, you know, Jenny May's one. But outside of the community colleges, you don't see many. We're well under 1% of the graduates. For us, mathematics is a puzzle. It's looking at pure logic. It's a fascinating field of study. If I have a single maths major in a calculus class, I'm doing pretty well, because the vast majority of the people are using math as a tool. They're going to be engineers. They're going to go into pre-med. They have a couple of classes in their biology program that require a calc prereq. And for these folks, they basically need to go ahead and have confidence in the tool that they're using. When I am out and about, one of the most common questions I receive is, what are you going to do about AB 1705? And as you know, I deal with union stuff, which is not AB 1705. But I will tell you,
30
after
seconds.
talking with multiple faculty at multiple colleges, the language that came out in December, the idea that if you haven't taken a course before, that you ought to be allowed to take it and refine your skills, it's met with great happiness. Thank you. We're going to get as many students through as we can, but we can't work miracles. They have to have that background.
We have Melissa Bardo next, followed by Angela Estrada and Karina Paredes.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. Melissa Bardo on behalf of the Education Trust West, a research and advocacy organization committed to dismantling the racial and economic barriers in California's education system. We're here to express concerns regarding the updated guidance for placement and enrollment for students in STEM programs. We're concerned that the guidance issued last month contradicts the guidance issued last February, which already gave colleges an additional 2 years beyond the 2025 deadline to innovate around STEM prerequisites. We were very excited about that guidance because we work with colleges and faculty that are currently innovating around STEM prerequisites, right? As noted in the Chancellor's Office memo from February of 2024, both statewide and college level analyses demonstrate across all levels of high school math preparation and placement, longer preparatory course sequences were associated with higher rates of attrition and lower STEM Calc 1 throughput in a 2-year time frame. Reverting back to lengthy prerequisite course sequences is inconsistent with California and the system's goals to increase access to and diversify STEM graduates. And as we've learned from remedial course outcomes, lengthy sequences will disproportionately harm Black and Latinx students. I come to this through the lens of having been a STEM major myself and a STEM graduate. I was at the CSU when they were still doing placement tests, but
30
later
seconds.
on phasing out the use of remedial courses. And when I started in my gateway courses, I had a chem professor look all of us in the lecture and tell us 50% of you will fail this class. And that's just how it is. 3 years later, I was working with that professor as a peer assisted learning instructor, where we were designing a co-requisite to help improve outcomes for students in those gateway STEM courses.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Angela Estrada, followed by Karina Paredes, and then Jatan Stevens.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, and members of the board and Chancellor Christian. My name is Angela Estrada, and I'm the Student Engagement Associate at Public Advocates, a nonprofit civil rights law firm and advocacy organization. The recent AB 1705 guidance issued by the Chancellor's Office violates students' right to enroll directly into calculus. I ask this board to direct the Chancellor's Office to protect the rights of all STEM students. Prior to AB 705, 80% of community college students were forced into remedial courses that wasted their time and money with no choice to take the transfer level courses that would actually count towards their degree. These remedial courses were a barrier to student success. Only 26% of students overall were able to enter and complete transfer level math within 1 year. With AB 705, students for the first time were given good evidence-based choices that were more likely to increase their success. As a result, 1 year completion of transfer level math to 60%. Today, community college STEM students are forced into prerequisite math courses that waste their time and money with no choice to directly enroll in the calculus course that actually counts towards their degree. Like remedial education, these prerequisites act as a barrier to student success. Only 32% of STEM students who begin in a prerequisite math course complete calculus in 2 years, compared to 78% of students who begin directly in calculus. This summer, AB 1705 is set to give STEM students the right to enroll directly in calculus, but this new guidance permits colleges to deny students the right and the choice to do so.
30 seconds.
This board must protect the rights of all STEM students to enroll directly in calculus and make it clear that all colleges must follow the law. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo and members of the board. My name is Karina Paredes, and I'm the Student Engagement and Policy Associate at Public Advocates. The recent AB 1705 guidance issued by the Chancellor's Office violates the rights of Black and Brown students to enroll directly in calculus. I ask this board to protect the rights of all STEM students to enroll directly in calculus. In 2019, when detractors argued that students couldn't be successful in transfer-level courses without remedial courses, the Chancellor's Office bowed to pressure and permitted colleges to ignore AB 705 and continue enrolling students in remedial courses. This resulted in the inconsistent implementation of AB 705, and it was primarily Black and Brown students who were trapped in remedial courses while their peers were given greater access to transfer-level courses. Yet, once AB 705 was fully implemented, Black and Brown students proved these detractors wrong. Before AB 705, we should all know that only 13% of Black students and only 17% of Latinx students were able to complete transfer-level math within 1 year. Now, more than 3 times as many Black and Latinx students are completing transfer-level math. Today, detractors of AB 1705 are arguing that students can't be successful in calculus without multiple prerequisite courses, despite the overwhelming data showing that they can. Bowing to this pressure, the Chancellor's Office is once again permitting colleges to ignore the law and deny students' rights. According to PPIC, Black and Latinx men are more likely than their peers to pursue a STEM degree, but they are also more likely than their peers to be trapped in prerequisite courses.
30 seconds.
So we know once again it will be Black and Brown students who will be most harmed by this new guidance. We ask that this board commit to the full implementation of AB 1705 and protect Black and Brown students' right to enroll in calculus. Thank you.
We have Jatan Stevens, followed by Catherine Stitt and Anna Matthews.
And if all of you guys can come up to the podium, it will help us with throughput.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, members of the board, and Chancellor Christian. My name is Jatan Stevens, and I am a senior staff attorney on the Higher Education Equity team at Public Advocates. And today, I'm asking this board to make it clear to colleges and the Chancellor's Office that they must follow the law and protect students' rights. When arguing against AB 705 in 2019, detractors made a lot of the same arguments then that they are making today against AB 1705. They argued that the data is flawed and you shouldn't believe it. They argued that the system is working just fine and nothing needs to change. Indeed, today they are arguing that equity actually demands that nothing about the system change. And they argued that students are simply not ready and not capable. But the success of AB 705 has shown that the system is actually just as much responsible for the inability of students to succeed, and that there is much about the system that needs to change to ensure their success. It showed that when we believe and support students and listen to the data, we can enact transformative change. AB 1705 is based on the same evidence-based policy embraced in AB 705, and it will increase access and success in calculus for Black and Brown STEM students as it has for students' access to transfer-level courses generally.
30 seconds.
But the Chancellor's Office guidance walks away from this evidence-based policy, picks and chooses which parts of the law it wants to implement, creates exceptions that simply don't exist, and most insidiously, it permits colleges to ignore the rights of the system's most vulnerable STEM students. So my ask today is really very simple. I ask this board to make it clear to every college and the Chancellor's Office that they are to follow the law.
Thank you, that's time.
All of it, not just the parts that they like. And I'm asking this board to direct the Chancellor's Office to stand up for the rights of all STEM students, not just the ones that are easy to stand up for. Thank you.
Catherine Stitt.
I'm Catherine Stitt. I'm the AB 1705 coordinator and math faculty member at Diablo Valley College, which is the #1 transfer institution to UC Berkeley. I'm also a former DVC student. I want to say thank you for the AB 1705 December 10th memo, which states that STEM students can take 1 or 2 math classes before STEM calculus to prepare for it. I want to share with you that calculus with support can be a lot of material in one semester and takes a lot of time. Some students can handle the load, so we're not opposed to calculus with support, but what do we do with students who cannot handle a 7-unit math class, or a student who really wants to take a science class with the lab, but can't because their 7-hour-per-week calc class overlaps with it? The December 10th memo allows the option for STEM students to choose their STEM math path that meets their needs. It's the equitable thing to do. Lastly, our DVC STEM students agree with the new memo too. In spring 24, we surveyed our trigonometry, pre-cal, and calculus students about directly placing students into Calc 1, and the majority of students who took the survey wanted DVC STEM students to have the option to take prep courses before Calc 1. Here is a student quote from the survey. I took the pre-calculus course offered at DVC prior to taking calculus. I can't stress how important having a strong understanding of both trigonometry and algebra are to succeeding in Calculus 1. I maintain a 4.0 GPA and taking my schooling very seriously. I can honestly say that without the pre-calculus class to give me the fundamentals required for Calculus 1, I would have failed the course. There's simply too much underlying knowledge that you need before
30
starting
seconds.
calculus. Thank you for your time.
Anna Matthews, and then Sherry Matthews.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. My name is Anna Matthews, and I am the Government Relations Director of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I want to express our deep appreciation for Memo AA 2469 on AB 1705 STEM prep course validations. Note that throughout this public comment, you will see that it is faculty and students who are supporting this memo, and those who are not tend to be outside entities. By addressing concerns about the planned elimination of pre-calculus and trigonometry, the Chancellor's Office has demonstrated remarkable responsiveness to the field. The guidance provides flexible access for students who may lack adequate high school STEM preparation, recognizing that not every student enters college with the same academic background. Equity is meeting students where they are at, and equality is putting every student in calculus without giving them any other options. I am grateful that the Chancellor's Office has chosen the side of equity. If a student isn't immediately ready for calculus, they should be able to still pursue a career in STEM. That should not be a deterrent. This memo removes potential barriers to entry for students, particularly those historically underrepresented in STEM fields. By enabling more students to access preparatory coursework, we are opening pathways to STEM degrees and careers for those who might otherwise be excluded. The memo embodies our commitment to equity, ensuring that students from diverse backgrounds have meaningful opportunities to pursue STEM education. It acknowledges that student success is not about eliminating courses, but about creating inclusive, supportive learning environments for students of all academic backgrounds to be able to succeed. We are really grateful to the Chancellor's Office for listening to faculty and students and for developing guidance that supports our most vulnerable learners. This approach will undoubtedly increase diversity in STEM majors in the future workforce. Thank you for your continued dedication to student success and educational equity.
Please turn on your microphone.
Oh, it is on, it's just low.
You're good.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. My name is Sherry Ann Matthews. I teach electrical engineering at University of the Pacific in Stockton. Some of my most successful students have gone on to wonderful careers at places such as Lawrence Livermore National Labs, and they began their educational journeys at community colleges. And they started their STEM courses in classes like trigonometry and pre-calculus. I actually went through transcripts of several students. Having access to these courses in community college enabled them to develop a strong foundation in STEM and to succeed. Many of them acknowledged that it would not have been possible without access to those classes. I'm grateful to the Chancellor's Office for the most recent memo on AB 1705, STEM preparatory course validations. There would have been significant consequences if trigonometry and pre-calculus had been eliminated. If we want our STEM workforce to be diverse, our community colleges need to be able to prepare a diverse body of students from various backgrounds and math levels. This memo enables us to do that. The flexibility that it provides is a step towards ensuring that students who are historically underrepresented in STEM are not locked out of STEM fields. The tide is turning, and I hope it continues to shift in favor of equitable access to education for students of all academic backgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board, be patient for a second because we have a ton of virtual commenters. So what I'm going to do to manage this crowd is to do the following. It seems like they're all related to the Chancellor's guidance memo. So if there are any, if everyone on the public comment space right now virtually could lower their hands, if anyone has an issue that's unrelated to the Chancellor's guidance memo, if you could re-raise your hand. So just to be clear, if it has to do with the Chancellor's guidance memo, we're going to hear that in a bit. If it doesn't, please re-raise your hands. Christina, do we see anyone?
Yes, I see 4 hands raised.
Okay.
I can pass it to Gary to handle virtual comments.
Let's also, I think it's compliant for me to put some guardrails around this. So I'd like to reduce the time of public comment to 1 minute, if that's okay. Okay, I got the okay from our general counsel. Let's go to those 4 commenters, 1 minute apiece. Please stick to your time.
Our first speaker is Brianna Jepson. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I was going to respond to the updated guidance memo. Is that what we're doing right now?
Actually, we're going to do that in a moment. Right now, we're addressing everything but the guidance memo.
Oh, okay, I apologize. It seemed like my hand was lowered.
We have Alex Cabrera. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. This is regarding remedial classes. I hope I'm in the right one, right?
That is likely also regarding the guidance memo, AB 705 and
Okay.
1705.
It sounds, Gary, that everyone is talking about the guidance memo. So just give us a second here while we figure out how to manage this. Okay, so we're implementing another process. Just approach, when you get called on, just say whether you support or don't support, and that's it. So all we should be hearing from you is support or not support. So Christina and Gary, does that make sense to you guys? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Let's do that.
Alex Cabrera.
Hello. Okay. So yeah, this is so this is regarding the what's it called? The memo about regarding remedial classes.
It sounds, sir, that this has to do with the guidance memo. We ask that the commenters just say simply whether they support or don't support. So are you supportive or unsupportive?
I'd say I'm supportive that we able to, maintain the, keep trigonometry and other remedial classes that our students need.
Okay, thank you very much. I heard supportive. Apologies that the signal is a little furry, but I heard supportive. Christina, if we can go to the next commenter.
C. Johnson, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
C. Johnson, you have control of your mic. If you could unmute. All right, Gary.
They're unmuted.
There they go. Okay. C. Johnson, you are unmuted if you'd like to speak.
Okay, maybe we go to the next one, Christina.
Daniel Judge, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Support the new guidance memo.
Thank you very much. Next one, Gary.
Elaine Oliverieta.
I'm in support. I'm a Latinx former undocumented low-income first generation student. I work with Puente students and I super.
Thank you, sir. Gary, next one.
Tina Akers Porter.
Hello, my name is Tina Akers Porter. I'm a mathematics professor at Modesto Junior College. I am in firm support of the updated Chancellor's Office guidance memo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Connie Gonzalez, you have control of your mic.
Bakersfield College, and we support the guidance memo.
Thank you for your comments.
Joanne Waddell, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
In support.
Thank you for your comments.
Robin Arias, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good evening. My name is Robin Arias. I'm the Department Chair of Life Sciences at Long Beach City College, and I strongly support the memo. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Valerie Johnson, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good evening, Valerie Johnson with the Campaign for College Opportunity, here concern with the guidance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Stuart Suki, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, thank you. My name is Stuart Suki. I'm a biology professor at East Los Angeles College and the AFT 1521 Faculty Guild chapter president at East, and I strongly support the memo. I also do not support outside entities meddling in our education. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Carlos Rodriguez, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Sorry, am I good to go? I
We can hear
apologize.
you, yeah.
Okay. Hello, my name is Carlos Rodriguez. I'm the transfer affairs officer for the UC Student Association, and I oppose.
Thank you for your comments.
Ruby Christian Brown, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, I am in strong support of this memo. I'm a professor of psychology and statistics at Los Angeles Valley College. And once again, 100% support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Courtney Schultz, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, my name is Courtney Schultz. I'm a professor of math at Santa Rosa Junior College, and I'm also the president of the California Mathematics Council of Community Colleges. I'm in strong support of the Chancellor's memo and would like to note that students are allowed to still take Calculus 1, but they will be given the option to also take other courses if they would like. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Username is Dr. Jordan. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jordan, a math professor at College of the Desert, and I'm in strong support of the Chancellor's new guidance memo.
Thank you for your comments.
Dr. Gisela Spieler Prasad, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
I'm Gisela Spieler-Posad, MESA Director and Math Professor at Rio Hondo College. I 100% support the memo.
Thank you for your comments.
Irina Stojamirovic, I may have not pronounced that right, but you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. This is Irena Stojmirovic. I am a doctor of astrophysics, department chair of physical sciences at Mesa College, physics professor also, and I'm in a very, very strong support of the Chancellor memo, and I'm very thankful to you for bringing us that memo. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Martin Landeros, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, I am an instructor of mathematics at the Alan Hancock College. I am in strong support of the memo.
Thank you for your comments.
Noemi Esquivel, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, my name's Noemi Esquivel. I'm a MESA tutor and MESA student majoring in computer science at Mission College, and I support this memo.
Thank you for your comments.
Rick Scuderi, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Rick Scuderi, past president of KPED and its former legislative chairperson. Speaking for himself, I'm in strong support of the Chancellor's memo. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sarah Bubibsa, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Bubibsa. I'm with the Institute for College Access and Success, also a former community college student at City College San Francisco, expressing strong concern with the AB 1705 memo.
Thank you for your comments.
Adrina Rashidi, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrina Rashidi. I am the MESA director at Mission College, and I am in strong support of the memo.
Thank you for your comments.
Dr. Cynthia G. DeCruz, you have control of your mic.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Gordon DeCruz. I'm the faculty coordinator of institutional research at Chabot, and I'm in support of the updated guidance memo. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Dave Fouquet, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Sorry, I had to unmute. My name is Dave Fouquet. I am in my 33rd year as mathematics faculty at Chabot College in Hayward, and I'm also past president of the Chabot Las Positas Faculty Association. I am in strong support of the guidance memo, and the point is not to deny students access to calculus if they want it, but rather to maintain student agency to choose the course that's right for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Username is Caleb. You have control of your mic.
Hello, my name is Caleb Fringer. I am a graduate and math tutor at Mission College. I am in strong support of the guidance, data guidance.
Thank you for your comments.
Scott Warnert, you can address the board.
Hi, my name is Scott Warnert. I'm a math faculty at Bakersfield College, and I strongly support the memo.
Thank you for your comments.
Siobhan McGregor Gordon, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
My name is Siobhan McGregor Gordon. I teach English to multilingual speakers in Santa Rosa Junior College, and I strongly support this memo as it provides our adult students the ability to make decisions for themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Robert Gwynn, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, my name is Robert Gwynn, chemistry faculty at College of the Desert. My students have never been so stressed or felt so inadequate, and the worst part is they think it's their fault. I strongly support this memo.
Thank you for your comments.
Zachary Knorr, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, my name is Zach Knorr, a professor of philosophy at LA Valley College. Strongly support the memo. Appreciate your efforts to make sure students can take the classes they need to succeed.
Thank you for your comments.
Lucia Landeros, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, my name is
Hello, my name is Lucia Landeros. I'm the student trustee at Cuesta College. I'm also the student government president. I study engineering physics and I'm in strong support of this memo. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wade Twyford, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, I am a Cuesta College alumni and UC Berkeley mathematics researcher, and I'm in strong support of the memo.
Donna Budzinski, you have control of your mic.
Thank you. Yes, I'm the department chair of chemistry at San Diego Mesa College, and I strongly support this memo, not just to prepare students for calculus, but also courses in chemistry and physics.
Thank you.
Roy Shabazian, you have control of your mic.
Roy, can you hear us?
Let's go to the next one while he figures out audio issues.
Ming Ho, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, I'm the head of the math department at Chabot College, and I strongly support this memo that returns the agency to students for their education while not encroaching on anybody's ability to enroll in calculus.
Thank you.
Juan Bernal, you have control of your mic.
Hi, my name is Juan Ubaldo Bernal, professor and department chair of mathematics at San Diego Mesa College, and also the Puente Math coordinator. I strongly support the chancellor's memo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jason Henderson, you have control of your mic.
Jason Henderson, policy analyst with the California Edge Coalition in opposition. Thank you.
Erica Cervantes, you have control of your mic.
Good evening, everyone. With Alliance for Better Community, a policy and advocacy organization in Los Angeles, in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joshua Lewis, you have control of your mic.
Hi, my name is Joshua Lewis. I'm the chair of the Department of Mathematics at Bakersfield College. Proud to say our former state chancellor once held that position, and I, on behalf of myself and department, am strongly and enthusiastically supportive of the new guidance memo.
Thank you.
Vincent Rosso, you have control of your mic.
Hi, good evening, Board of Governors. My name is Vincent Rosso, Director of Government Relations with the UC Student Association, representing 230,000 undergrads across the state. And we are expressing extreme concern with the new guidance from the Chancellor's Office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Paul Augustin, you have control of your mic.
Dr. Paul Augustin, I am Assistant Chair of Chemistry at San Diego Mesa College, and I strongly support this memo because it supports our veteran students and science education. Thank you.
Key Lamb, you have control of your mic.
Thank you. I am Key Lam, the math department chair at Los Angeles City College. I am in support of this memo, and thank you for giving this guidance to give the opportunity to students who may need trigonometry and pre-calculus, and given the right for students to choose which way would be better for their academic path. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Foote, you have control of your mic.
Hello, my name is Amy Foote, and I'm the president of the Community College Association of Mesa Directors. I'm also the Mesa Director at College of the Canyons. I am in strong support of the Chancellor's Guidance Memo. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nicole Rossi, you have control of your mic.
Hi, my name is Nicole Rossi. I am math department coordinator at Fullerton College, and I am in strong support of the memo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie Smith, past president of the Faculty Association, vice chancellor emeritus of judgmental relations for City College of San Francisco, current Berkeley City College student, enrolled and voting member of the Choctaw Nation. Absolutely in strong support. I have a massive research document I will show you of the massive loss of students and the tiers of tutors in the calculus department at Berkeley City College should you not implement this.
Thank you.
David De La Torre, you have control of your mic.
I'm an adjunct professor of mathematics, currently teaching at Long Beach City College and Fullerton College. I'm in strong support of this memo. Without these courses, I do not think I myself, who went to community college, would have been able to earn a master's degree in mathematics.
Thank you.
Linda Turns, you have control of your mic.
Hi, my name is Linda Turnus. I'm a full-time mathematics instructor, Calculus 1, 2, and 3 at Orange Coast College, and I strongly support the updated guidance memo.
Thank you.
Tu Hong, you have control of your mic.
Hi, my name is Tuan. I am a lecturer at Cal State East Bay, part-time faculty at Las Bautista and Merit College. I strongly support this memo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jen Carlin Goldberg, you have control of your mic.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Carlin Goldberg, Math Department Chair at Santa Rosa Junior College. I enthusiastically support the Chancellor's Office's updated guidance memo. Students should have the right to choose what math class they start with. Thank you so much.
Dr. Ladera Barbie, you have control of your mic.
Thank you very much. Full-time faculty member and department co-chair at Long Beach City College. Thank you very much for the memo. I'm in support, allowing us to offer both trigonometry and pre-calculus without financial penalties.
Thank you.
Sophia Lopez Oraca, you have control of your mic.
Hi, my name is Sofia Lopez Oraca, and I'm an undergraduate student at San Diego Mesa College, majoring in molecular and cell biology. I'm the founder and co-president of our biology club and a former executive officer of our Associated Student Government, and I am 101,000,000% on behalf of the students at Mesa in support of the new memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Daniel Mayo, you have control of your mic.
Thank you. My name's Daniel Mayo, chemistry instructor and STEM Mesa director at San Bernardino Valley College. I'm in strong support of this guidance memo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brianna Jepson, you have control of your mic.
Thank you. My name is Brianna Jepson, and I'm an electrical engineering student at San Diego Mesa Community College. I am a first generation and an adult learner, and I'm the former vice president and current member of the Associated Student Government, where I and the overwhelming population of students strongly support the updated guidance memo.
Thank you.
John Caveda, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello, I am full-time faculty at Santa Monica College. I've taught primarily developmental mathematics for 30 years and am very strongly in support of the Chancellor's most recent guidance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Peterson, you have control of your mic.
Good evening. I teach math full-time at Las Positas College, and I'm here to express strong support for the memo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alima M., you have control of your mic.
I'm a MESA tutor as well as a MESA student, majoring in biology at Mission College. I fully support the memo.
Thank you.
Bill Demarest, you have control of your mic.
Yes, Bill Demarest. I'm the division chair of mathematics and computer science here at Cuesta College, and would like to express on behalf of all of our faculty in the division our strong support of the updated memo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Malice, you have control of your mic.
Hi, this is Dave Malice, athletic director at LA Valley College. I'm in strong support of the memo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Perigo, you have control of your mic.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Dr. Kim Perigo, and I'm a communication studies faculty member at San Diego Mesa College. I just want to tell you that I support this new memo times infinity, and thank you so much for your work on this. You will really help our students.
Thank you.
Elaine Oliverietta, you have control of your mic.
I already said I supported. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Daniel Judge, you have control of your mic.
Daniel Judge, East Los Angeles College, LACCD District Math Council Chair. Very strong support.
Thank you.
Rain Porter, you have control of your mic.
Hello, my name is Rain Porter. I'm an SDSU grad chem student, San Diego Mesa College transfer student, and 2021 National Tutor of the Year. I am in support of the Chancellor's memo.
Thank you.
Drew Ailman, you have control of your mic.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Drew Alaman. I am full-time faculty at College of the Desert in Palm Desert, and I am in full support and very grateful for the Chancellor's new guidance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emmanuel R., you have control of your mic.
Yes, hello. My name is Emmanuel Rubalcaba, and I am an alumni of both Los Medanos College and UC Berkeley. And I strongly support the updated guidance memo.
Thank you.
Arturo Hernandez, you have control of your mic.
Gary, let's move.
Yeah. Oceana Collins, you have control of your mic.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Oceana Collins, professor of history from College of the Desert and also president of our full-time faculty association. And I am here to say I am in very strong support of the memo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Charles Johnson, you have control of your mic. Ken Kuniyuki, you have control of your mic.
San Diego Mesa College Math Assistant Chair, I and 400 petitioners support the new memo. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tanya Miller, you have control of your mic.
Next one, Gary.
Katia Fuchs, you have control of your mic.
Hello, my name is Katia Fuchs. I am the Mathematics Department Chair at City College of San Francisco and an officer at my local academic senate, and I cannot express my support strongly enough. I 1,000,000 triple bazillion % support this new guidance.
Thank you.
There are some hands that are coming up again, so I'm going to try to filter them out. Rachel Coleman, you have control of your mic.
Gary, next one.
Pablo Landeros, you have control of your mic.
Hi, I am a dual enrollment student at Alenka Community College, and I fully support the memo.
Thank you.
Stephanie Luna, you have control of your mic.
Hello, Stephanie Luna, student intern with AFT 1521, also a current student at East Los Angeles College, pledging my support of the updated memo in solidarity with my classmates who couldn't be on the call today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamar London, you have control of your mic.
Hello, my name is Jamar London, Santa Monica College president and math faculty. We completely support the memo.
Thank you.
Username is just Gordon. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Yes, this is Clive Gordon, Department Chair of Counseling at Los Angeles Valley College. We 100% support the memo.
Thank you.
Kevin Arciniega, you have control of your mic.
Hello, my name is Kevin Arciniega, first generation immigrant of Los Medanos College. I am pledging my support of the memo.
Thank you.
Charles Johnson.
Valley College, been a long-term professor there, now adjunct professor, fully support the memo.
Thank you.
Tanya Miller.
Hi, I'm Tanya Miller, instructional assistant at the Math and Computer Science Tutoring Lounge at Fullerton College, in strong support of the memo.
Thank you.
Edward Pineda Castro.
Next one.
Jesus Carino.
Next one.
Rachel Coleman.
Hi, my name is Rachel Coleman, and I am a full-time faculty member in the math department at Long Beach City College, and I'm in full support of the students having the right to take these courses to help them with their success.
Thank you.
Amit Singh.
My name is Amit Singh. This updated memo seems better, so I'm in support of it. I'm willing to give it a shot. I work at a few different community colleges as an adjunct instructor, so I'm going to give this one a shot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty Valea, you have control of your mic.
Hi, my name is Professor Patty Villela from Long Beach City College. I am a tenured faculty in the Life Sciences Department, and I am in full support of the memo.
Thank you.
Larry Foster.
Hi, I'm Larry Foster. I've been developmental math adjunct instructor for 40 years at San Diego Mesa College, and I wholly enthusiastically support this new memo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roy Shabazian.
President Aguinaldo and Chancellor Christian, I want to thank you for the memo, giving students flexibility and ownership of their education.
Thank you.
Rob Everest.
Hi, my name is Rob Everest, full-time faculty, 25-year veteran at Citrus College, and I'm a strong advocate of the new recommendations from the Chancellor.
Thank you.
I have a pre-calculus class right now that is, the students are so thankful that they can review stuff that they don't remember from high school. So I'm a strong advocate.
Thank you.
Emily Woolery.
Hi, this is Emily Woolery from Mount San Antonio College, and I am in support of this memo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Esme Medrano.
Hello, my name is Dr. Esmeralda Medrano from Citrus College, product of the community college, the CSU, and the UC system, and I fully support. Thank you.
Thank you.
That, I believe, is all of our raised hands.
Thank you very much. Board Member Brown has the last word.
Just one quick point of clarification. Trigonometry is not remedial. It is a transfer level course.
We can't respond.
Oh,
yep. All right.
Okay, never mind.
Great.
Just read the law.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Friends, the time is 5:35 p.m. and I'm pleased to announce that the Board of Governors business has concluded. Thank you, take care, and stay safe.